442 Friedrich Engels. Money. One can take one stand on either side of the question, the one is as difficult as the other. Monopoly produces free competition, and the latter, in turn, produces monopoly. Therefore, both must fall, and these difficulties must be resolved through the transcendence of the principle which gives rise to them. Competition has penetrated all the relationships of our life and completed the reciprocal bondage in which men now hold themselves. Competition is the great mainspring which again and again jerks into activity our aging and withering social order, or rather disorder, but with each new exertion it also saps a part of this order's waning strength. Competition governs the numerical advance of mankind, it likewise governs its moral advance. Anyone who has any knowledge of the statistics of crime must have been struck by the peculiar regularity with which crime advances year by year, and with which certain causes produce certain crimes. The extension of the factory system is followed everywhere by an increase in crime. The number of arrests, of criminal cases indeed, the number of murders, burglaries, petty thefts, etc., for a large town or for a district can be predicted year by year with unfailing precision, as has been done often enough in England. This regularity proves that crime, too, is governed by competition, that society creates a demand for crime which is met by a corresponding supply, that the gap created by the arrest, transportation, or execution of a certain number is at once filled by others, just as every gap in population is at once filled by new arrivals, in other words, that crime presses on the means of punishment just as the people press on the means of employment. How just it is to punish criminals under these circumstances, quite apart from any other considerations, I leave to the judgment of my readers. Here I am merely concerned in demonstrating the extension of competition into the moral sphere, and in showing to what deep degradation private property has brought man. In the struggle of capital and land against labor, the first two elements enjoy yet another special advantage over labor: the assistance of science, for in present conditions science, too, is directed against labor. Almost all mechanical inventions, for instance, have been occasioned by the lack of labor power, in particular Hargreaves, Crompton's, and Arkwright's cotton spinning machines. There has never been an intense demand for labor which did not result in an invention that increased labor. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 443. Productivity considerably, thus diverting demand away from human labor. The history of England from 1770 until now is a continuous demonstration of this. The last great invention in cotton spinning, the self-acting mule, was occasioned solely by the demand for labor, and rising wages. It doubled machine labor, and thereby cut down hand labor by half. It threw half the workers out of employment, and thereby reduced the wages of the others by half. It crushed a plot of the workers against the factory owners, and destroyed the last vestige of strength with which labor had still held out in the unequal struggle against capital. Cf. Dr. Ure, Philosophy of Manufactures, Volume 2. The Economist now says, however, that in its final result machinery is favorable to the workers, since it makes production cheaper and thereby creates a new and larger market for its products, and thus ultimately re-employs the workers put out of work. Quite right. But is the economist forgetting, then, that the production of labor power is regulated by competition, that labor power is always pressing on the means of employment, and that, therefore, when these advantages are due to become operative, a surplus of competitors for work is already waiting for them, and will thus render these advantages illusory, whilst the disadvantages, the sudden withdrawal of the means of subsistence from one half of the workers and the fall in wages for the other half, are not illusory? Is the economist forgetting that the progress of invention never stands still, and that these disadvantages, therefore, perpetuate themselves? Is he forgetting that with the division of labor, developed to such a high degree by our civilization, a worker can only live if he can be used at this particular machine for this particular detailed operation, that the changeover from one type of employment to another, newer type is almost invariably an absolute impossibility for the adult worker? In turning my attention to the effects of machinery, I am brought to another subject less directly relevant, the factory system, and I have neither the inclination nor the time to treat this here. Besides, I hope to have an early opportunity to expound in detail the despicable immorality of this system, and to expose mercilessly the economist's hypocrisy which here appears in all its brazenness. 186. Written in October and November 1843, printed according to the journal first published in the Deutsche Jahrbucher, 1844, signed, Friedrich and Jebb in Manchester. The Condition of England 187. Past and Present by Thomas Carlyle, London, 1843. Of all the fat books and thin pamphlets which have appeared in England in the past year for the entertainment or edification of educated society, the above work is the only one which is worth reading. All the multi-volume novels with their sad and amusing intricacies, all the edifying and meditative, scholarly and unscholarly Bible commentaries and novels and books of edification are the two staples of English literature. All these you may with an easy conscience leave unread. Perhaps you will find some books on geology, economics, history, or mathematics which contain a small grain of novelty. However, these are matters which one studies, but does not read. They represent dry, specialized branches of science, arid botanizing, plants whose roots were long ago torn out of the general soil of humanity from which they derived their nourishment. Search as you will, Carlyle's book is the only one which strikes a human chord, presents human relations and shows traces of a human point of view. It is remarkable how greatly the upper classes of society, such as the Englishman calls respectable people, or the better sort of people, etc., have intellectually declined and lost their vigor in England. All energy, all activity, all substance are gone. The landed aristocracy goes hunting, the moneyed aristocracy makes entries in the ledger and at best dabbles in literature which is equally empty and insipid. Political and religious prejudices are inherited from one generation to another. Everything is now made easy and there is no longer any need to worry about principles as one had to formerly. They are now picked up already in the cradle, ready. The words in inverted commas are given by Engels in English ed. The Condition of England. Past and Present by Carlyle 445. Made, one has no notion where they come from. What more does one need? One has enjoyed a good education, that is, one has been tormented to no avail with the Romans and Greeks at school. For the rest one is respectable, that is, one has so many £1,000 to one's name and thus does not have to bother about anything except marrying, if one does not already have a wife. And now, to cap it all, this bugbear which people call intellect. Where should intellect come from, in such a life, and if it did come, where might it find a home with them? Everything there is as fixed and formalist as in China. Woe be to the man who oversteps the narrow bounds, woe, thrice woe to the man who offends against a time-honored prejudice, 9 times woe to him if it is a religious prejudice. For all questions they have just 2 answers, a Whig answer and a Tory answer, and these answers were long ago prescribed by the sage supreme masters of ceremony of both parties. You have no need of deliberation and circumstantiality, everything is cut and dried. Dickie Cobden or Lord John Russell has said this, and Bobby Peel or the Duke, that is, the Duke of Wellington, has said that, and that is an end of the matter. You good Germans are told year in, year out by the liberal journalists and parliamentarians what wonderful people, what independent men the English are, and all on account of their free institutions, and from a distance it all looks quite impressive. The debates in the Houses of Parliament, the free press, the tumultuous popular meetings, the elections, the jury system, these cannot fail to impress the timid spirit of the average German, and in his astonishment he takes all these splendid appearances for true coin. But ultimately the position of the liberal journalist and parliamentarian is really far from being elevated enough to provide a comprehensive view, whether it be of the development of mankind or just that of a single nation. The English Constitution was quite good in its day and has achieved a fair number of good things. Indeed, since 1828 it has set to work on its greatest achievement, that is to say, on its own destruction 188, but it has not achieved what the liberal attributes to it. It has not made independent men of the English. The English, that is, the educated English, according to whom the national character is judged on the continent, these English are the most despicable slaves under the sun. Only that part of the English nation which is unknown on the continent, only the workers, the pariahs of England, the poor, are really respectable, for all their roughness. 446 Friedrich Engels. And for all their moral degradation. It is from them that England's salvation will come. They still comprise flexible material, they have no education, but no prejudices either, they still have the strength for a great national deed, they still have a future. The aristocracy, and nowadays that also includes the middle classes, has exhausted itself. Such ideas as it had, have been worked out and utilized to their ultimate logical limit, and its rule is approaching its end with giant strides. The Constitution is its work, and the immediate consequence of this work was that it entangled its creators in a mesh of institutions in which any free intellectual movement has been made impossible. The rule of public prejudice is everywhere the first consequence of so-called free political institutions, and in England, the politically freest country in Europe, this rule is stronger than anywhere else except for North America, where public prejudice is legally acknowledged as a power in the state by lynch law. The Englishman crawls before public prejudice, he immolates himself to it daily, and the more liberal he is, the more humbly does he grovel in the dust before his idol. Public prejudice in educated society is, however, either of Tory or of Whig persuasion, or at best radical, and even that no longer has quite the odor of propriety. If you should go amongst educated Englishmen and say that you are Chartists or Democrats, the balance of your mind will be doubted and your company fled. Or declare you do not believe in the divinity of Christ, and you are done for. If moreover you confess that you are atheists, the next day people will pretend not to know you. And when the independent Englishman for once, and this happens rarely enough, really begins to think and shakes off the fetters of prejudice he has absorbed with his mother's milk, even then he has not the courage to speak out his convictions openly, even then he feigns an opinion before society that is at least tolerated, and is quite content if occasionally he can discuss his views with some like-minded person in private. Thus the minds of the educated classes in England are closed to all progress and only kept to some degree in movement by the pressure of the working class. It cannot be expected that the literary diet of their decrepit culture should be different from these classes themselves. The whole of fashionable literature moves in a never-ending circle and is just as boring and sterile as this blasé and effete fashionable society. When Strauss das Leben Jesu and its fame crossed the Channel, no respectable man dared to translate the book, nor any bookseller of repute to print it. Finally it was translated by a socialist. The Condition of England. Past and Present by Carlyle. 447. Lecturer, there is no German word for this propagandist term. A man, therefore, in one of the world's least fashionable situations, a small socialist printer printed it in installments at a penny each, 189, and the workers of Manchester, Birmingham, and London were the only readers Strauss had in England. If, by the way, either of the two parties into which the educated section of the English people is split deserves any preference, it is the Tories. In the social circumstances of England, the Whig is himself too much of an interested party to be able to judge. Industry, that focal point of English society, is in his hands and makes him rich. He can find no fault in it and considers its expansion the only purpose of all legislation, for it has given him his wealth and his power. The Tory, on the other hand, whose power and unchallenged dominance have been broken by industry and whose principles have been shaken by it, hates it and sees in it at best a necessary evil. This is the reason for the formation of that group of philanthropic Tories whose chief leaders are Lord Ashley, Farrand, Walter, Osler, etc., and who have made it their duty to take the part of the factory workers against the manufacturers. Thomas Carlyle too was originally a Tory and still stands closer to that party than to the Whigs. This much is certain, a Whig would never have been able to write a book that was half so humane as Past and Present. Thomas Carlyle has become known in Germany through his efforts to make German literature accessible to the English. For several years he has been mainly occupied with the social conditions of England, the only educated man of his country to do so, and as early as 1838 he wrote a brief work entitled Chartism. At that time the Whigs were in office and proclaimed with much trumpeting that the spectre of Chartism, which had arisen round 1835, was now destroyed. Chartism was the natural successor to the old radicalism which had been appeased for a few years by the Reform Bill 190 and reappeared in 1835-36 with new strength and with its ranks more solid than ever before. The Whigs thought they had suppressed this Chartism, and Thomas Carlyle took this as his cue to expound the real causes of Chartism and the impossibility of eradicating it before these causes were eradicated. It is true that as a whole the position taken by that book is the same as in past and present, though with rather stronger Tory coloring, but this is perhaps merely a result of the fact that the Whigs as the ruling party were the most open to criticism. At all events, everything that is in the smaller book is to be found in past and present, with greater clarity, with the argument. 448 Friedrich Engels. Further developed, and with an explicit description of the consequences, and therefore makes a critical analysis of Chartism on our part superfluous. Past and present is a parallel between England in the 12th and in the 19th centuries and consists of 4 sections, entitled Proem, the ancient monk, the modern worker and horoscope. Let us consider these sections in turn. I cannot resist the temptation to translate the finest of the book's often marvelously fine passages. Criticism will no doubt take care of itself. The first chapter of the Proem is called Midas. The condition of England is justly regarded as one of the most ominous, and withal one of the strangest, ever seen in this world. England is full of wealth, in every kind, yet England is dying of inanition. With unabated bounty the land of England blooms and grows, waving with yellow harvests, thick-studded with workshops, industrial implements, with 15 millions of workers, understood to be the strongest, the cunningest, and the willingest our earth ever had. These men are here, the work they have done, the fruit they have realized is here, abundant, exuberant on every hand of us, and behold, some baleful fiat as of enchantment has gone forth, saying, touch it not, ye workers, ye master. Workers, ye master idlers, none of you can touch it, no man of you shall be the better for it. This is enchanted fruit, this fiat falls on the workers first. In 1842 England and Wales counted 1,430,000 paupers, of whom 222,000 were incarcerated in workhouses, poor law bastilles the common people call them, thanks to the humanity of the Whigs. Scotland has no poor law, but poor people in plenty. Ireland, incidentally, can boast of the gigantic number of 2,300,000 paupers. At Stockport Assizes, Cheshire, a mother and a father are arraigned and found guilty of poisoning 3 of their children, to defraud a burial society of some 31.8 due on the death of each child, and the official authorities, it is whispered, hint that perhaps the case is not solitary, that perhaps you had better not probe farther into that department of things. Such instances are like the highest mountain apex emerged into view, under which lies a whole mountain region and land, not yet emerged. A human mother and father had said to themselves, what shall we do to escape starvation? We are deep sunk here, in our dark cellar, and help is far. Yes, in the Ugolino hunger tower stern things happen, best loved little Gaddo fallen dead on his father's knees. The Stockport mother and father think and hint, our poor little starveling Tom, who cries all day for victuals, who will see only evil and not good in this world, if he were out of misery at once, and the rest of us perhaps kept alive. It is thought, and hinted, at last it is done. And now Tom being killed, and all spent and eaten, is it poor little starveling Jack that must go, or poor little starveling Will? What an inquiry of ways and means! In starved sieged cities, in the uttermost doomed ruin of old Jerusalem fallen under the wrath of God, it was prophesied and said, the hands of the pitiful. A Past and Present, London, 1843, p1 ed. The Condition of England. Past and Present by Carlyle 449. Women have sodden their own children. The stern Hebrew imagination could conceive no blacker gulf of wretchedness, that was the ultimatum of degraded God-punished man. And we here, in modern England, exuberant with supply of all kinds, are we reaching that? How come these things? Wherefore are they, wherefore should they be? This happened in 1841. I would add that 5 months ago Betty Yules of Bolton was hanged in Liverpool. She had poisoned 3 children of her own and 2 stepchildren for the same reason. So much for the poor. How do things stand with the rich? This successful industry of England, with its plethoric wealth, has as yet made nobody rich. It is an enchanted wealth, and belongs yet to nobody. We can spend thousands where we once spent hundreds, but can purchase nothing good with them. Many men eat finer cookery, drink dearer liquors. What increase of blessedness is there? Are they better, beautifuler, stronger, braver? Are they even what they call happier? The master worker is not happier, the master idler, that is, the aristocratic landowner, is not happier. To whom, then, is this wealth of England wealth? Who is it that it blesses, makes happier, wiser, beautifuler, better? As yet no one. Our successful industry is hitherto unsuccessful. In the midst of plethoric plenty, the people perish. With gold walls, and full barns, no man feels himself safe or satisfied. Midas longed for gold, and insulted the Olympians. He got gold, so that whatsoever he touched became gold, and he, with his long ears, was little the better for it. Midas had misjudged the celestial music tones. Midas had insulted Apollo and the gods gave him his wish, and a pair of long ears, which also were a good appendage to it. What a truth in these old fables! 0. How true, he continues in the 2nd chapter, is that other old fable of the Sphinx. Nature, like the Sphinx, is a goddess, but one not yet disimprisoned, still half encased in brutishness. In the inarticulate there is order and wisdom on the one hand, but also darkness, ferocity, and fatality. One Sphinx-like nature. German mysticism, say the English, when they read this chapter, has a question to put to every man and every age. Happy is the man who answers it aright. He who does not answer it, or answers wrongly, falls a prey to that part of the Sphinx which is brutish and ferocious. Instead of the beautiful bride he finds a devouring lioness. And so it is with nations too. Can you solve the riddle of destiny? And all unfortunate peoples, like all unfortunate individuals, have answered the question wrongly, have taken the semblance for the truth, have abandoned the eternal inner facts of the universe in favor of transient outer appearances, and England too has done this. England, as Karl later puts it, has fallen a prey to atheism, and its present condition is the necessary consequence of that. We shall have occasion to speak of this later. For the present let us simply observe that the parable of the Sphinx, if it is to be accepted in the above Santheistic sense reminiscent of the older Schelling, could well have been developed somewhat further by Carlyle. The answer to the riddle today is, as it was in the myth, man. Indeed, he is the answer in the widest possible sense. That too will be settled. The next chapter gives us the following description of the Manchester insurrection of August 1842. 191 A million of hungry operative men, rose all up, came all out into the streets, and stood there. What other could they do? Their wrongs and griefs were bitter, insupportable, their rage against the same was just, but who are they that cause these wrongs, who that will, make effort to redress them? Our enemies are we know not who or what, our friends are we know not where. How shall we attack any one, shoot or be shot by any one? Oh, if the accursed invisible nightmare, that is crushing out the life of us and ours, would take a shape, approach us like the Hyrcaniana tiger, the behemoth of chaos, the arch-fiend himself, in any shape that we could see, and fasten on. But the misfortune of the workers in the summer insurrection of 1842 was precisely that they did not know whom to fight against. The evil they suffered was social, and social evils cannot be abolished as the monarchy or privileges are abolished. Social evils cannot be cured by people's charters, 192. And the people sensed this, otherwise the people's charter would be today the basic law of England. Social evils need to be studied and understood, and this the mass of the workers has not yet done up till now. The great achievement of the uprising was that England's most vital question, the question of the final destiny of the working class, was, as Carlyle says, raised in a manner audible to every thinking ear in England. The question can now no longer be evaded. England must answer it or perish. Let us pass over the final chapters of this section, and for the moment to the whole of that which follows, and let us straight away take the third section, which treats of the modern worker, so that we may have before us all of a piece the description of the condition of England which was begun in the proem. We have abandoned, Carlyle continues, the piety of the Middle Ages and acquired nothing in its place. We have forgotten God. We have quietly closed our eyes to the eternal substance of things, and opened them only to the shoes and shams of things. We quietly believe this universe to be intrinsically a great unintelligible, perhaps, extrinsically. In the original, Circinus ed. B. Carlyle, OPCIT, p. 20 ed. The Condition of England. Past and Present by Carlyle 451. Clear enough, it is a great, most extensive cattle fold and workhouse, with most extensive kitchen ranges, a dining tables whereat he is wise who can find a place. All the truth of this universe is uncertain, only the profit and loss of it, the pudding and praise of it, are and remain very visible to the practical man. There is no longer any God for us. God's laws are become a greatest happiness principle, a parliamentary expediency, the heavens overarch us only as an astronomical timekeeper, a butt for Herschel telescopes to shoot science at, to shoot sentimentalities at. In our and old Johnson's dialect, man has lost the soul out of him, and now, begins to find the want of it. This is verily the plague spot, center of the universal social gangrene. There is no religion, there is no God, man has lost his soul, and vainly seeks antiseptic salt. Vainly, in killing kings, in passing reform bills, see in French revolutions, Manchester insurrections, is found no remedy. The foul, leprosy, alleviated for an hour, reappears in new force and desperateness next hour. Since however the place of the old religion could not remain entirely vacant, we have acquired a new gospel in its stead, a gospel that accords with the hollowness and lack of substance of the age, the gospel of Mammon. The Christian heaven and the Christian hell have been abandoned, the former as doubtful, and the latter as absurd, and you have acquired a new hell. The hell of modern England is the consciousness of not succeeding, of not making money. True, we, with our Mammon gospel, have come to strange conclusions. We call it a society, and go about professing openly the totalist separation, isolation. Our life is not a mutual helpfulness, but rather, cloaked under due laws of war, named fair competition and so forth, it is a mutual hostility. We have profoundly forgotten, that cash payment is not the sole relation of human beings. My starving workers, answers the rich mill owner, did not I hire them fairly in the market? Did I not pay them, to the last sixpence, the sum covenanted for? What have I to do with them more? Verily Mammon worship is a melancholy creed. A poor Irish widow, of Edinburgh, went forth with her 3 children, to solicit help from the charitable establishments of that city. At every establishment she was refused, her strength and heart failed her, she sank down in typhus fever, died, and infected her lane with fever, so that 17 other persons died of fever there in consequence. The humane physician who tells this story, Drive W. P. Allison, asks thereupon, would it not have been economy to help this poor widow? She took typhus fever, and killed 17 of you. Very curious. The forlorn Irish widow applies to her fellow creatures, behold I am sinking, bear of help, ye must help me. I am your sister, bone of your bone, one God made us, ye must help me. They answer, no, impossible, thou art no sister of ours. But she proves her sisterhood, her typhus fever kills them, they actually were her brothers, though denying it. Had man ever to go lower for a proof? 3. Carlyle, incidentally, is in error here, as is Alison. The rich have no sympathy, no interest in the death of the 17. Is it not a public blessing that the surplus population should be reduced by 17? If only it were a few million instead of a miserly 17, it would be by so much the better. This is the reasoning of wealthy English Malthusians. And then there is the other, even worse gospel of dilettantism, which has produced a government which does not govern. This gospel has deprived people of all seriousness and impels them to want to appear that which they are not, the striving for happiness, that is, for good food and drink. This gospel has lifted crude matter onto the throne and destroyed all spiritual substance. What shall be the consequence of all this? But what will reflective readers say of a governing class such as ours, addressing its workers with an indictment of overproduction? Overproduction, runs it not so? Ye miscellaneous, manufacturing individuals, ye have produced too much. We accuse you of making above 200,000 shirts for the bare backs of mankind. Your trousers too, which you have made, of fustian, of casimere, of Scotch plaid, of nankeen and woolen broadcloth, are they not manifold? Of hats, of shoes, of stools to sit on, spoons to eat with, nay. You produce gold watches, jewelleries, silver forks, commodes, chiffoniers, stuffed sofas. Heavens, the commercial bazaar and multitudinous Howland Jameses cannot contain you. You have produced, he that seeks your indictment, let him look around. Millions of shirts, and empty pairs of breeches, hang there in judgment against you. We accuse you of overproducing. You are criminally guilty of producing shirts, breeches, hats, shoes, and commodities, in a frightful overabundance. And now there is a glut, and your operatives cannot be fed. See, my lords and gentlemen, of what do you accuse those poor workers? My lords and gentlemen, why, it was you that were appointed, to guard against gluts. You were appointed to preside over the distribution and apportionment of the wages of work done, and to see well that there went no laborer without his hire, were it of money coins, were it of hemp gallows ropes. That function was yours, and from immemorial time has been. These poor shirt spinners have forgotten much, which by the virtual unwritten law of their position they should have remembered, but by any written recognized law of their position, what have they forgotten? They were set to make shirts. The community commanded them, saying, make shirts, and there the shirts are. Too many shirts? Well, that is a novelty, in this intemperate earth, with its 900 millions of bare backs. But the community commanded you, my lords and gentlemen, saying, see that the shirts are well apportioned, and where is the apportionment? 2 million shirtless or ill-shirt workers sit, in workhouse bastilles, 5 million more, in Ogallano hunger cellars, and for remedy, you say, raise currents. You continue, in a triumphant manner, will you bandy accusations, will you accuse us of overproduction? We take the heavens and the earth to witness that we have produced nothing at all. In the wide domains of created nature, circulates no shirt or thing of our producing. We are innocent of producing, yet ungrateful. What mountains of things have we not, on the contrary, had to consume, and make away with? Have they not disappeared before us, as if we had the talent of ostriches, and a kind of divine faculty to eat? Yet ungrateful, and did you not grow under the shadow of our wings? Are not your filthy mills built on these fields of ours? And we shall not offer you our own wheat at the price that pleases us? What would become of you, if we who own the soil of England chose, to decide on growing no wheat more? b. This attitude of the aristocracy, this barbaric question, what would become of you if we did not deign to allow corn to grow, has produced the mad and miserable Corn Laws 19s, the Corn Laws which are so insane that no arguments can be brought against them but such as must needs make an angel in heaven and an ass on earth weep. The Corn Laws prove that the aristocracy has not yet learned to do no mischief, to sit still and do nothing, to say nothing of doing good, and yet this, according to Carlyle, is their duty. You are bound to furnish guidance and governance to England. That is the law of your position. And every worker in the workhouse has the right to ask them above all, why am I here? His appeal is audible in heaven, and will become audible enough on earth too, if it remain unheeded here. His appeal is against you, my lords and gentlemen. You stand in the front rank of the accused. You, by the very place you hold, have first of all to answer him. See the fate of the idle aristocracy, as one reads its horoscope hitherto in corn laws and such like, is an abyss that fills one with despair. Yes, my rosy fox-hunting brothers, through those fresh buxom countenances of yours, through your corn law majorities, sliding scales, protecting duties, bribery elections and triumphant Kentish fire, a thinking eye discerns ghastly images of ruin, too ghastly for words, a handwriting as of many, many. Good God! Did not a French Donno-thing aristocracy, hardly above half a century ago, declare in like manner, we cannot exist, and continue to dress and parade ourselves, on the rent of the soil? We must have farther payment than rent of the soil, we must be exempted from taxes too, we must have a corn law to extend our rent. This was in 1789, in 4 years more have you heard of the tanneries of Moudon, and the long naked making for themselves breeches of human skins. May the merciful heavens avert the omen, may we be wiser, that so we be less wretched. And the working aristocracy is caught in the partridge nets of the idle aristocracy, and with its mammonison eventually finds itself in dire straits too. The continental people, it would seem, are exporting our machinery, beginning to spin cotton and manufacture for themselves, to cut us out of this market and then out of that. Sad news indeed, by no means the saddest news. The saddest news is, that we should find our national existence, as I sometimes hear it said, depend on selling manufactured cotton at a farthing an ell cheaper than any other people. A most narrow stand for a great nation to base itself on. A stand which, with all the corn law abrogations conceivable, I do not think will be capable of enduring. No great nation can stand on the apex of such a pyramid, screwing itself higher and higher, balancing itself on its great toe. In brief, all this mammon gospel, with its hell of failing to make money, of supply and demand, competition, free trade, laissez-faire, 194 and devil take the hindmost, begins to be, the shabbiest gospel ever preached on earth. C.S. Were the corn laws did tomorrow, there is nothing yet ended, there is only room made for all manner of things beginning. The corn laws gone, and trade made free, it is certain this paralysis of industry will pass away. We shall have another period of commercial enterprise, of victory and prosperity. The strangling band of famine will be loosened from our necks, we shall have room again to breathe, time to bethink ourselves, to repent and consider. A thrice precious space of years, wherein to struggle as for life in reforming our foul ways, in alleviating, instructing, regulating our people, that something like spiritual food be imparted them, some real governance and guidance be provided them. It will be a priceless time. For our new period, of commercial prosperity will and can, on the old methods of competition and devil take the hindmost, prove but a paroxysm, likely enough, our last. If our trade in 20 years, double itself, yet then also, our population is doubled, we shall then be as we are, only twice as many of us, twice and 10 times as unmanageable. 6. Me, into what latitudes, in this time voyage, have we wandered, where the men go about as if by galvanism, with meaningless glaring eyes, and have no soul, but only a beaver faculty and stomach. The haggard despair of cotton factory, coal mine operatives, Chandos farm laborers, in these days, is painful to behold, but not so painful, to the inner sense, as that brutish God-forgetting profit and loss philosophy, and life theory, which we hear jangled on all hands of us, in Senate houses, spouting clubs, leading articles, pulpits and platforms, everywhere as the ultimate gospel and candid plain English of man's life. And yet I will venture to believe that in no time, since the beginnings of society, was the iot of those same dumb millions of toilers so entirely unbearable as it is, now. It is not to die, or even to die of hunger, that makes a man wretched. All men must die. The last exit of us all is in a fire chariot of pain. But it is to live miserable we know not why, to work sore and yet gain nothing, to be heart-worn, weary, yet isolated, unrelated, girt in with a cold universal laissez-faire. It is to die slowly all our life long, imprisoned in a deaf, dead, infinite injustice, as in the accursed iron belly of a phalaris bull. This is and remains forever intolerable to all men whom God has made. Do we wonder at French revolutions, Chartisms, revolts of 3 days? The times, if we will consider them, are really unexampled. If in such unexampled times the aristocracy shows itself incapable of guiding public affairs, it is necessary to expel it. Hence democracy. To what extent democracy has now reached, how it advances irresistible with ominous, ever-increasing speed, he that will open his eyes on any province of human affairs may discern. From the thunder of Napoleon battles, to the jabbering of open vestry in St. Mary Axe, all things announce democracy zero. But what, after all, is democracy? Nothing but the absence of masters who could govern you, and the acceptance of this unavoidable absence, the attempt to manage without them. No man oppresses thee, O free and independent franchiser, but does not this stupid porter pot oppress thee? No son of Adam can bid thee come or go, but this absurd pot of heavy wet, this can and does. Thou art the thrall not of Cedric the Saxon, but of thy own brutal appetites. And thou pratest of thy liberty? Thou entire blockhead, e. The notion that a man's liberty consists in giving his vote at election hustings, and saying, behold now I too have my 20,000th part of a talker in our national palaver, will not all the gods be good to me? Is one of the pleasantest. The liberty especially which has to purchase itself by social isolation, and each man standing separate from the other, having no business with him but a cash account. This liberty turns out, before it have long continued in action, to be, for the working millions a liberty to die by want of food, for the idle thousands and units, a liberty to live in want of work. Brethren, we know but imperfectly yet, after ages of constitutional government, what liberty is and slavery is. Democracy shall go its full course. The toiling millions, in most vital need and passionate instinctive desire of guidance, shall cast away false guidance, and hope, for an hour, that no guidance will suffice them, but it can be for an hour only. The oppression of man by his mock superiors, let him shake off, I blame him not, I pity and commend him. But oppression by your mock superiors well shaken off, the grand problem yet remains to solve, that of finding government by your real superiors. 8. The leadership, as it now exists, is, to be sure, wretched enough. In the case of the late bribery committee of Parliament it seemed to be the conclusion of the soundest practical minds that bribery could not be put down, that pure election was a thing we had seen the last of, and must now go on without, as we best could. A Parliament, which proclaims itself elected and eligible by bribery. What legislating can you get out of that? Bribery means not only length of purse, but it means dishonesty, and even impudent dishonesty, brazen insensibility to lying and to making others lie. What an improvement, were there once fairly. In Downing Street, an election office opened, 3 with a tariff of boroughs. Such and such a population, amount of property tax, ground rental, returns 2 members, returns 1 member, for so much money down, Ipswich so many thousands, Nottingham so many, now at least you have it fairly by length of purse, and leave the dishonesty, the impudence, the unveracity all handsomely aside. Br. Parliament announces itself elected and eligible in this manner. What is to become of a Parliament elected or eligible in this manner? Unless Belial and Beelzebub have got possession of the throne of this universe, such Parliament is preparing itself for new reform bills. We shall have to try it by Chartism, or any conceivable ism, rather than put up with this. A parliament working with a lie in its mouth, will have to take itself away. At all hours of the day and night, some Chartism zero is advancing, some armed Cromwell is advancing, to apprise such parliament, yet or no parliament. In the name of God go. This is the condition of England, according to Carlyle. An idle land-downing aristocracy which have not yet learned even to sit still and do no mischief, a working aristocracy submerged in Mammonism, who, when they ought to be collectively the leaders of labor, captains of industry, are just a gang of industrial buccaneers and pirates. A parliament elected by bribery, a philosophy of simply looking on, of doing nothing, of laissez-faire, a worn-out, crumbling religion, a total disappearance of all general human interests, a universal despair of truth and humanity, and in consequence a universal isolation of men in their own brute individuality, a chaotic, savage confusion of all aspects of life, a war of all against all, a general death of the spirit, a dearth of soul, that is, of truly human consciousness, a disproportionately strong working class, in intolerable oppression and wretchedness, in furious discontent and rebellion against the old social order, and hence a threatening, irresistibly advancing democracy everywhere, chaos, disorder, anarchy, dissolution of the old ties of society, everywhere intellectual insipidity, frivolity, and debility. That is the condition of England. Thus far, if we discount a few expressions that have derived from Carlyle's particular standpoint, we must allow the truth of all he says. He, alone of the respectable class, has kept his eyes open at least towards the facts, he has at least correctly apprehended the immediate present, and that is indeed a very great deal for an educated Englishman. How does the future appear? Matters will not and cannot remain as they are now. We have seen that Carlyle has, as he himself admits, no Morrison's pill, 196 no panacea for curing the. Engels has, be honest, open an election office in Downing Street. Ed B. Carlyle, OPCIT, pages 338-39. Ed C. Engels has, Chartist. Ed D. Carlyle, OPCIT, p. 340. Ed. The Condition of England. Past and Present by Carlyle. 457. Ills of Society. In that too he is right. All social philosophy, as long as it still propounds a few principles as its final conclusion, as long as it continues to administer Morrison's pills, remains very imperfect. It is not the bare conclusions of which we are in such need, but rather study. The conclusions are nothing without the reasoning that has led up to them, this we have known since Hegel, and the conclusions are worse than useless if they are final in themselves, if they are not turned into premises for further deductions. But the conclusions must also assume a distinct form for a time, they must in the course of development evolve from vague imprecision into clear ideas, and then of course, in the case of such an exclusively empirical nation as the English are, they cannot avoid becoming Morrison's pills. Carlyle himself, although he has absorbed much that is German and is quite far removed from crass empiricism, would probably have a few pills to hand if he were less vague and hazy about the future. Meanwhile he declares everything to be useless and unprofitable as long as mankind persists in atheism, as long as it has not recovered its soul. Not that traditional Catholicism can be restored in its vigor and vitality, nor that today's religion can be maintained. He knows very well that rituals, dogmas, litanies, and Sinai thunder cannot help, that all the thunder of Sinai does not make the truth any truer, nor does it frighten any sensible person, that we are far beyond the religion of fear, but religion itself must be restored. We ourselves see where 2 centuries of atheist government since the blessed restoration of Charles II have brought us, and we shall gradually also be obliged to recognize that this atheism is beginning to show signs of wear and tear. But we have seen what Carlyle calls atheism. It is not so much disbelief in a personal God, as disbelief in the inner essence, in the infinity of the universe, disbelief in reason, despair of the intellect and the truth. His struggle is not against disbelief in the revelation of the Bible, but against the most frightful disbelief, the disbelief in the Bible of universal history. That is the eternal book of God in which every man, while his spirit and the light of his eyes are yet with him, may see God's finger write. To make mockery of this is disbelief like none other, a disbelief you would punish, not by burning at the stake, but nevertheless with the most imperative command to keep one's silence until one has something better to say. Why should blissful silence be broken by loud noise, just to proclaim such stuff? If there is no divine reason in the past, but merely diabolic unreason, it will pass away forever. Speak no more of it. We whose fathers were all hanged, should not talk of ropes. I 48. 458 Friedrich Engels. But modern England cannot believe in history. The eye sees of all things only so much as it can see by its own inherent capacity. A godless century cannot comprehend epochs filled with God. It sees in the past, the Middle Ages, only empty strife, the universal rule of brute force. It does not see that in the last analysis might and right coincide. It just sees stupidity, savage unreason, more fitting to Bedlam than to a human world. From this it naturally follows that the same qualities should continue to prevail in our own time. Millions held in Bastille workhouses, Irish widows who prove that they are human beings by typhus fever, what would you have? It was ever so, or worse. Has history not always been the exploitation of obdurate stupidity by successful mountebanks? There was no God in the past, nothing but mechanisms and chaotic brute gods. How shall the poor philosophic historian, to whom his own century is all godless, see any God in other centuries? And yet our age is not so utterly forsaken. Nay, in our poor distracted Europe itself, in these newest times, have there not religious voices risen with a religion new and yet the oldest, entirely indisputable to all hearts of men? Some I do know, who did not call or think themselves prophets, but who were, in very truth, melodious voices from the eternal heart of nature once again, souls forever venerable to all that have a soul. A French Revolution is one phenomenon, as complement and spiritual exponent thereof, a poet Goethe and German literature is to me another. The old secular or practical world, having gone up in fire, is not here the prophecy and dawn of a new spiritual world, parent of far nobler, wider, new practical worlds? A life of antique devoutness, antique veracity and heroism, has again become possible, is again seen actual there, for the most modern man. A phenomenon, as quiet as it is, comparable for greatness to no other. Touches there are, of new sphere melody, audible once more, in the infinite jargoning discords, of the thing called literature. Goethe is the prophet of the religion of the future, and its cult is work. For there is a perennial nobleness, and even sacredness, in work. Were he never so benighted, forgetful of his high calling, there is always hope in a man that actually and earnestly works. In idleness alone is there perpetual despair. Work, never so mammonish, mean, is in communication with nature. The real desire to get work done will itself lead one more and more to truth, to nature's appointments and regulations. An endless significance lies in work. A man perfects himself by working. Foul jungles are cleared away, fair seed fields rise instead, and stately cities, and withal the man himself first ceases to be a jungle and foul unwholesome desert thereby. Consider how, even in the meanest sorts of labor, the whole soul of a man is composed into a kind of real harmony, the instant he sets himself to work. Doubt, desire, sorrow, remorse, indignation, despair itself, all these like hell-dogs lie beleaguering the soul of the poor day worker, as of every man, but he bends himself with free valor against his task, and, all these shrink murmuring far off into their caves. The man is now a man. The blessed glow of labor in him, is it not as purifying fire, wherein all poison is burnt up, and of sour smoke itself there is made bright blessed flame? B. Blessed is he who has found his work, let him ask no other blessedness. He has a work, a life purpose, he has found it, and will follow it. How, as a free-flowing channel, dug, through the sour mud swamp of one's existence, etc. runs and flows, draining off the sour festering water, gradually from the root of the remotest grass blade, making, instead of pestilential swamp, a green fruitful meadow. Labor is life. Properly thou hast no other knowledge but what thou hast got by working, the rest is yet all a hypothesis, a thing to be argued of in schools, a thing floating in the clouds, in endless logic vortices, till we try it and fix it. Doubt, of whatever kind, can be ended by action alone. Admirable was that saying 6 of the old monks, laborare est orare, work is worship. Older than all preached gospels was this unpreached, inarticulate, but ineradicable, forever enduring gospel, work, and therein have well-being. Man, lies there not, in the innermost heart of thee, a spirit of active method, a force for work, and burns like a painfully smouldering fire, giving thee no rest till thou unfold it, till thou write it down in beneficent facts around thee. What is immethodic, waste, thou shalt make methodic, regulated, arable, obedient and productive to thee. Wheresoever thou findest disorder, there is thy eternal enemy, attack him swiftly, subdue him, make order of him, the subject not of chaos, but of intelligence, divinity, and thee. But above all, where thou findest ignorance, stupidity, brute-mindedness, attack it, I say, smite it wisely, unweariedly, and rest not while thou livest and it lives, but smite, in the name of God. Thou shalt work while it is called today. For the night cometh, wherein no man can work. All true work is sacred. Sweat of the brow, sweat of the brain, sweat of the heart, which includes all Kepler calculations, Newton meditations, all sciences, all spoken epics, all acted heroisms, martyrdoms up to that agony of bloody sweat, which all men have called divine. If this is not worship, the more pity for worship. Who art thou that complainest of thy life of toil? Complain not. To thee heaven, though severe, is not unkind, heaven is kind as a noble mother, as that Spartan mother, saying while she gave her son his shield, with it, my son, or upon it? Complain not, the very Spartans did not complain. One monster there is in the world, the idle man. What is his religion? That nature is a phantasm. That God is a lie, and that man and his life are a lie. But work too has been dragged into the furious vortex of disorder and chaos, the principle which was to cleanse, enlighten, evolve, has succumbed to involution, confusion and obscurity. This really leads to the main issue, the future of work. What a business will this be, which our continental friends, groping this long while somewhat absurdly about it, call organization of labor, which must be taken out of the hands of absurd windy persons, and put into the hands of wise, laborious, and valiant men, to begin with it straightway, to proceed with it, and succeed in it more and more, if Europe, at any rate if England, is to continue habitable much longer. Looking at the kind of most noble corn law dukes or practical dutses we have, and also of right reverend sole overseers, Christian spiritual dutses on a minimum of 4,500, one's hopes are a little chilled. Courage, nevertheless, there are many brave men in England. My indomitable plug son, nay, is there not even in thee some hope? Thou art hitherto a buccaneer, but in that grim brow, in that indomitable heart which can conquer cotton, do there not perhaps lie other 10 times nobler conquests? 0. Look around you. Your world hosts are all in mutiny, in confusion, destitution, on the eve of fiery wreck and madness. They will not march farther for you, on the sixpence a day and supply and demand principle, they will not, nor ought they, nor can they. Their souls are driven nigh mad, let yours be, saner. Not as a bewildering mob, but as a firm regimented mass, with real captains over them, will these men march any more. All human interests, combined human endeavors, have, at a certain stage of their development, required organizing, and work, the grandest of human interests, does now require it. In order to effect this organization, in order to put true guidance and true government in the place of false guidance, Carlyle longs for a true aristocracy, a hero worship, and puts forward the second great problem to discover the apicto, the best, whose task it is to combine with inevitable democracy indispensable sovereignty. From these excerpts Carlyle's position emerges fairly clearly. His whole outlook is essentially pantheistic, and, more specifically, pantheistic with German overtones. The English have no pantheism but merely scepticism. The conclusion of all English philosophising is the despair of reason, the confessed inability to solve the contradictions with which one is ultimately faced, and consequently on the one hand a relapse into faith and on the other devotion to pure practice, without a further thought for metaphysics, etc. Carlyle with his pantheism derived from German literature is therefore a phenomenon in England, and for the practical and sceptical English a pretty incomprehensible one. People gape at him, speak of German mysticism and distorted English, others claim there is at bottom something in it. His English, though unusual, is very fine, he is a prophet, etc. But nobody really knows what to make of it all. For us Germans, who know the antecedents of Carlyle's position, the matter is clear enough. On the one hand vestiges of Tory romanticism and humane attitudes originating with Cothe, and on the other sceptical empirical England, these factors are sufficient for one to deduce the whole of Carlyle's view of the world from them. Like all pantheists, Carlyle has not yet resolved the contradiction, and Carlyle's dualism is aggravated by the fact that though he is acquainted with German literature, he is not acquainted with its necessary corollary, German philosophy, and all his views are in consequence ingenuous, intuitive, more like Schelling than Hegel. With Schelling, that is to say, with the old Schelling, not the Schelling of the philosophy of Revelation 197, Carlyle really has a great deal in common with Strauss, whose outlook is similarly pantheistic. He is on common ground in his hero worship or cult of genius. The critique of pantheism has recently been so exhaustively set forth in Germany that little more remains to be said. Feuerbach's theses in the Anecdote and Bruno Bauer's works contain all the relevant material. We will therefore be able to confine ourselves simply to following up the implications of Carlyle's position and showing that it is basically only a first step towards the position adopted by this journal. Carlyle complains about the emptiness and hollowness of the age, about the inner rottenness of all social institutions. The complaint is fair, but by simply complaining one does not dispose of the matter. In order to redress the evil, its cause must be discovered, and if Carlyle had done this, he would have found that this desultoriness and hollowness, this soullessness, this irreligion, and this atheism have their roots in religion itself. Religion by its very essence drains man and nature of substance, and transfers this substance to the phantom of an otherworldly God, who in turn then graciously permits man and nature to receive some of his superfluity. Now as long as faith in this otherworldly phantom is vigorous and alive, thus long man will acquire in this roundabout way at least some substance. The strong faith of the Middle Ages did indeed give the whole epoch considerable energy in this way, but it was energy that did not come from without but was already present within human nature, though as yet unperceived and undeveloped. Faith gradually weakened, religion crumbled in the face of the rising level of civilization, but still man did not perceive that he had worshipped and deified his own being in the guise of a being outside himself. Lacking awareness and at the same time faith, man can have no substance, he is bound to despair of truth, reason, and nature, and this hollowness and lack of substance, the despair of the eternal facts of the universe will last until mankind perceives that the being it has worshipped as God was its own, as yet unknown being, until but why should I copy Feuerbach? The hollowness has long been there, for religion represents man's action of making himself hollow, and you are surprised that now, when the purple that concealed it has faded, when the fog that enveloped it has passed away, that now, to your consternation, it emerges in the full light of day? Carlyle accuses the age furthermore. This is the immediate consequence of the foregoing of hypocrisy and lying. Naturally the hollowness and enervation must be decently concealed and kept upright by accessories, padded clothes, and whalebone stays. We too attack the hypocrisy of the present Christian state of the world, the struggle against it, our liberation from it and the liberation of the world from it are ultimately our sole occupation, but because through the development of philosophy we are able to discern this hypocrisy, and because we are waging the struggle scientifically, the nature of this hypocrisy is no longer so strange and incomprehensible to us as it admittedly still is to Carlyle. This hypocrisy is traced back by us to religion, the first word of which is a lie. Or does religion not begin by showing us something human and claiming it is something superhuman, something divine? But because we know that all this lying and immorality follows from religion, that religious hypocrisy, theology, is the archetype of all other lies and hypocrisy, we are justified in extending the term theology to the whole untruth and hypocrisy of the present, as was originally done by Feuerbach and Bruno Bauer. Carlyle should read their works if he wishes to know the origin of the immorality that plagues our whole society. A new religion, a pantheistic hero worship, a cult of work, ought to be set up or is to be expected, but this is impossible. All the possibilities of religion are exhausted, after Christianity, after absolute, i.e., abstract, religion, after religion as such, no other form of religion can arise. Carlyle himself realizes that Catholic, Protestant or any other kind of Christianity is irresistibly moving towards its downfall. If he knew the nature of Christianity, the condition of England, past and present by Carlyle 463, would realize that after it no other religion is possible. Not even pantheism. Pantheism itself is another consequence of Christianity and cannot be divorced from its antecedent. At least that is true of modern pantheism, of Spinoza's, Schelling's, Hegel's, and also Carlyle's pantheism. Once more, Feuerbach relieves me of the trouble of providing proof of this. As I have said, we too are concerned with combating the lack of principle, the inner emptiness, the spiritual deadness, the untruthfulness of the age. We are waging a war to the death against all these things, just as Carlyle is, and there is a much greater probability that we shall succeed than that he will, because we know what we want. We want to put an end to atheism, as Carlyle portrays it, by giving back to man the substance he has lost through religion, not as divine but as human substance, and this whole process of giving back is no more than simply the awakening of self-consciousness. We want to sweep away everything that claims to be supernatural and superhuman, and thereby get rid of untruthfulness, for the root of all untruth and lying is the pretension of the human and the natural to be superhuman and supernatural. For that reason we have once and for all declared war on religion and religious ideas and care little whether we are called atheists or anything else. If however Carlyle's pantheistic definition of atheism were correct, it is not we but our Christian opponents who would be the true atheists. We have no intention of attacking the eternal inner facts of the universe. On the contrary, we have for the first time truly substantiated them by proving their perpetuity and rescuing them from the omnipotent arbitrariness of an inherently self-contradictory God. We have no intention of pronouncing the world, man, and his life a lie. On the contrary, our Christian opponents are guilty of this act of immorality when they make the world and man dependent on the grace of a God who in reality was only created from the reflected image of man in the crude hyle of his own undeveloped consciousness. We have no intention whatever of doubting or despising the revelation of history, for history is all and everything to us and we hold it more highly than any other previous philosophical trend, more highly than Hegel even, who after all used it only as a case against which to test his logical problem. It is the other side that scorns history and disregards the development of mankind. It is the Christians again who, by putting forward a separate history of the kingdom of God, deny that real history has any inner substantiality and claim that the substantiality belongs exclusively to their otherworldly, 464 Friedrich Engels. Abstract and, what is more, fictitious history, who, by asserting that the culmination of the human species is their Christ, make history attain an imaginary goal, interrupt it in mid-course and are now obliged, if only for the sake of consistency, to declare the following 1800 years to be totally nonsensical and utterly meaningless. We lay claim to the meaning of history, but we see in history not the revelation of God but of man and only of man. We have no need, in order to see the splendor of the human character, in order to recognize the development of the human species through history, its irresistible progress, its ever-certain victory over the unreason of the individual, its overcoming of all that is apparently supernatural, its hard but successful struggle against nature until the final achievement of free, human self-consciousness, the discernment of the unity of man and nature, and the independent creation voluntarily and by its own effort of a new world based on purely human and moral social relationships. In order to recognize all that in its greatness, we have no need first to summon up the abstraction of a God and to attribute to it everything beautiful, great, sublime, and truly human. We do not need to follow this roundabout path, we do not need first to imprint the stamp of the divine on what is truly human, in order to be sure of its greatness and splendor. On the contrary, the more divine, in other words, the more inhuman, something is, the less we shall be able to admire it. Only the human origin of the content of all religions still preserves for them here and there some claim to respect, only the consciousness that even the wildest superstition nevertheless has within it at bottom the eternal determinants of human nature, in however dislocated and distorted a form, only this awareness saves the history of religion, and particularly of the Middle Ages, from total rejection and eternal oblivion, which would otherwise certainly be the fate of these godly histories. The more godly they are, the more inhuman, the more bestial, and the godly Middle Ages did indeed produce the culmination of human bestiality, serfdom, jus primi noctis, etc. The godlessness of our age, of which Carlyle so much complains, is precisely its saturation with God. From this it also becomes clear why, above, I gave man as the solution to the riddle of the Sphinx. The question has previously always been, what is God? And German philosophy has answered the question in this sense, God is man. Man has only to understand himself, to take himself as the measure of all aspects of life, to judge according to his being, to organize the world in a truly human manner according to the demands of his own nature, and he will. The Condition of England. Past and Present by Carlyle 465. Have solved the riddle of our time. Not in otherworldly, non-existent regions, not beyond time and space, not with a God immanent in or opposed to the world, is the truth to be found, but much nearer, in man's own breast. Man's own substance is far more splendid and sublime than the imaginary substance of any conceivable God, who is after all only the more or less indistinct and distorted image of man himself. So when Carlyle follows Ben Jonson in saying, man has lost his soul and is only now beginning to notice the want of it, the right formulation would be, in religion man has lost his own substance, has alienated his humanity, and now that religion, through the progress of history, has begun to totter, he notices his emptiness and instability. But there is no other salvation for him, he cannot regain his humanity, his substance, other than by thoroughly overcoming all religious ideas and returning firmly and honestly, not to God, but to himself. All of this may also be found in Goethe, the prophet, and anyone who has his eyes open can read this between the lines. Goethe did not like to be concerned with God, the word made him uncomfortable, he felt at home only in human matters, and this humanity, this emancipation of art from the fetters of religion is precisely what constitutes Goethe's greatness. Neither the ancients nor Shakespeare can measure up to him in this respect. But this consummate humanity, this overcoming of the religious dualism can only be apprehended in its full historical significance by those who are not strangers to that other aspect of German national development, philosophy. What Goethe could only express spontaneously, and therefore, it is true, in a certain sense prophetically, has been developed and substantiated in contemporary German philosophy. Carlyle too embodies assumptions which, logically, must lead to the position set forth above. Pantheism itself is but the last, preliminary step towards a free and human point of view. History, which Carlyle presents as the real revelation, contains only what is human, and only by an arbitrary act can its content be taken away from humanity and credited to the account of a God. Work, free activity, in which Carlyle similarly sees a cult, is again a purely human matter and can only be linked with God in an arbitrary manner. What is the point of continually pushing to the fore a word which at best only expresses the boundlessness of indetermination and, what is more, maintains the illusion of dualism, a word which in itself is the denial of nature and humanity? So much for the inward, religious aspect of Carlyle's standpoint. It serves as a point of departure for the assessment of the 466 Friedrich Engels. Outward, politico-social aspect, Carlyle has still enough religion to remain in a state of unfreedom. Pantheism still recognizes something higher than man himself. Hence his longing for a true aristocracy, for heroes, as if these heroes could at best be more than men. If he had understood man as man in all his infinite complexity, he would not have conceived the idea of once more dividing mankind into two lots, sheep and goats, rulers and ruled, aristocrats and the rabble, lords and dolts. He would have seen the proper social function of talent not in ruling by force but in acting as a stimulant and taking the lead. The role of talent is to convince the masses of the truth of its ideas, and it will then have no need further to worry about their application, which will follow entirely of its own accord. Mankind is surely not passing through democracy to arrive back eventually at the point of departure. What Carlyle says about democracy, incidentally, leaves little to be desired, if we discount what we have just been referring to, his lack of clarity about the goal, the purpose of modern democracy. Democracy, true enough, is only a transitional stage, though not towards a new, improved aristocracy, but towards real human freedom, just as the irreligiousness of the age will eventually lead to complete emancipation from everything that is religious, superhuman, and supernatural, and not to its restoration. Carlyle recognizes the inadequacy of competition, demand and supply, mammonism, etc., and is far removed from asserting the absolute justification of land ownership. So why has he not drawn the straightforward conclusion from all these assumptions and rejected the whole concept of property? How does he think he will destroy competition, supply and demand, mammonism, etc., as long as the root of all these things, private property, exists? Organization of labor cannot help in this respect. It cannot even be applied without a certain identity of interests. Why then does he not act consistently and decisively, proclaiming the identity of interests the only truly human state of affairs, and thereby putting an end to all difficulties, all imprecision and lack of clarity? In all Carlyle's rhapsodies, there is not a syllable mentioning the English socialists. As long as he adheres to his present point of view, which is admittedly infinitely far in advance of that of the mass of educated people in England but still abstract and theoretical, he will indeed not be able to view their efforts with particular sympathy. The English socialists are purely practical and therefore also propose remedies, home colonies, 198 etc., rather in the manner of Morrison's pills. Their philosophy is truly English, sceptical, in The Condition of England. Past and Present by Carlyle 467. Other words, they despair of theory, and for all practical purposes they cling to the materialism upon which their whole social system is based. All this will have little appeal for Carlyle, but he is as one-sided as they. Both have only overcome the contradiction within the contradiction, the socialists within the sphere of practice, Carlyle within the sphere of theory, and even there only spontaneously, whereas the socialists, by means of reasoning, have definitely overcome the practical aspect of the contradiction. The socialists are still Englishmen, when they ought to be simply men. Of philosophical developments on the continent they are only acquainted with materialism but not with German philosophy. That is their only shortcoming, and they are directly engaged on the rectification of this deficiency by working for the removal of national differences. We have no need to be very hasty in forcing German philosophy on them. They will come to it of their own accord and it could be of little use to them now. But in any case they are the only party in England which has a future, relatively weak though they may be. Democracy, Chartism must soon be victorious, and then the mass of the English workers will have the choice only between starvation and socialism. For Carlyle and his standpoint, ignorance of German philosophy is not a matter of such indifference. He is himself a theoretician of the German type, and yet at the same time his nationality leads him to empiricism. He is beset by a flagrant contradiction which can only be resolved if he continues to develop his German theoretical viewpoint to its final conclusion, until it is totally reconciled with empiricism. To surmount the contradiction in which he is working, Carlyle has only one more step to take, but as all experience in Germany has shown, it is a difficult one. Let us hope that he will take it, and although he is no longer young, he will still probably be capable of it, for the progress shown in his last book 3 proves that his views are still developing. 199 All this shows that Carlyle's book is 10,000 times more worth translating into German than all the legions of English novels which every day and every hour are imported into Germany, and I can only advocate such a translation. But let our hack translators just keep their hands off it. Carlyle writes a very particular English, and a translator who does not thoroughly understand English and references to English conditions would make the most absurd howlers. A Thomas Carlyle, Past and Present ed. 468 Friedrich Engels. Following this somewhat general introduction, I shall examine in greater detail in the following numbers of this journal the condition of England and the essential part of it, the condition of the working class. The condition of England is of immense importance for history and for all other countries, for as regards social matters England is of course far in advance of all other countries. Written in January 1844, printed according to the journal, first published in the Deutsche Französisch, published in English for the first Jahrbucher, 1844 times, signed, Friedrich Engels in Manchester. The condition of England 200. I. The 18th century. Vorwärts. Number 70, August 31, 1844. The century of revolution has to all appearances passed England by, causing little change. While on the continent an entire old world was shattered, while a 25-year war 201 cleared the air, in England everything remained calm, neither state nor church were in any way threatened. And yet since the middle of the last century England has experienced a greater upheaval than any other country, an upheaval which is all the more momentous the more quietly it is brought about, and it will therefore in all probability attain its goal more readily in practice than the political revolution in France or the philosophical revolution in Germany. The revolution in England is a social one and therefore more comprehensive and far-reaching than any other. There are no fields however remote of human knowledge and no conditions of life which have not contributed to it and which in turn have not been affected by it. The only true revolution is a social revolution, to which political and philosophical revolution must lead, and this social revolution has already been in progress in England for 70 or 80 years and is rapidly approaching its crisis at this very time. The 18th century was the assembling, the gathering of mankind from the fragmentation and isolation into which it had been driven by Christianity. It was the penultimate step towards the self-understanding and self-liberation of mankind, but just because it was the penultimate step it was still partial and remained within the contradictions. The 18th century collated the results of the past, which had previously been scattered and appeared to be fortuitous, and laid bare their necessity. 470 Friedrich Engels. An inner connection. The jumble of countless scientific discoveries was put in order, classified, and the causal connections shown. Knowledge became science, and the sciences approached their perfection, that is to say, they took philosophy on the one hand and practice on the other as their point of departure. Before the 18th century science did not exist, the study of nature assumed its scientific form only in the 18th century or, in some fields, a few years earlier. Newton created scientific astronomy with the law of gravitation, scientific optics with the decomposition of light, scientific mathematics with the binomial theorem and the theory of infinity, and scientific mechanics with the analysis of the nature of forces. Physics likewise acquired its scientific character in the 18th century. Chemistry was only brought into being by Black, Lavoisier, and Priestley. Geography became a science with the establishment of the form of the earth and the many voyages which only now were of benefit to science, With Buffon and Lynn, natural history too became a science. Even geology gradually began to struggle free from the whirl of fantastic hypotheses which threatened to engulf it. The concept of the encyclopedia was typical of the 18th century. It was based on the awareness that all these sciences were interconnected, but it was not yet able to show these connections, so that only a simple juxtaposition could be achieved. History was in a similar position. Now for the first time we find voluminous compilations of world history, as yet without any critical comment, and entirely without a philosophical approach, but nevertheless universal history instead of the previous historical fragments limited both in time and place. Politics was given a human foundation, and political economy was reformed by Adam Smith. The culmination of science in the 18th century was materialism, the first system of natural philosophy and the consequence of this development of the natural sciences. The struggle against the abstract subjectivity of Christianity forced the philosophy of the 18th century to the other extreme. It opposed subjectivity with objectivity, the mind with nature, spiritualism with materialism, the abstract individual with the abstract universal or substance. The 18th century represents the revival of the spirit of antiquity as against that of Christianity. Materialism and the Republic, the philosophy and politics of the ancient world, arose anew, and the French, the exponents of the ethos of antiquity within Christianity, assumed the historical initiative for a time. The 18th century thus did not resolve the great antithesis which has been the concern of history from the beginning and the condition of England. The 18th century 47-1. Whose development constitutes history, the antithesis of substance and subject, nature and mind, necessity and freedom, but it set the two sides against each other, fully developed and in all their sharpness, and thereby made it necessary to overcome the antithesis. The consequence of this clear final evolution of the antithesis was general revolution which spread over various nations and whose imminent completion will at the same time resolve the antithesis of history up to the present. The Germans, the nation of Christian spiritualism, experienced a philosophical revolution. The French, the nation of classical materialism and hence of politics, had to go through a political revolution. The English, a nation that is a mixture of German and French elements, who therefore embody both sides of the antithesis and are for that reason more universal than either of the two factors taken separately, were for that reason drawn into a more universal, a social revolution. This will need to be elaborated in greater detail, for the position of nations, at least with regard to recent times, has in our philosophy of history so far been dealt with very inadequately, or rather not at all. That Germany, France, and England are the three foremost countries at the present moment in history, I can doubtless take for granted. That the Germans represent the Christian spiritual principle, the French that of classical materialism, in other words, that the former represent religion and the church and the latter politics and the state, is equally obvious or will be made so in due course. The significance of the English in recent history is less conspicuous, and yet for our present purpose, it is the most important. The English nation was formed from Germanic and Romance people at a time when the two nations had only just separated from one another and their development towards the two sides of the antithesis had scarcely begun. The Germanic and Romance elements developed alongside one another and eventually formed one nation which contains the two unmediated sides. Germanic idealism retained abundant scope so that it was even able to turn into its opposite, abstract externalism, the fact that women and children may still be legally sold, and indeed the whole mercantile spirit of the English, must definitely be attributed to the Germanic element. In a similar fashion, Romance materialism turned into abstract idealism, inwardness, and piety, hence the phenomenon of Romance Catholicism persisting within Germanic Protestantism, the established church, the papacy of the sovereign and the thoroughly Catholic manner of disposing of religion with mere formalities. The English nation is characterized. 472 Friedrich Engels. By this unresolved contradiction and the mingling of the sharpest contrasts. The English are the most religious nation on earth and at the same time the most irreligious. They worry more about the next world than any other nation, and at the same time they live as though this world were all that mattered to them. Their expectation of heaven does not hinder them in the slightest from believing equally firmly in the hell of making no money. Hence the everlasting inner restlessness of the English, which is caused by the sense of being unable to resolve the contradiction and which drives them out of themselves and into activity. The sense of contradiction is the source of energy, but merely externalized energy, and this sense of contradiction was the source of colonization, seafaring, industry and the immense practical activity of the English in general. The inability to resolve the contradiction runs like a thread through the whole of English philosophy and forces it into empiricism and scepticism. Because Bacon could not resolve the contradiction between idealism and realism with his intellect, the intellect as such had to be incapable of solving it, idealism was simply discarded and empiricism regarded as the only remedy. From the same source derives the critical analysis of cognition and the whole psychological tendency within whose bounds English philosophy has moved from the outset, and in the end, after many unsuccessful attempts at resolving the contradiction, philosophy declares it to be insoluble and the intellect to be inadequate, and seeks a way out either in religious faith or in empiricism. Humean scepticism is still the form all irreligious philosophizing takes in England today. We cannot know, this viewpoint argues, whether a God exists. If one exists, he is incapable of any communication with us, and we have therefore so to arrange our practical affairs as if he did not exist. We cannot know whether the mind is distinct from the body and immortal, we therefore live as if this life were the only one we have and do not bother about things that go beyond our understanding. In short, this scepticism is in practice exactly the same as French materialism, but in metaphysical theory it never advances beyond the inability of arriving at any definitive conclusion. However, because the English embodied within them both the elements which were responsible for historical progress on the continent, they were therefore able, even without having much contact with the continent, to keep abreast of development there and at times even to be ahead of it. The English Revolution of the 17th century provides the exact model for the French one of 1789. In the Long Parliament the three stages which in the condition of England, the 18th century 473. France took the form of Constituent and Legislative Assembly and National Convention, are easy to distinguish. The transition from constitutional monarchy to democracy, military despotism, restoration, and just milieu revolution is sharply delineated in the English Revolution. Cromwell is Robespierre and Napoleon rolled into one. The Presbyterians, Independents, and Levellers correspond to the Gironde, the Montagnards and the Hebertists and Bobovists. In both cases the political outcome is rather pitiable, and the whole parallel, which could be elaborated in much greater detail, incidentally also proves that a religious and an irreligious revolution, as long as they remain political, will in the final analysis amount to the same thing. Admittedly, this lead the English had over the continent was only temporary and was gradually evened out again. The English Revolution ended in just milieu and the creation of two national parties, whilst the French one is not yet complete and cannot be so until it achieves the result which the German philosophical and the English social revolutions have to achieve as well. The English national character is thus substantially different both from the German and from the French character. The despair of overcoming the contradiction and the consequent total surrender to empiricism are its peculiar characteristics. The pure Germanic element converted its abstract inwardness into abstract outwardness, but this outwardness never lost the mark of its origin and always remained subordinate to inwardness and spiritualism. The French too are to be found on the side of materialism and empiricism, but because this empiricism is the primary national tendency and not a secondary consequence of a national consciousness divided within itself, it asserts itself nationally, generally, and finds expression in political activity. The Germans asserted the absolute justification of spiritualism and hence sought to set forth the universal interests of mankind in religious and later in philosophic terms. The French opposed this spiritualism with materialism as something absolutely justified and consequently considered that the state was the eternal manifestation of these interests. The English, however, have no universal interests, they cannot mention them without touching that sore spot, the contradiction, they despair of them and have only individual interests. This absolute subjectivity, The fragmentation of the universal into the many individual parts, is admittedly of Germanic origin, but, as we have said, it is cut off from its roots and the French Revolution of July 1830 ed. 474 Friedrich Engels. Therefore only takes effect empirically, which is precisely what distinguishes English social empiricism from French political empiricism. France's actions were always national, conscious of their entireness and universality from the start. England's actions were the work of independent coexisting individuals, the movement of disconnected atoms who rarely acted together as one whole, and even then only from individual motives, and whose lack of unity is at this very time exposed to the light of day in the universal misery and complete fragmentation of society. In other words, only England has a social history. Only in England have individuals as such, without consciously standing for universal principles, furthered national development and brought it near to its conclusion. Only here have the masses acted as masses, for the sake of their interests as individuals. Only here have principles been turned into interests before they were able to influence history. The French and the Germans are gradually attaining a social history too, but they have not got one yet. On the continent too there have been poverty, misery, and social oppression. This however has had no effect on national development, but the misery and poverty of the working class in present-day England has national and even world historical importance. On the continent the social aspect is still completely hidden by the political aspect and has not yet become detached from it, whilst in England the social aspect has gradually prevailed over the political one and has made it subservient. The whole of English politics is fundamentally social in nature, and social questions are expressed in a political way only because England has not yet advanced beyond the state, and because politics is a necessary expedient there. As long as church and state are the only forms in which the universal characteristics of human nature are realized, there can be no question of social history. Antiquity and the Middle Ages were also therefore without social development. Only the Reformation, the first, as yet biased and blundering attempt at a reaction against the Middle Ages, brought about a major social change, the transformation of serfs into free workers. But even this change remained without much enduring effect on the continent. Indeed it really took root there only after the revolution of the 18th century, whereas in England the category of serfs was transformed during the Reformation into villeins, bourdards, and cottars, and thus into a class of workers enjoying personal freedom. 202. And as Engels gives the words villeins, bourdards, and cottars in English ed. The Condition of England. The 18th century 475. Early as the 18th century the consequences of this revolution became evident there. Why this happened only in England is explained above. Vorwärts. Number 71, September 4, 1844. Antiquity, which as yet knew nothing of the rights of the individual, whose whole outlook was essentially abstract, universal, and material, could therefore not exist without slavery. The Christian Germanic view of the world, by contrast with antiquity, set up abstract subjectivity, and hence arbitrariness, inwardness, and spiritualism, as the basic principle. However, this subjectivity, precisely because it was abstract and one-sided, was bound to turn at once into its opposite and to engender, not the freedom of the individual, but the enslavement of the individual. Abstract inwardness became abstract outwardness, the rejection and alienation of man, and the first consequence of the new principle was the restoration of slavery in another form, that of serfdom, which was less offensive but for that reason hypocritical and more inhuman. The dissolution of the feudal system, the political reformation, in other words, the apparent acknowledgement of reason, and hence really the culmination of unreason, appeared to abolish the serfdom, but in reality only made it more inhuman and more universal. It was the first to declare that mankind should no longer be held together by force, that is, by political means, but by self-interest, that is, by social means, and through this new principle it laid the foundation for social advance. But although it thus negated the state, on the other hand it actually revived the state by restoring to it the content which had previously been usurped by the Church, and thus gave the state, which in the Middle Ages had been an empty form of little consequence, the strength for further development. The Christian state, the culmination of the political aspect of the Christian world order, arose from the ruins of feudalism. Another aspect of the Christian world order attained its culmination by elevating interestedness to a general principle. For interest is essentially subjective and egoistical, it is the interest of the individual, and as such the highest point of the Germanic and Christian principle of subjectivity and particularization. The consequence of elevating interest to the nexus of man to man, that is, as long as interest remains directly subjective and purely egoistical, is bound to be universal fragmentation, the concentration of each individual upon himself, isolation, the transformation of mankind into a collection of 476 Friedrich Engels. Mutually repelling atoms, and this particularization is again the ultimate consequence of the Christian principle of subjectivity, the culmination of the Christian world order. Moreover, as long as private property, the basic form of alienation, exists, interest must necessarily be the interest of the individual, and its domination will be the domination of property. The abolition of feudal servitude has made cash payment the sole relation of human beings. 3. Property, a natural, spiritless principle, as opposed to the human and spiritual principle, is thus enthroned, and ultimately, to complete this alienation, money, the alienated, empty abstraction of property, is made master of the world. Man has ceased to be the slave of men and has become the slave of things. The perversion of the human condition is complete. The servitude of the modern commercial world, this highly developed, total, universal venality, is more inhuman and more all-embracing than the serfdom of the feudal era. Prostitution is more immoral and more bestial than the Jews' primi noctis. The Christian world order cannot be taken any further than this. It must collapse under its own weight and make way for a humane, rational order. The Christian state is merely the last possible manifestation of the state as such. Its demise will necessarily mean the demise of the state as such. The disintegration of mankind into a mass of isolated, mutually repelling atoms in itself means the destruction of all corporate, national, and indeed of any particular interests, and is the last necessary step towards the free and spontaneous association of men. The supremacy of money as the culmination of the process of alienation is an inevitable stage which has to be passed through, if man is to return to himself, as he is now on the verge of doing. These consequences of the abolition of the feudal system have been taken to such lengths by the social revolution in England that the crisis which will destroy the Christian world order can no longer be far away, and indeed that the time of this crisis can be predicted with certainty, even if not quantitatively, in years, at least qualitatively, for this crisis must begin when the Corn Laws are repealed and the People's Charter introduced, 203. In other words, when the aristocracy of birth has been politically overcome by the money aristocracy and the latter in turn by working-class democracy. The 16th and 17th centuries had brought into being all the preconditions for social revolution. They had destroyed the Middle Ages, established social, political and religious Protestantism, created England's colonies, sea power and trade, and set up alongside the aristocracy a growing and already quite powerful middle class. Social conditions gradually settled down after the disturbances of the 17th century and acquired a stable form which they retained until about 1780 or 1790. There were at that time three classes of landowners: the aristocratical landlords, still the only, and unchallenged, nobility of the kingdom, who leased their estates in parcels and consumed the income in London or while travelling; the non-aristocratical landlords or country gentlemen, usually called squires, who lived at their country seats, put out their land on lease and enjoyed among their tenants and other local inhabitants the aristocratic esteem which was denied to them in the town on account of their humble origin, lack of education and unpolished country manners. This class has now totally disappeared. The old squires who ruled with patriarchal authority the country folk of the district and acted as advisors, arbiters, and everything rolled into one, are quite extinct. Their descendants call themselves the untitled aristocracy of England, As regards education and fine manners, luxury, and aristocratic demeanor they vie with the aristocracy, which has little advantage left over them, and all they have in common with their rude and unpolished forefathers are their estates. The third class of landowners was that of the yeomen, who owned small plots of land which they worked themselves, usually in the good old careless manner of their forebears. This class too has disappeared from the face of England. The social revolution has expropriated it and brought about the curious situation, that at the same time as in France the large landed estates were being forcibly parcelled out, in England the parcels were being attracted by the large landed estates and swallowed up by them. Alongside the yeomen there were small tenant farmers who were usually engaged in weaving as well as farming. They too are no longer to be found in modern England. Almost all the land belongs now to a small number of large estates and is thus let on lease. The competition of the large tenant farmers drove the small tenant farmers and yeomen out of the market and impoverished them. They became agricultural day laborers and weavers dependent on wages and supplied the masses whose influx caused the towns to grow with such amazing rapidity. Engels gives the words country gentlemen and squires in English. Engels gives this word in English ed. 478 Friedrich Engels. The farmers of those days led a quiet and placid life of godliness and propriety. They lived with few cares, but also without any changes, without general interests, without culture and mental activity. They were still at the prehistoric stage. The position in the towns was not very different. Only London was an important centre of trade. Liverpool, Hull, Bristol, Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, and Glasgow were still insignificant. The main industries, spinning and weaving, were carried on chiefly in the country or at least not within the towns, but in their vicinity. The production of metal and pottery wares was still at the handicraft stage of development. Not much was therefore likely to happen in the towns. The extreme simplicity of the electoral system relieved the townsfolk of any political cares. They were nominally Whig or Tory, but knew very well that it really made no difference, for they did not have the vote. Small merchants, shopkeepers, and craftsmen made up the whole urban population and led that familiar life of the small provincial town which is so totally incomprehensible to the English today. Little use was as yet made of the mines. Iron, copper, and tin lay more or less undisturbed below ground, and coal was only used for domestic purposes. In short, the situation in England was then similar to that which, alas, still exists in most of France and particularly in Germany, that is, a state of antediluvian apathy towards all general and intellectual interests, a state of social infancy, in which society does not as yet exist, where there is as yet no life, no consciousness, no activity. This state is in fact a continuation of feudalism and of medieval thoughtlessness, and will only be overcome with the arrival of modern feudalism, with the division of society into owners of property and non-owners. We on the continent, as we have said, are still deeply immersed in this state. The English fought against it for 80 years and overcame it 40 years ago. If civilization is a matter of practice, a social quality, then the English are indeed the most civilized people in the world. I mentioned above that the sciences had assumed their scientific form in the 18th century and were consequently connected on the one hand with philosophy and on the other with practice. The result of taking philosophy as the point of departure was materialism, for which Newton was just as much a prerequisite as Locke, the Enlightenment, and the French political revolution. The result of taking practice as the point of departure was the English social revolution. In 1760 George III began his reign, drove out the Whigs who had held office almost uninterruptedly since the reign of George I. The condition of England. The 18th century 479. But had of course governed in a thoroughly conservative manner and laid the foundation of the Tory monopoly which lasted until 1830. The government thereby regained its inner truth. In a politically conservative period in England, it was quite appropriate that the Conservative Party should rule. From then on social developments absorbed the energies of the nation and ousted political interests, indeed destroyed them, for all domestic politics is from then on just concealed socialism, the form that social issues take to succeed in asserting themselves generally and nationally. In 1763 Dr. James Watt of Greenock began working on the design of the steam engine, and completed it in 1768. In 1763 Josiah Wedgwood laid the foundations of the English pottery industry by the introduction of scientific principles. By his efforts a desolate area of Staffordshire has been turned into an industrial region, the potteries, which now employs 60,000 people and has played a very important part in the social and political movement of recent years. In 1764 in Lancashire James Hargreaves invented the spinning jenny, a machine operated by one worker, which enabled him to spin 16 times as much yarn as on the old spinning wheel. In 1768 Richard Arkwright, a barber from Preston in Lancashire, invented the spinning throstle, the first spinning machine which was designed from the outset for mechanical power. It produced water twist, that is, yarn used for warps in weaving. In 1776 in Bolton, Lancashire, Samuel Crompton invented the spinning mule by combining the mechanical principles applied in the jenny and the throstle. The mule, like the jenny, spins the mule twist, that is, the weaver's weft. All three machines are designed for the working up of cotton. In 1787 Dr. Cartwright invented the power loom, which however still had to undergo a number of improvements and could not be used in practice until 1801. These inventions stimulated social development. Their most immediate consequence was the rise of English industry, or more specifically of cotton manufacture in the first instance. The jenny had, it is true, made the production of yarn cheaper, and by the expansion of the market that followed from this, it had given the first impetus to industry, but it left the social aspect, the character of the industrial enterprise, more or less unaffected. It was arc. Engels gives most of the technical terms in this and the following two paragraphs in English ed. 480 Friedrich Engels Wright's and Crompton's machines and what steam engine that first set the movement going, by creating the factory system. Smaller factories, driven by horses or water power, arose first, but were soon displaced by the larger factories driven by water or steam. The first steam spinning mill was set up by Watt in Nottinghamshire in 1785, others followed it, and soon the new system became general. The spread of the steam spinning mill, like all the other industrial improvements introduced simultaneously or later, proceeded with enormous speed. The import of raw cotton, which in 1770 was still less than £5 million a year, rose to £54 million, 1,800, and £360 million, 1,836. Then the steam loom was actually introduced and gave a new impetus to industrial progress. All the machines underwent countless small but, when taken together, very significant improvements, and each new improvement encouraged the spread of the industrial system as a whole. All branches of the cotton industry were revolutionized. Printing was immensely improved by the introduction of mechanical aids and simultaneously by the advances made in chemistry, by which dyeing and bleaching profited as well. Hosiery manufacture too was carried along by this current, and since 1809 machines were used to manufacture fine cotton goods, tulle, lace, etc. I have not the space here to pursue the progress of cotton manufacture through all the details of its history. I can only indicate the outcome, and that, when compared with the antediluvian cotton industry with its 4 million pounds of imported cotton, with its spinning wheel, hand carding, and hand loom, cannot fail to impress. In 1833, 10,264 million skeins of yarn were spun in Britain, their length amounting to over 5,000 million miles, and 350 million ells of cotton fabric were printed. 1,300 cotton mills were in operation, which employed 237,000 spinners and weavers, over 9 million spindles, 100,000 steam looms and 240,000 hand looms, 33,000 hosiery looms and 3,500 bobbinet machines were in operation. Cotton manufacturing machinery used 33,000 HP of steam power and 11,000 HP of water power, and 1.5 million people lived directly or indirectly from this industry. Lancashire derives its subsistence solely and Lanarkshire largely from the spinning and weaving of cotton. The subsidiary branches of the cotton industry are chiefly located in Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, and Leicestershire. The quantity of exported cotton goods has increased eightfold since 1801, the amount consumed in the country itself has increased a great deal more. The condition of England. The 18th century 48-1. Vorwärts. Number 72, September 7, 1844. The impetus given to cotton manufacturing was soon communicated to other branches of industry. The woolen industry had until then been the most important branch of industry, it was now displaced by cotton, but instead of declining, it also grew. In 1785 the whole wool crop of 3 preceding years lay unused. The spinners could not work it up as long as they had no alternative to their crude spinning wheel. Then people began to apply the machines for spinning cotton to wool, and this, after a few modifications, was entirely successful. Then the wool industry experienced the same rapid growth as we have already observed in the case of cotton manufacture. The import of raw wool rose from £7 million, 1801, to £42 million, 1835, in the latter year 1,300 woolen mills employing 71,300 workers were in operation, not counting a host of hand weavers who worked at home, and printers, dyers, bleachers, etc., etc., who also live indirectly from the wool industry. This industry is chiefly located in the West Riding of Yorkshire and the west of England, especially Somerset, Wiltshire, etc. The linen industry was formerly located chiefly in Ireland. The first factories for the processing of flax were built towards the end of the last century in Scotland. The machinery was however still very far from perfect. The material gave rise to difficulties which necessitated significant modifications in the machines. They were first improved by the Frenchman Girard, 1810, but these improvements acquired practical importance first of all in England. The introduction of steam looms into the linen industry took place even later, and from this point on linen manufacture expanded at immense speed, although it suffered from the competition of cotton. In England Leeds became the centre of the linen industry, in Scotland Dundee and in Ireland Belfast. Dundee alone imported 3,000 tons of flax in 1814 and 19,000 tons in 1834. The export of linen from Ireland, where hand weaving continued to exist alongside power weaving, rose by 20 million yards from 1800 to 1825, almost all of which went to England, and from there some of it was re-exported. Exports from the whole of Britain to foreign countries rose by 27 million yards between 1820 and 1833. In 1835 there were 347 flax mills in operation, 170 of these in Scotland. 33,000 workers were employed in these mills, not counting the many Irish artisans. The silk industry only became important after 1824 with the abolition of the heavy customs duties. Since then the import of raw 482 Friedrich Engels. Silk has doubled and the number of factories increased to 266, employing 30,000 workers. This industry is chiefly located in Cheshire, Macclesfield, Congleton, and District, then follow Manchester, and Paisley in Scotland. The centre of ribbon making is Coventry in Warwickshire. These 4 industries which produce yarn and fabrics were thus totally revolutionized. Domestic industry was replaced by collective labor in large buildings, manual labor was supplanted by steam power and the use of machinery. With the aid of the machine a child of 8 was now able to produce more than 20 grown men before. 600,000 factory workers, of whom half are children and more than half female, are doing the work of 150 million people. But that is only the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. We have seen that dyeing, printing and bleaching expanded as a result of the advance in spinning and weaving and consequently sought the assistance of engineering and chemistry. Since the application of the steam engine and of metal cylinders in printing, one man does the work of 200, the use of chlorine instead of oxygen in bleaching has reduced the time required for this operation from a few months to a few hours. While the Industrial Revolution thus affected the processes to which the product was subjected after spinning and weaving, its repercussions on the materials used by the new industry were even more significant. It was only through the steam engine that the inexhaustible coal fields beneath the surface of England acquired their great importance. New coal mines were opened in large numbers and the old ones worked with redoubled energy. The manufacture of spinning machines and looms also began to constitute a separate branch of industry and reached a degree of perfection unattained by any other nation. The machines were made by machines, and by a division of labor extending to the minutest detail, it was possible to achieve the precision and exactitude which distinguish English machines. The machine-building industry in its turn influenced iron and copper mining, which however received their chief impetus from another direction, but this too was caused by the original revolution effected by Watt and Arkwright. The consequences of an industrial impetus, once given, are endless. The progress made in one industry is communicated to all the others. The newly created forces demand nourishment, as we have just seen. The newly created working population brings in its wake new conditions of life and new needs. The mechanical. The condition of England. The 18th century 483. Advantages of factory production reduce the price of manufactured articles, and therefore make the necessities of life and in consequence wages in general cheaper. All other products can be sold more cheaply and thereby reach a wider market in proportion to their cheapness. Once the advantageous application of mechanical devices has been demonstrated, it is gradually imitated throughout industry. The advance in civilization, which is the inevitable consequence of all industrial improvements, generates new needs, new industries, and thus again new improvements. The consequence of the revolution in cotton spinning was necessarily a revolution in the whole of industry, and if we cannot always trace how the motive forces are imparted to the more remote branches of the industrial system, only the absence of statistical and historical information is to blame. But we shall see everywhere that the introduction of mechanical devices and of scientific principles in general has been the mainspring of progress. After spinning and weaving, metalworking is the most important industry in England. It is chiefly located in Warwickshire, Birmingham, and Staffordshire, Wolverhampton. Steam power was very soon employed in this industry, and this, together with division of labor, cut the production costs of metal goods by 3/4. On the other hand, exports multiplied fourfold from 1800 to 1835. In the former year 86,000 cwt of iron goods and the same quantity of copper goods were exported, in the latter year 320,000 cwt of iron and 210,000 cwt of copper and brass goods. The export of bar iron and pig iron became significant at the same time. In 1800, 4,600 tons of bar iron were exported. In 1835, 92,000 tons of bar iron and 14,000 tons of pig iron. English cutlery is made exclusively in Sheffield. The use of steam power, especially for grinding and polishing blades, the conversion of iron into steel, which only then became important, and the newly invented method of casting steel, brought about a complete revolution here too. Sheffield alone consumes annually 500,000 tons of coal and 12,000 tons of iron, of which 10,000 tons come from abroad, particularly from Sweden. The use of cast iron goods also dates from the second half of the last century and has attained its present importance only in the last few years. Gas lighting, introduced, in effect, since 1804, created an enormous demand for cast iron pipes. The railways, suspension bridges, etc., machinery, etc., increased this demand still more. In 1780 puddling was invented, that is, the conversion of cast into wrought iron by heating and removing the carbon, and this gave new importance to the English iron ore mines. 484 Friedrich Engels. Lack of charcoal. The English had until then to obtain all their wrought iron from abroad. Since 1790 nails have been made by machine, and screws since 1810, in Sheffield Huntsman invented crucible steel making in 1760, wire was drawn by machinery, and generally a host of new machines was introduced throughout the iron and brass industry, manual labor was ousted and, insofar as the nature of the business permitted, the factory system was established. The increase in mining was only the necessary consequence of this. Until 1788 all iron ore had been smelted with charcoal, and iron extraction had therefore been limited by the small quantity of fuel available. After 1788 coke, coal, began to be used instead of charcoal, and the amount produced annually was as a result multiplied by 6 in 6 years. In 1740, the annual output was 17,000 tons, in 1835, 553,000 tons. Extraction from the tin and copper mines has trebled since 1770. But along with the iron mines, the coal mines are the most important in England. The growth of coal production since the middle of the last century cannot be assessed. The vast quantity of coal which is now consumed by the countless steam engines working in the factories and mines, by the forges, by the smelting furnaces and casting works, and by the domestic heating of a population that has doubled, bears no relation whatever to the amount consumed 100 or 80 years ago. The smelting of pig iron alone devours over 3 million tons a year, at 20 cwt a ton. The most immediate consequence of the creation of industry was the improvement of the means of communication. In the last century the roads in England were just as bad as elsewhere, and remained so until the celebrated macadam based road building on scientific principles, and thereby gave a new impetus to the advance of civilization. From 1818 to 1829 new highways with a total length of 1,000 English miles were laid down in England and Wales, not counting smaller country lanes, and almost all the old roads were reconstructed according to macadam's principles. In Scotland the public works authorities have built over 1,000 bridges since 1803. In Ireland, the wide, desolate bogs of the south, inhabited by half-wild robbers, were traversed by roads. By these means the remotest localities in the country, which had previously had no contact with the outside world, were now made accessible. In particular the Celtic-speaking areas of Wales, the Scottish Highlands and the south of Ireland were thereby compelled to make acquaintance with the outside world and accept the civilization imposed upon them. The condition of England. The 18th century 485. In 1755 the first canal of any note was constructed in Lancashire. In 1759 the Duke of Bridgewater started to build a canal from Worsley to Manchester. Since then canals have been constructed to a total length of 2,200 miles, in addition England has another 1,800 miles of navigable rivers, which for the most part have also been opened up only recently. Since 1807, steam power has been used for the propulsion of ships, and since the construction of the first British steamship, 1811, 600 others have been built. In 1835 there were some 550 steamships sailing from British ports. The first public railway was built in Surrey in 1801, but only with the opening of the Liverpool-Manchester Railway, 1830, did the new form of transport become important. 6 years later, 680 miles of railway had been constructed, and 4 major lines from London to Birmingham, Bristol, and Southampton, and from Birmingham to Manchester and Liverpool were in operation. Since then the network has been extended over the whole of England. London is the junction of 9 railways, and Manchester of 5. This revolution through which British industry has passed is the foundation of every aspect of modern English life, the driving force behind all social development. Its first consequence was, as we have already indicated, the elevation of self-interest to a position of dominance over man. Self-interest seized the newly created industrial powers and exploited them for its own purposes. These powers, which by right belonged to mankind, became, owing to the influence of private property, the monopoly of a few rich capitalists and the means to the enslavement of the masses. Commerce absorbed industry into itself and thereby became omnipotent. It became the nexus of mankind. All personal and national intercourse was reduced to commercial intercourse, and which amounts to the same thing, property, things, became master of the world. Vorwärts. Number 73, September 11, 1844 The domination of property was bound to turn first against the state and to destroy it, or, at least, as it cannot do without it, to undermine it. Adam Smith began this undermining at the very time of the Industrial Revolution by publishing in 1776 his Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, and thereby created the science of finance. Up to now all finance had been entirely national, the economy had been regarded as a mere branch of affairs of the state as a whole and subordinated to the state as such. Adam Smith subordinated cosmopolitanism to national aims and raised the economy of the state to the very essence and purpose of the state. He reduced politics, parties, religion, indeed everything, to economic categories and thereby recognized property as the essence of the state and enrichment as its purpose. On the other hand, William Godwin, Political Justice, 1793a, supported the republican political system, propounded, at the same time as J. Bentham, the principle of utility, whereby the republican salus publica suprema lex was taken to its legitimate conclusions, and attacked the very essence of the state itself with his aphorism that the state is an evil. Godwin still defines the principle of utility quite generally as the duty of the citizen to live only for the general good without regard to his individual interest. Bentham, on the contrary, takes the essentially social nature of this principle further and in accordance with the national trend of that time makes the individual interest the basis of the general interest. He recognizes that the two are identical in the proposition, which his pupil Mill in particular developed, that charity is nothing but enlightened egoism, and he substitutes the greatest happiness of the greatest number for the general good. Bentham here makes the same error in his empiricism as Hegel made in his theory. He does not seriously try to overcome the contradictions, he turns the subject into the predicate, subordinates the whole to the part and in so doing stands everything on its head. First he says that the general and individual interests are inseparable and then he stays unilaterally at the crudest individual interest. His proposition is only the empirical expression of another one, namely, that man is mankind, but because it is expressed empirically it grants the rights of the species not to the free, self-conscious, creative man, but to the crude and blind man who remains within the confines of the contradictions. Bentham makes free competition the essence of morality, regulates human relations according to the laws of property, of things, according to the laws of nature, and thus represents the culmination of the old, naturally evolved Christian world order, the highest point of alienation, and not the beginning of a new order to be created by self-conscious man in full freedom. He does not advance beyond the state, but strips it of all. An Inquiry Concerning Political Justice ed. J. The public good is the supreme law ed. The Condition of England. The 18th century 487. Meaning, substitutes social principles for political ones, turns the political organization into the form of the social content and thus carries the contradiction to its extreme limit. The Democratic Party originated at the same time as the Industrial Revolution. In 1769 J. Home-Tooke founded the Society of the Bill of Rights, in which, for the first time since the Republic, 3 democratic principles were discussed again. As in France, the Democrats were exclusively men with a philosophical education, but they soon found that the upper and middle classes were opposed to them and only the working class lent a ready ear to their principles. Amongst the latter class they soon founded a party, which by 1794 was already fairly strong 205 and yet still only strong enough to act by fits and starts. From 1797 to 1816 it disappeared from view. In the turbulent years from 1816 to 1823 it was again very active but then subsided once more into inactivity until the July Revolution. From then on it has maintained its importance alongside the old parties and is making steady progress, as we shall later see. The most important effect of the 18th century for England was the creation of the proletariat by the Industrial Revolution. The new industry demanded a constantly available mass of workers for the countless new branches of production, and moreover workers such as had previously not existed. Up to 1780 England had few proletarians, a fact which emerges inevitably from the social condition of the nation as described above. Industry concentrated work in factories and towns. It became impossible to combine manufacturing and agricultural activity, and the new working class was reduced to complete dependence on its labor. What had hitherto been the exception became the rule and spread gradually outside the towns too. Small-scale farming was ousted by the large tenant farmers, and thus a new class of agricultural laborers was created. The population of the towns trebled and quadrupled, and almost the whole of this increase consisted solely of workers. The expansion of mining likewise required a large number of new workers, and these too lived solely from their daily wage. On the other hand, the middle class rose to become definitely aristocratic. During the industrial advance, manufacturers multiplied their capital in an amazingly rapid fashion, the merchants likewise received their share, and the capital created by this Rev. of 1649-60 ed. 488 Friedrich Engels. Aliation was the means by which the English aristocracy fought the French Revolution. The result of this whole development was that England is now split into three parties: the landed aristocracy, the moneyed aristocracy, and working-class democracy. These are the only parties in England. They alone act as driving forces, and how they act we will perhaps try to describe in a later article. Written in February 1844, printed according to the news first published in Vorwärts. Paper, Paris, NOS 70, 71, 72, and 73, August 31 and September 4, 7 and 11, 1844. The Condition of England. 2. The English Constitution 26. Vorwärts number 75, September 18, 1844. In the previous article we elaborated the criteria for assessing the present position of the British Empire in the history of civilization, and gave the relevant facts concerning the development of the English nation insofar as they are indispensable to this purpose but are little known on the continent. Having thus justified our initial assumptions, we can now proceed without more ado to the object of our investigation. The position of England has hitherto seemed enviable to all other nations of Europe, and indeed so it is to anyone who dwells on the surface and observes simply with the eyes of a politician. Britain is an empire of such a kind as is possible today, and such as all other empires in essence were as well, for the empires of Alexander and Caesar too represented, like the British, the rule of civilized nations over barbarians and colonies. No other country in the world can measure up to England in terms of power and wealth, and this power and wealth do not lie in the hands of a single despot, as was the case in Rome, but belong to the educated part of the nation. The fear of despotism and the struggle against the power of the crown came to an end 100 years ago. England is undeniably the freest, in other words, the least unfree, country in the world, not excepting North America, and the educated Englishman consequently has about him a degree of innate independence such as no Frenchman, to say nothing of German, can boast of. The political activity, the free press, the maritime supremacy and the colossal industry of England have so fully developed the energy inherent in the national character, the combination of the most resolute force and the calmest delibera. 17 L2. 490 Friedrich Engels. In almost every individual that in this respect too the continental nations trail infinitely far behind the English. The history of the British Army and Navy is a series of brilliant victories, whilst England has scarcely seen an enemy on its shores for the past 800 years. The stature of its literature can only be rivaled by the literature of ancient Greece and Germany. England has produced at least two great names, Bacon and Locke in philosophy, and innumerable ones in the empirical sciences, and if it is a question of which nation has done most, no one can deny that the English are that nation. These are the things of which England can be proud, in which she surpasses the Germans and the French, and which I have listed here at the outset, so that the good Germans may convince themselves of my impartiality at the very start, for I know full well that in Germany it is much more acceptable to make inconsiderate statements about the Germans than about any other nation. And, broadly speaking, the things I have just listed form the subject matter of that whole literature, so voluminous and yet so very unproductive and unnecessary, which has been churned out about England on the continent. It has not occurred to anyone to investigate the nature of English history and of the English national character, and just how paltry all the literature about England is revealed by the simple fact that Herr von Romer's paltry work about England 3 is still, as far as I know, held to be the best on the subject in Germany. Since England has hitherto only been considered from the political angle, let us begin with that. Let us examine the English Constitution, which, as the Tories put it, is the most perfect product of English reason, and let us, as another favor to the politician, for the present proceed quite empirically. The just milieu esteem it a particular beauty of the English Constitution that it has developed historically, that means, in plain German, that the old basis created by the Revolution of 1688 has been preserved, and this foundation, as they call it, further built on. We shall soon see what characteristics the English Constitution has acquired in consequence. For the moment a simple comparison of the Englishman of 1688 with the Englishman of 1844 will suffice to prove that an identical constitutional foundation for both of them is an absurdity and an impossibility. Even disregarding the general progress of civilization, the political character of the nation alone is quite different from what it was. England im Jahr 1835 ed. The condition of England. The English Constitution 491. Then. The Test Act, the Habeas Corpus Act and the Bill of Rights 3 were Whig measures which arose from the weakness and defeat of the Tories at that time and were directed against these Tories, in other words, against absolute monarchy and open or concealed Catholicism. 207 But within the next 50 years the old Tories disappeared and their descendants adopted the principles which were hitherto the property of the Whigs. Since George I ascended the throne, the monarchical, Catholic Tories have become an aristocratic, high church party, and since the French Revolution, which first woke them up, the positive precepts of Toryism have evaporated increasingly into abstract conservatism, the undisguised, unthinking defense of the status quo. Indeed, even this stage has already been left behind. Through Sir Robert Peel, Toryism has decided to acknowledge change. It has realized that the English Constitution cannot be defended, and is making concessions simply to maintain that tottering structure as long as possible. The Whigs have undergone an equally important development. A new Democratic Party has arisen, and yet the foundation of 1688 is still supposed to be adequate for 1844. Now the inevitable consequence of this historical development is that the inner contradictions which are characteristic features of constitutional monarchy and which were sufficiently exposed even at the time when modern German philosophy still upheld a republican viewpoint, that these contradictions attain their most extreme form in the modern English monarchy. In fact, the English constitutional monarchy is the culmination of constitutional monarchy as such. It is the only state where, insofar as this is still possible at the present time, a real aristocracy of birth has held its position alongside a comparatively highly developed public consciousness, and consequently where that trinity of legislative power really exists which on the continent has been artificially restored and is maintained only with difficulty. If the essence of the state, as of religion, is mankind's fear of itself, this fear reaches its highest pitch in constitutional, and particularly in the English, monarchy. The experience of 3 millennia has not made men wiser but on the contrary more confused and more prejudiced. It has made them mad, and the result of this madness is the political condition of present-day Europe. The pure monarchy arouses terror. People think of Oriental and Roman despotism. Pure aristocracy is no less frightening. The patricians of Rome and the feudalism of the Middle Ages, the nobili of Venice and Genoa have not been in vain. Democracy is more dreadful than either. Marius and Sulla, Cromwell and Robespierre, the bloody heads of 2 kings, proscription lists and dictatorship speak loudly enough of the horrors of democracy. What is more, it is generally known that none of these forms has ever been able to survive for long. What then was to be done? Instead of proceeding on a straight course, instead of concluding from the imperfection or rather inhumanity of all forms of the state that the state itself is the cause of all these inhumanities and is itself inhuman, instead of that people took comfort in the view that immorality only adheres to particular forms of the state, they deduced from the above premises that the result of three immoral factors can be a moral product, and created the constitutional monarchy. The first axiom of constitutional monarchy is that of the balance of powers, and this axiom is the most perfect expression of mankind's fear of itself. It is not my intention to comment on the absurd irrationality and total impracticability of this axiom. I will merely examine whether it is applied in the English Constitution. As I promised, I shall stick exclusively to empirical facts, so much so indeed that it will perhaps be too much even for our political empiricists. I shall therefore not take the English Constitution as it figures in Blackstone's commentaries in de Lolme's Fantasiasib or in the long series of constituent statutes from Magna Carta to the Reform Bill, but as it is in reality. 208 First, the monarchic element. Everyone knows the real significance of the sovereign king of England, whether male or female. The power of the crown is reduced in practice to nil, and if this situation, notorious the world over, needed any further proof, the fact that the whole struggle against the crown ceased over 100 years ago and that even the radical democratic Chartists know their time is better spent on other things than on this struggle, should be sufficient proof. What then becomes of that third part of the legislative power which in theory is assigned to the crown? Nevertheless, and in this, fear reaches its climax, the English Constitution cannot exist without the monarchy. Remove the crown, the subjective apex, and the whole artificial structure comes tumbling down. The English Constitution. A. W. Blackstone, Commentaries on the Laws and Constitution of England ed. J. L. de Lolme, La Constitution de l'Angleterre ed. The Condition of England. The English Constitution 493 is an inverted pyramid. The apex is at the same time the base. And the less important the monarchic element became in reality, the more important did it become for the Englishman. Nowhere, as we all know, is a non-ruling personage more revered than in England. The English press surpasses the German by far in slavish servility. But this loathsome cult of the king as such, the veneration of an empty idea, or rather not an idea but the word king stripped of all content, is the culmination of monarchy, just as the veneration of the mere word God is the culmination of religion. The word king is the essence of the state, just as the word God is the essence of religion, even though neither word has any meaning at all. The essential thing about both of them is to make sure that the essential thing, that is, man, who is behind these words, is not discussed. Then, the aristocratic element. At least in the sphere assigned to it by the Constitution, it fares little better than the crown. If the mockery which has continuously been heaped on the House of Lords for more than 100 years has gradually become so much a part of public opinion that this branch of the legislature is generally regarded as a home for superannuated statesmen and the offer of a peerage as an insult by any not yet totally worn-out member of the House of Commons, it may easily be imagined in what esteem the second of the political powers established by the Constitution is held. In fact, the activity of the Lords in the upper house has been reduced to a mere empty formality, rising only rarely to a kind of force of inertia such as was displayed during the Whig ministry of 1830 to 1840, and even then the Lords are not strong in themselves but through the Tories, the party whose most genuine representatives they are, and the House of Lords, whose main advantage in constitutional theory is supposed to be the fact that it is equally independent of the Crown and of the people, is in reality dependent on a party, that is, on the state of public opinion, and also on the Crown, because of its right to create peers. But the weaker the upper house was, the firmer was its position in public opinion. The constitutional parties, the Tories, Whigs, and Radicals, shrink with equal horror from the idea of abolishing this empty formality, and the Radicals go no further than to observe that the Lords, as the only power in the Constitution that is answerable to no one, are an anomaly, and that therefore the hereditary peerage should be replaced by an elected peerage. Once more, it is the fear of humanity which maintains this empty form, and the Radicals, who are demanding a purely democratic basis for the House of Commons, take this fear even. 494 Friedrich Engels. Further than the other two parties by attempting to breathe new life into the worn-out, antiquated House of Lords by an infusion of popular blood, so as to avoid abandoning it altogether. The Chartists have a better idea of what they must do. They know that before the assault of a democratic House of Commons, the whole rotten structure, Crown, Lords and so forth, must collapse of its own accord, and unlike the Radicals they therefore do not worry about the reform of the peerage. And just as the veneration for the Crown has grown in proportion as the power of the Crown diminished, so the aristocracy has risen all the higher in popular esteem the more the political influence of the House of Lords declined. It is not just that the most humiliating formalities of the feudal era have been retained, that the members of the House of Commons, when they appear in an official capacity before the Lords, have to stand cap in hand before the seated and behooved Lords, and that the official mode of addressing a nobleman is "May it please your lordship," 3 etc. The worst of it is that all these formalities really are the expression of public opinion, which regards a lord as a being of a superior kind and harbors a respect for pedigrees, sonorous titles, old family mementos, etc., which is as repugnant and nauseating to us continentals as the cult of the crown. In this aspect of the English character too we have again the same veneration for an empty, meaningless word, the utterly insane, fixed idea that a great nation, that the human race and the universe, could not exist without the word aristocracy. For all that, the aristocracy nevertheless has an important influence in reality, but just as the power of the crown is the power of the ministers, in other words, of the representatives of the majority of the House of Commons, and has thus taken quite a different turn from that intended by the Constitution, so the power of the aristocracy consists in something quite other than its right to an hereditary seat in the legislature. The aristocracy is strong because of its vast estates, its wealth in general, and it therefore shares this strength with all other, non-aristocratic men of wealth. The power of the Lords is effective not in the House of Lords but in the House of Commons, and this brings us to that component of the legislature which according to the Constitution is supposed to represent the democratic element. Engels gives this phrase both in German and in English ed. The Condition of England. The English Constitution 495. Vorwärts. Number 76, September 21, 1844. If the Crown and the House of Lords are powerless, it follows that all power must necessarily be concentrated in the House of Commons, and this is the case. In reality the House of Commons makes the laws and administers them through the ministers, who are but a committee of the House. The House of Commons being thus omnipotent, England ought to be a pure democracy, even if nominally the other two branches of the legislature continue to exist, provided the democratic element itself were truly democratic. But there is no question of this. The local organizations were quite unaffected by the constitutional settlement after the Revolution of 1688, the cities, boroughs, and constituencies which had previously had the right to send a member retained it, and this right was by no means one of the democratic universal human rights, but an entirely feudal privilege, which as late as Elizabeth's reign was conferred quite arbitrarily by the grace and favor of the Crown on many towns which had not previously been represented. Even the representative character which the elections to the House of Commons at least originally had, was soon lost through historical development. The composition of the old House of Commons is well known. In the towns the return of a member was either in the hands of an individual or of an exclusive corporation co-opting its own members. Only a few boroughs were open, in other words, had a fairly large electorate, and here the most brazen bribery put paid to the last vestiges of true representation. The closed boroughs were mostly in the pocket of one individual, usually a lord, and in the rural constituencies the all-powerful big landowners suppressed any free, spontaneous stirring there might be among the people, who were moreover politically inert. The old House of Commons was no more than an exclusive medieval corporation independent of the people, the culmination of the historical right, incapable of adducing even a single genuinely or apparently rational argument for its existence, existing in defiance of all reason and hence denying in 1794 through its committee that it was an assembly of representatives and that England was a representative state * in comparison with such a constitution, the theory of representative government. Even of an ordinary constitutional monarchy with a Chamber of Deputies, must have appeared thoroughly revolutionary and reprehensible. And the Tories were therefore quite right when they described the Reform Bill as a measure diametrically opposed to the spirit and the letter of the Constitution and which undermined the Constitution. The Reform Bill, however, went through, and it is now our task to see what it has made of the English Constitution and particularly of the House of Commons. In the first place, the conditions for the election of members in the countryside have remained exactly the same. The electors are here almost exclusively tenant farmers, and they are utterly dependent on their landlord since the latter, who has no contractual relationship with them, may at any time terminate the lease. The members for the counties, as opposed to the towns, remain, as they were before, deputies of the landowners, since it is only at times of the greatest unrest, as in 1831, 209 that the tenant farmers dare to vote against the landowners. Indeed, the Reform Bill only aggravated the evil, since it increased the number of county members. Of the 252 county members, the Tories can consequently always count on at least 200, except when there is general unrest among the tenant farmers which would make any intervention by the landowners unwise. In the towns representation was introduced, at least formally, and every man occupying a house of at least £10 sterling annual rental value and paying direct taxes, poor rate, etc., received the vote. By this means the enormous majority of the working classes is excluded, for in the first place it is naturally only the married who live in separate houses, and even if a significant number of these houses have an annual rent of £10, almost all the occupiers avoid the payment of direct taxes and are therefore not electors. Universal suffrage as advocated by the Chartists would at least treble the number of persons entitled to vote. The towns are thus in the hands of the middle class, and this in its turn is in the smaller towns very frequently directly or indirectly dependent on the landlords, via the tenant farmers, who are the main customers of the tradesmen and craftsmen. Only in the large towns does the middle class really achieve supremacy, and in the smaller factory towns, especially in Lancashire, where the middle class lacks significant numbers and the country people significant influence, where therefore even a minority of the working class has a decisive effect on the outcome, the illusory representation approaches true representation in some measure. These towns, example Ashton, Oldham, Rochdale, Bolton, etc., consequently send almost exclusively radicals to Parliament. In these places, as in all factory towns generally, an extension of the franchise on Chartist principles would enable this party to gain the condition of England. The English Constitution 497. Majority of votes. Apart from these various and in practice very complex influences, various local interests also make themselves felt, and finally, a very significant influence: bribery. In the first article of the present series, we already mentioned that the House of Commons, through its bribery committee, declared that it was elected by bribery, and Thomas Duncombe, the only thoroughgoing Chartist member, long ago told the House of Commons plainly that not a single member of the whole Assembly, not even he himself, could say that he had secured his seat by the free vote of his constituents without bribery. 210 Last summer, Richard Cobden, member for Stockport and leader of the Anti-Corn Law League, declared at a public meeting in Manchester that bribery had reached greater proportions than ever, that in the Tory Carlton Club and the Liberal Reform Club in London the representation of towns was positively auctioned to the highest bidder, and that these clubs acted as contractors for so many pounds we guarantee you a certain position, etc., and on top of all this we must not forget the fine manner in which the elections are held, the general drunkenness amid which the votes are cast, the public houses where the electors become intoxicated at the candidate's expense, the disorder, the brawling, the howling of the crowds at the voting booths, thus putting the finishing touches to the hollowness of representation which is valid for 7 years. Voorwoord number 77, September 25, 1844. We have seen that the Crown and the House of Lords have lost their importance. We have seen how the all-powerful House of Commons is recruited. The question is now, who then actually rules in England? Property rules. Property enables the aristocracy to control the election of deputies for rural areas and small towns. Property enables the merchants and manufacturers to choose the members for the large and to some extent also for the small towns. Property enables both to increase their influence by bribery. The rule of property is explicitly recognized in the Reform Bill by the property qualification incorporated in it. And to the extent that property and the influence conferred by property constitute the essence of the middle class, to the extent therefore that the aristocracy brings its property to bear in the elections and thus does not act as an aristocracy but puts itself on. See this volume, pages 455-56 ed. 498 Friedrich Engels. A level with the middle class, to the extent that the influence of the actual middle class is on the whole much greater than that of the aristocracy, to that extent the middle class does indeed rule. But how and why does it rule? Because the people do not as yet really understand the nature of property, because they are in general at least in the countryside still intellectually dead and therefore tolerate the tyranny of property. England is admittedly a democracy, but in the same way as Russia is a democracy, as the people unwittingly rules everywhere, and the government in every state is but another expression for the level of education of the people. It will be difficult to retrace our steps from the practice of the English Constitution to the theory of it. There is the most flagrant contradiction between the theory and the practice. The two are so estranged from one another that they no longer have any similarity. On the one hand the trinity of the legislature, on the other the tyranny of the middle class, on the one hand a two-chamber system, on the other the all-powerful House of Commons, on the one hand the royal prerogative, on the other a government chosen by the Commons, on the one hand an independent House of Lords with hereditary legislators, on the other a home for antiquated members of the Commons. Each of the three components of the legislature has had to surrender its power to another element, the Crown to the ministers, in other words to the majority of the House of Commons, the Lords to the Tory party, that is, to a popular element, and to the ministers who create the peers, in other words, basically to a popular element too, and the Commons to the middle class, or, which amounts to the same thing, to the people that has not yet come of age politically. In reality the English Constitution has ceased to exist at all. The whole wearisome process of legislation is a mere farce. The contradiction between theory and practice has become so glaring that it cannot possibly persist for long, and even if the vitality of this ailing constitution appears to have been somewhat increased by the emancipation of the Catholics, 211 of which we shall have cause to speak further, 3 and by the parliamentary and municipal reform, these measures which in themselves are an admission that hope of preserving the Constitution has been given up introduce into it elements which unquestionably contradict the fundamental principles of the Constitution and thus further intensify the conflict by making the theory contradict itself. See this volume, pages 501-03 ed. The Condition of England. The English Constitution 499. We have seen that the organization of powers in the English Constitution depends entirely on fear. This fear is even more evident in the rules by which legislation proceeds, the so-called standing orders. Every bill must pass 3 readings in each of the 2 houses, at stated intervals. After the second reading it is referred to a committee which discusses it in detail. In cases of some importance, the House becomes a committee of the whole House to discuss the bill and appoints a reporter, who afterwards with great solemnity presents a report on the discussion to the very House that discussed the bill. Incidentally, is this not the most splendid example of the transcendent within the immanent and the immanent within the transcendent that a Hegelian could possibly wish for? The knowledge the House of Commons has of the committee is the knowledge the committee has of itself, and the reporter is the absolute personification of the intermediary, in whom the two are identical. Every bill is thus discussed 8 times before it can receive the royal assent. Once more it is of course fear of humanity that underlies this absurd procedure. They realize that progress is the essence of humanity but have not the courage to proclaim progress openly. They pass laws which are supposed to have absolute validity and which therefore put barriers in the way of progress, and by reserving the right to amend laws, the progress which they have just denied is allowed in again through the back door. But care must be taken not to proceed too fast, not to be over hasty. Progress is revolutionary, it is dangerous, and there must therefore be a powerful brake on it. Before they decide to acknowledge it, they must ponder the matter 8 times. But this fear, which is futile in itself, and only proves that those who are filled with it are themselves not yet real, free men, is bound to lead to the introduction of inappropriate measures. Instead of ensuring a comprehensive examination of the bills, the repeated reading of them becomes quite superfluous in practice and a mere formality. The main argument is usually concentrated in the first or second reading, sometimes also in the debates in committee, according to what suits the opposition best. The whole futility of this multiplication of debates becomes evident when one considers that the fate of each bill is already decided at the outset, and where it is not decided, the debate concerns not the particular bill but the existence of a cabinet. The outcome of all these antics, which are repeated 8 times, is thus not a calmer discussion in the House itself, but something quite. Here and below Engels gives this term in English ed. 500 Friedrich Engels. Different, which was by no means the intention of those who introduced these antics. The protracted nature of the deliberations gives public opinion time to form an opinion about the proposed measure and if need be to oppose it by means of meetings and petitions, and often as last year in the case of Sir James Graham's Education Bill 3 successfully. But this, as we have said, was not the original purpose and could be achieved far more simply. While we are now on the subject of the standing orders, we may mention a few more points which betray the fear that is part of the English Constitution and the original corporate character of the House of Commons. The debates in the House of Commons are not public. Admission is a privilege and is usually secured only by written order of a member. During divisions the galleries are cleared. Despite this absurd secretiveness, the abolition of which the House has always vigorously opposed, the names of the members who have voted for and against are in all the newspapers on the following day. The radical members have never been able to get approval for an authentic publication of the minutes. A fortnight ago a motion to this end failed 212, and as a consequence the printer of the parliamentary reports that appear in the papers is solely responsible for their content and can be sued, according to the law even by the government, for the publication of defamatory statements by anyone who feels insulted by a remark by a member of parliament, while the author of the defamation is protected from any prosecution by his parliamentary privilege. These and a host of other points in the standing orders show the exclusive, anti-popular character of the Reformed Parliament, and the tenacity with which the House of Commons holds to these customs shows clearly enough that it has no desire to transform itself from a privileged, corporative body into an assembly of representatives of the people. Voorwoordslow No. 78, September 28, 1844. Another proof of this is the privilege enjoyed by Parliament, the exceptional position of its members vis-à-vis the courts and the right of the House of Commons to have anyone it wishes arrested. Originally aimed against infringements by the Crown, which has since that time been deprived of all its power, this privilege has in recent times only been used against the people. In 1771 the House was angered by the insolence of the newspapers which had. See this volume, p. 381 ed. The Condition of England. The English Constitution 501. Published its debates, a thing which after all only the House itself was entitled to do, and tried to put a stop to this insolence by arresting the printers and then the officials who had released these printers. Of course this was unsuccessful, but the attempt shows the nature of the privileges Parliament enjoys, and its failure shows that even the House of Commons, despite its being exalted over the people, is nevertheless dependent on the latter, in other words, that the House of Commons does not rule either. In a country where Christianity is part and parcel of the laws of the land, the established church is necessarily part of the constitution. According to her constitution, England is essentially a Christian state, indeed a fully developed and powerful Christian state, State and church merge entirely with one another and are inseparable. This unity of church and state can however only exist in one Christian denomination, to the exclusion of all others, and these excluded sects are of course thereby branded as heretical and are victims of religious and political persecution. So it is in England. These sects were thus all along thrown together as one class, excluded, as nonconformists or dissenters, from all participation in the state, harassed and hampered in their worship and prosecuted by penal laws. The more fervently they declared themselves against the unity of church and state, the more violently was this unity defended by the ruling party and exalted to a vital concern of the state. When the Christian state in England was still in its heyday, the persecution of the dissenters and more especially of the Catholics was therefore a daily occurrence, a persecution which was admittedly less violent but more universal and persistent than that of the Middle Ages. The disease ceased to be acute and became chronic. The sudden, bloodthirsty outbursts of anti-Catholic fury were transformed into cold political calculation which sought to exterminate heterodoxy by gentler but sustained pressure. Persecution was transferred to the secular sphere and thereby made harder to bear. Disbelief in the 39 Articles 213 ceased to be blasphemy, instead it was made a crime against the state. But the progress of history was not to be halted. The discrepancy between the legislation of 1688 and public opinion as it existed in 1828 was so great that in the latter year even the House of Commons found itself obliged to revoke the most oppressive laws against the dissenters. The Test Act and the religious clauses of the Corporation Act 214 were abolished. The emancipation of the Engels gives this phrase both in German and in English ed. 502 Friedrich Engels. Catholics 215 followed in the next year, despite the furious opposition of the Tories. The Tories, the exponents of the Constitution, were perfectly correct in their opposition, as not one of the liberal parties, not even the radicals, attacked the Constitution itself. The Constitution was to remain the foundation for them too, and on the basis of the Constitution only the Tories were consistent. They realized, and said so, that the above measures would inevitably bring about the downfall of the Anglican Church and necessarily that of the Constitution too, that to give the dissenters the civil rights would mean the de facto destruction of the Anglican Church and the sanctioning of the attacks on the Anglican Church, that it is a dangerous inconsistency towards the state itself to allow a Catholic a share in administration and legislation since he recognizes the authority of the Pope over the power of the state. Their arguments could not be answered by the liberals. Nevertheless, the emancipation went through and the prophecies of the Tories are already beginning to be fulfilled. So in this way the Anglican Church has become an empty name and now only differs from the other denominations by virtue of the £3 million it draws annually, and a few small privileges which are just sufficient to sustain the struggle against it. Amongst these are the ecclesiastical courts in which the Anglican bishop exercises sole but quite unimportant jurisdiction and whose oppressiveness consists particularly in the law costs, and then there are also the local church rates which are used for the maintenance of the buildings available for the use of the established church. The dissenters come under the jurisdiction of these courts and are equally liable for payment of these rates. But it is not just the legislation against the church but also the legislation for it which has contributed towards making the established church an empty name. The Church of Ireland has always been a mere name, a perfect established or government church, a complete hierarchy from the archbishop down to the vicar, lacking nothing except a congregation, and whose occupation consists in preaching, praying and singing off litanies to the empty pews. The Church of England has an audience, it is true, although it too, especially in Wales and the factory districts, has been to a considerable degree dislodged by the dissenters, but then the well-paid pastors trouble themselves little about their sheep. If you wish to bring a caste of priests into disrepute and cause its downfall, then pay it well, says Bentham, and the English and Irish churches testify to the truth of this statement. In the Condition of England. The English Constitution 503. Countryside and in the towns of England nothing is more hateful and more contemptible to the people than a Church of England parson. And in the case of as pious a people as the English, that is really saying something. It is self-evident that the emptier and more meaningless the name of the Anglican Church becomes, the more firmly does the Conservative Party and indeed the confirmed Constitutional Party become attached to it. The separation of church and state might draw tears even from Lord John Russell. It is equally self-evident that the emptier the name becomes, the harsher and the more strongly felt does its oppressiveness become. The Irish Church particularly, because it is the most insignificant, is the most hated. It has no other purpose than to embitter the people, than to remind them that they are a subjugated people upon whom the conqueror forces his religion and his institutions. Hence England is now at a stage of transition from a determinate to an indeterminate Christian state, to a state which bases itself not on one determinate denomination but on an indeterminate Christianity, a mean of all existing denominations. Naturally the old, determinate, Christian state defended itself against unbelief, and the Apostasy Act of 1699 punishes it with the loss even of the passive sive flow rights and with imprisonment. This act has never been annulled, but is no longer ever applied. Another law, originating in Elizabeth's times, lays down that anyone who fails to attend church on Sunday without a proper excuse, if I am not mistaken, even the Episcopal Church is laid down, because Elizabeth acknowledged no dissenting chapels, is to be made to attend it by a fine or imprisonment. In the countryside this law is still frequently applied, even here, in civilized Lancashire, a few hours' travel from Manchester. There are some bigoted justices of the peace who, as Mr. Gibson, member for Manchester, alleged a fortnight ago in the House of Commons 216, have sentenced a large number of people, sometimes to 6 weeks' imprisonment, for failing to attend church. However, the main laws against unbelief are those which disqualify from taking an oath anyone who does not believe in a God or in any reward or punishment in the afterlife, and make blasphemy a punishable offense. Blasphemy is everything which aims to bring the Bible or the Christian religion into contempt, and equally the direct denial of the existence of God. The penalty for this is imprisonment, usually 1 year, and a fine. The words Church of England parson are in English in the original ed. 504 Friedrich Engels. Vorwärts. Number 80, October 5, 1844. But the indeterminate Christian state too is moving towards its downfall, even before it has been officially recognized by legislation. The Apostasy Act is, as we have said, entirely obsolete. The requirement of church attendance is likewise rather antiquated, and it is only enforced in exceptional cases. The blasphemy law is likewise beginning, thanks to the fearlessness of the English socialists and particularly of Richard Carlyle, to become antiquated, and is only applied here and there in particularly bigoted localities such as Edinburgh, and even a refusal of the oath is avoided where possible. The Christian party has become so weak that it realizes itself that a strict operation of these laws would bring about their repeal before long, and it therefore prefers to remain passive so that the Damocles sword of Christian legislation may at least remain suspended over the heads of the unbelievers and perhaps continue to be effective as a threat and deterrent. Apart from the political institutions proper which we have so far considered, there are several other matters which may be included in the sphere of the Constitution. There has so far been scarcely any mention of the rights of the citizen. Within the Constitution, strictly speaking, the individual has no rights in England. These rights exist either through custom or by virtue of individual statutes which are quite unconnected with the Constitution. We shall see how this strange separation has arisen. For the moment we move on to a critique of these rights. The first is the right that any man may publish his opinion without hindrance and without the previous permission of the government, the freedom of the press. Taken as a whole, it is true that nowhere is the freedom of the press more extensive than in England, and yet this freedom is still very limited here. The law of libel, the law of high treason and the law of blasphemy weigh heavily on the press, and if the press is rarely prosecuted, that is not due to the law but to the government's fear of the inevitable unpopularity which would follow measures taken against the press. English newspapers of all parties commit press offences every day, both against the government and against individuals, but they are allowed to pass with impunity, until it is possible to launch a political trial, and then the occasion is used to deal with the press as well. That is how it turned out with the Chartists in 1842 and just recently with the Irish repealers. 217 The freedom of the press in England has been living just as much on grace and favour for the past 100 years as it did in Prussia from 1842. The condition of England. The English Constitution 505. The second birthright 3 of the Englishman is the right of popular assembly, a right which no other nation in Europe has enjoyed to date. This right, although very ancient, was subsequently made explicit in a statute as the right of the people to assemble for the purpose of discussing grievances and petitioning the legislature for their remedy. This wording contains a limitation. If no petition results from a meeting, the latter thereby acquires if not precisely an illegal character, then at least a very ambiguous one. In O'Connell's trial the Crown particularly emphasized that the meetings which were described as illegal were not convened for the deliberation of petitions. The main limitation, however, is imposed by the police. The central or local government can prohibit any meeting in advance, or interrupt and dissolve it, and it has done this often enough, not just at Clontarf but actually in England in the case of Chartist and Socialist meetings. 218 This, however, is not considered an attack on the Englishman's birthrights because the Chartists and Socialists are poor devils and thus have no rights. No one cares two hoots about it except the Northern Star and the New Moral World, and therefore one hears nothing about it on the continent. Then the right of association. All associations which pursue lawful aims by lawful means are permitted, but in any given case, only one big society is allowed, and this may not include branch associations. The formation of societies divided into local branches, each with its own organization, is only permitted for charitable, or pecuniary purposes in general, and may only be embarked upon in England on the issue of a certificate by an official appointed for this purpose. The Socialists obtained such a certificate for their organization by declaring their purpose was of this nature. It was denied to the Chartists, although they copied the statutes of the Socialist Society word for word in their own. They are now forced to circumvent the law and are thus put in a position where a single slip of the pen by a single member of the Chartist Association 219 may entangle the whole society in the snares of the law. But even apart from that, the right of association, in its full extent, is a privilege of the rich. An association needs money first of all, and it is easier for the rich Anti-Corn Law League 220 to raise hundreds of thousands than for the poor Chartist Society or the Union of British Miners to meet the bare expenses of association. And an association which has no funds at its disposal is not likely to have much effect and cannot conduct any agitation. Engels gives this term both in German and in English ed. 506 Friedrich Engels. Vorwärts. Number 83. October 16, 1844. The right of habeas corpus, that is, the right of any accused person, high treason constitutes an exception, to be released on bail pending the start of the trial. This much praised right is once more a privilege of the rich. The poor man cannot offer surety and therefore must go to prison. The last of these rights of the individual is the right of each man to be tried only by his peers, and that too is a privilege of the rich man. The poor man is not tried by his peers, he is without exception tried by his born enemies, for in England the rich and the poor are openly at war with one another. The jury must have certain qualifications, and their nature is evident from the fact that the jury list in Dublin, a city of 250,000 inhabitants, contains only 800 qualified persons. At the most recent Chartist trials at Lancaster, Warwick, and Stafford, 221 the workers were tried by landlords and tenant farmers, who are mostly Tories, and by manufacturers or merchants, who are mostly Whigs, but in any case they are the enemies of the Chartists and the workers. But that is not all. A so-called impartial jury does not exist. When O'Connell was tried 4 weeks ago in Dublin, every member of the jury, being a Protestant and Tory, was his enemy. His peers would have been Catholics and Repealers and not even they, for they were his friends. A Catholic in the jury would have prevented the verdict, he would have made any verdict impossible, except an acquittal. This case is a particularly blatant example, but fundamentally it is the same in any case. Trial by jury is in essence a political and not a legal institution, But because all law is essentially political in origin, the reality of legal practice is revealed in it, and the English trial by jury, because it is the most highly developed, is the consummation of juridical mendacity and immorality. The starting point is the fiction of the impartial juryman. It is impressed upon the jury that they must forget everything relating to the current case that they may have heard before the trial, and judge only by the evidence brought before the court as though such a thing were possible. The second fiction is that of the impartial judge, whose task is to expound the law and bring together the arguments presented by both sides, without partiality, quite objectively as though that were possible. It is moreover required of the judge that he should especially and in spite of everything exert no influence on the verdict of the jury and should not put the verdict into their mouths. In other words, he must present the premises as they need to be presented for the condition of England. The English Constitution 507. Conclusion to be drawn, but he should not draw the conclusion himself, he may not even draw it for himself, for that would have an effect on his presentation of the premises. All these and 100 other impossibilities, inhumanities, and stupidities are demanded, simply so as decently to conceal the original stupidity and inhumanity. But there is no deceiving actual practice. In practice all this rubbish is ignored. The judge gives the jury clearly enough to understand what sort of verdict it is to pronounce, and that verdict is then regularly brought in by the obedient jury. But next, the defendant must be protected in every way. The defendant, like the king, is sacred and inviolable and can do no wrong. In other words, he can do nothing at all, and if he does do anything, it has no validity. The defendant may confess his crime, it will avail him not at all. The law decides that he is not trustworthy. I believe it was in 1819 that a man arraigned his wife for adultery after she had confessed to her husband, during an illness she thought would prove fatal, that she had committed adultery, but the defense counsel for the wife objected that the defendant's confession was no evidence, and the charge was dismissed. The sanctity of the defendant is furthermore sustained in the legal formalities which surround the English jury, and which offer such a very fertile field to the cavilling wiles of the barristers. That a trivial technical blunder can upset a whole trial verges on the incredible. In 1800 a man was found guilty of forgery but released because his defense counsel discovered before the sentence was pronounced that on the forged banknote the name was written in the abbreviated form Bart, while in the bill of indictment Bartholomew was written in full. The judge, as I have said, accepted the objection as adequate and released the convicted man. In 1827 a woman was charged with infanticide in Winchester but acquitted because in the verdict of the coroner's jury the latter declared upon their oath, the jurors of our Lord the King upon their oath present that, etc., that such and such had happened, whereas this jury of 13 men had sworn not one oath but 13 oaths, and the verdict therefore ought to have read upon their oaths. A year ago in Liverpool a boy who stole a handkerchief out of someone's pocket one Sunday evening was caught in the act and arrested. His father objected that the Wade, British History, London, 1838, not by Engels. Ibid note by Engels. Ibid note by Engels. A given by Engels in English ed. 508 Friedrich Engels. Police officer had arrested him unlawfully because there is a law which says no one may perform on Sunday the work by which he earns his living. The police, therefore, may not arrest anyone on Sunday. The judge agreed with this, but continued to examine the boy, and when the latter confessed he was a thief by profession, he was fined 5 shillings because he had followed his profession on a Sunday. For each of these examples I could give 100 more, but they speak for themselves well enough. English law sanctifies the defendant and is applied against the society for whose protection it really exists. As in Sparta, it is not the crime but the stupidity with which it is committed that is punished. Any form of protection is turned against the person whom it is intended to protect. The law is intended to protect society and attacks it. It is intended to protect the defendant and injures him, for it is obvious that any man who is too poor to oppose the official pettifogging with a counsel equally skilled in pettifogging has against him all the forms which were created for his protection. Any man who is too poor to provide a defense counsel or an appropriate number of witnesses has no hope in any suit that is in the least degree doubtful. Before the trial he can read only the indictment and the statements originally made to the magistrate, and therefore does not know the details of what is to be brought against him, and this is most dangerous precisely for the man who is innocent. He must answer at once when the prosecutor has concluded his case, and may only speak once. If he does not deal with everything, or if a witness whom he had not regarded as necessary is absent, then he is lost. Voorwoordslow No. 84, October 19, 1844. But the culmination of the whole system is the rule that the 12 jurors must be unanimous in their verdict. They are locked in a room and are not let out until they are agreed, or the judge realizes that they cannot be brought to unanimity. It is, however, thoroughly inhuman and to such an extent contrary to human nature that it is quite ridiculous to demand that 12 people should be of exactly the same opinion on a particular issue. But it is consistent. The procedure of the Inquisition is to torture the accused physically or mentally. The jury system declares the accused sacred and tortures the witnesses with a cross-examination in no way less formidable than that of the Inquisition. It even tortures the jury. It must have a verdict. Though the heavens should fall in the process, the jury is punished. The condition of England. The English Constitution 509. By imprisonment until it produces a verdict, and if it should be so capricious as to wish to adhere to its oath, a new jury is appointed, there is a retrial, and so on until either the prosecution or the jury becomes weary of the struggle and surrenders unconditionally. Proof enough that the whole legal system cannot exist without torture and is in any case barbaric. But there is no other possibility. If one wants to have mathematical certainty in matters which do not admit of such certainty, one cannot but end up in absurdity and barbarism. Practice once again brings to light what lies behind all these things. In practice the jury takes the easy way out and, there being no alternative, breaks its oath with perfect composure. In 1824, a jury in Oxford could not agree. One man said, "Guilty," 11, "Not guilty." Finally they reached a settlement. The one dissenter wrote "Guilty" on the bill of indictment and withdrew. Then came the foreman with the other jurors, picked up the paper and wrote "Not" in front of the word "Guilty." Wade, British History. Another case is recounted by Fonblanque, editor of the Examiner, in his work England under 7 Administrations. In this instance too a jury could not reach a decision, and eventually the jurors had recourse to the drawing of lots. They took 2 straws and drew. The opinion of the party which drew the longer straw was adopted. While we are concerned with the legal institutions, we may examine the matter a little more closely in order to complete our survey of the legal situation in England. It is well known that the English Penal Code is the most severe in Europe. As recently as 1810 it was in no way inferior in barbarity to that of the Carolina 222, burning, breaking on the wheel, quartering, disembowelment while the person was still alive, etc., were widely used types of punishment. Since then, it is true, the most outrageous atrocities have been abolished, but there still remain numerous instances of brutality and infamy unamended on the statute book. The death penalty applies to 7 crimes: murder, high treason, rape, sodomy, breaking and entering, robbery with violence and arson with intent to kill. Only in 1837 was the formerly much more widely applicable death penalty limited to this number, and in addition, English penal law knows 2 forms of punishment of particularly choice barbarity: transportation, or debasement through association, and solitary confinement, or debasement through isolation. Neither could be more cruelly or more vilely chosen to ruin systematically and consistently the victims of the law physically, intellectually, and morally, and to reduce them to below. 510 Friedrich Engels. The level of beasts. The criminal who is transported finds himself in such an abyss of degradation and loathsome bestiality that the best of men cannot but succumb there in 6 months. Anyone who wishes to read the reports of eyewitnesses about New South Wales and Norfolk Island will agree when I maintain that everything I have said earlier falls far short of the actual truth. The prisoner in solitary confinement is driven insane. The model jail in London, after only 3 months of existence, had already 3 lunatics to transfer to Bedlam, to say nothing of the religious mania which is still usually regarded as sanity. The penal laws against political crimes are drawn up in almost exactly the same terms as in Prussia, particularly exciting discontent and seditious language are phrased in the same vague way which gives so much latitude to the judge and jury. In this field too the penalties are harsher than elsewhere, transportation is the main form. If these severe penalties and these ill-defined political crimes are less significant in practice than it might seem according to the law, this is, on the one hand, a failing in the law itself, which is so confused and unclear that a clever barrister can raise objections in the defendant's favor at every turn. English law is either common law, in other words, unwritten law such as existed at the time when statutes were first gathered and later collated by legal authorities. On the most important points this law is naturally uncertain and ambiguous, or else it is statute law, which consists of an infinite number of individual acts of parliament gathered over 500 years, which contradict each other and represent not a state of law, but a state of complete lawlessness. The barrister is everything here. Anyone who has wasted a lot of his time on this legal jungle, on this chaos of contradictions, is all-powerful in an English law court. The uncertainty of the law naturally led to belief in the authority of decisions taken by past judges in similar cases, and this only aggravates the uncertainty, since these decisions also contradict one another, and the outcome of the proceedings depends again on the learning and presence of mind of the barrister. On the other hand, lack of importance of English penal law is however just a matter of clemency, etc., and regard for public opinion, which the law by no means obliges the government to have, and the vigorous opposition to all law reforms shows that the legislature is by no means inclined to change this state of affairs. But it should never be forgotten that property rules and that in consequence this clemency is only practiced towards respectable criminals. It is on the poor man, on the pariah, on the proletarian that the full force of the law's barbarity descends, and no one cares a brass farthing about it. This favoritism towards the rich is moreover explicitly stated in the law. While all serious crimes are liable to the severest penalties, fines are stipulated for almost all minor offenses, fines which are of course the same for the poor and the rich but which affect the rich man little or not at all, while in 9 cases out of 10 the poor man cannot pay them and is then committed without more ado to the treadmill for a few months in default of payment. One only needs to read the police reports in the first English newspaper that comes to hand to be convinced of the truth of this statement. The maltreatment of the poor and the preferential treatment of the rich in all the courts of law is so universal, is practiced so openly and brazenly, and is reported so shamelessly by the newspapers that one can rarely read a paper without being filled with indignation. Such a rich man is always treated with uncommon courtesy, and however brutal his offense may have been, the judges are always very sorry that they have to sentence him to what is usually a quite paltry fine. The administration of the law is in this respect still more inhuman than the law itself. Law grinds the poor and rich men rule the law, and there is one law for the poor and another for the rich are completely true sayings that have long since become proverbial. But how can it be otherwise? The magistrates and the jury alike are themselves rich, are chosen from the middle class and are thus biased towards their own kind and are born enemies of the poor. And if the social effect of property, which we cannot go into now, is taken into account, then indeed nobody can be surprised at such a barbaric state of affairs. The question of direct social legislation in which this infamy culminates, will be dealt with later. 223 In any case it could not be described in its full significance at this point. Let us summarize the conclusions of this critique of the law in England. Whatever objections may be raised to it from the viewpoint of the constitutional state are a matter of supreme indifference. The fact that England is not officially a democracy. A Vorwärtslösung has, more oppressive. Ed. Be given by Engels in English ed. 512 Friedrich Engels. Cannot prejudice us against her institutions. For us there is only one matter of importance, that we have found everywhere theory and practice in flagrant contradiction with each other. All the powers of the Constitution, the Crown, the House of Lords and the House of Commons, have dissolved before our eyes. We have seen that the established Church and all the so-called birthrights of the British are empty names, that even trial by jury is in reality only an outward show, that even the law has no existence, in short, that a state, which has given itself a clearly defined legal foundation, denies and abuses this foundation. The Englishman is not free on account of the law but despite the law, if one can say at all that he is free. We have seen furthermore what a jungle of lies and immorality follows from this state of affairs. People prostrate themselves before empty names and deny reality, they do not want to know anything about it and are reluctant to acknowledge what really exists, what they have themselves created. They deceive themselves and invent a language of conventions with artificial concepts, each of which is a parody of reality, and cling fearfully to these hollow abstractions, so as to avoid having to own to themselves that what matters in real life, in practice, are quite different things. The whole English constitution and the whole of constitutional public opinion is nothing but a big lie which is constantly supported and concealed by a number of small lies whenever at one point or another its true nature appears a little too openly in the light of day. And even if a person comes to the realization that the whole of this construction is but untruth and fiction, even then he still adheres to it, indeed more tenaciously than ever, so that the empty words, the few meaninglessly assembled letters, should not fall apart, for these words are after all the pivot on which the world turns, and with them the world and mankind would of necessity plunge into the darkness of chaos. One cannot but turn away in deep disgust from this tissue of blatant and concealed lies, of hypocrisy and self-deception. Can such a state of affairs last long? There is no chance of that. The struggle of practice against theory, of reality against abstraction, of life against hollow words devoid of meaning, in short, of man against inhumanity, must be decided, and there is no question as to which side will be victorious. The struggle is already on. The Constitution is shaken to its foundations. What form the immediate future will take emerges from what has just been said. The new, alien elements in the Constitution are democratic in nature. It will become evident that the condition of England. The English Constitution 513. Public opinion too is developing in a democratic direction. The immediate future of England will be democracy. But what a democracy! Not that of the French Revolution, whose antithesis was the monarchy and feudalism, but the democracy whose antithesis is the middle class and property. The whole of the preceding development shows this. The middle class and property are dominant, the poor man has no rights, is oppressed and fleeced, the Constitution repudiates him and the law mistreats him. The struggle of democracy against the aristocracy in England is the struggle of the poor against the rich. The democracy towards which England is moving is a social democracy. But democracy by itself is not capable of curing social ills. Democratic equality is a chimera. The fight of the poor against the rich cannot be fought out on a basis of democracy or indeed of politics as a whole. This stage too is thus only a transition, the last purely political remedy which has still to be tried and from which a new element is bound to develop at once, a principle transcending everything of a political nature. This principle is the principle of socialism. Written in March 1844, printed according to the news first published in Vorwärts. Paris, NOS. 75, 76, 77, 78, 80, 83, and 84, September 18, 21, 25 and 28, and October 5, 16 and 19, 1844. And Leeds General Advertiser. Vol 7 No. 338. Saturday, May 4, 1844. Letter to the Editor. Of the Northern Star trademark. I propose furnishing you with reports concerning the progress of the movement party on the continent for the Star, extracts from the German papers, and of my correspondence with well-informed men in Paris and Germany. I see with pleasure that your paper contains more and better information about the state of public opinion in France than all other English papers together, and I should like to place you in the same position as far as regards Germany. The political state of Germany is becoming more important every day. We shall have a revolution there very shortly, which cannot but end in establishment of a federal republic. 225 At the same time, I shall not confine myself to Germany, but report to you everything about Switzerland, Austria, Italy, Russia, and C, which will be likely to prove interesting to your readers, and I shall leave it entirely to yourself to make what use you think proper of the materials furnished by me. Written late in April 1844, printed according to the news first published in T7 i.e. Northern Star paper number 338, May 4, 1844. The situation in Prussia. When Frederick William IV ascended the throne, there was not a more popular monarch in all Europe. Now, there is none more unpopular, not one, not even Nicholas of Russia, who is at least worshipped by the dumb beastly stupidity of his degraded serfs. The Prussian king, who calls himself emphatically the Christian king, and has made his court a most ludicrous assemblage of whining saints and piety-feigning courtiers, has done everything in his power to open the eyes of the nation, and not in vain. He commenced with a show of liberality, then passed over to feudality, and ended in establishing the government of the police spy. The press is laid down by a rigorous censorship, and by prosecutions in courts of law, before judges, paid by the king, and removable by the king, who conduct trials without juries, and with closed doors. Oppression is very rife. The students at Berlin commenced holding meetings and discussing political subjects. These meetings were stopped by the police, the speakers arrested, prosecuted, and several of them expelled the university. Dr. Nauwerk, lecturer at the university, who lectured on modern politics, and hesitated not to proclaim his Republican opinions, had his lectures visited by the minister's spies, and at last stopped by the illegal interference of the minister, about a month ago. The university protested against such an obstruction, and some of their members published the protest. For this heinous crime they are now under prosecution. At some public demonstrations of the students, which happened in February, cheers were given for Professor Hoffmann, who had been dismissed for his having published some satirical poetry. The consequence of this was, that again half a dozen students were expelled, and by this disabled to 516 Friedrich Engels. Take any government office, or to exercise the medical profession. At Dusseldorf, on the Rhine, the annual public masquerade during the carnival was stopped by the police, on account of some political allusions, and the poor Dusseldorfians were even hindered from going to Cologne, and partaking in the procession there. These are only a few of the oppressive measures by which the government has shown its mind, and they have had a miraculous effect on the development of public opinion. They have awakened the nation from a state of political lethargy, and thrown them into such an excitement that even the oldest and most loyal supporters of the Christian king begin to entertain fears for the stability of the present order of things. Dissatisfaction is increasing everywhere, and has become almost universal in the Rhenish provinces, in eastern Prussia, Posen, Berlin, and all the large towns. The people are resolved to have a free press and constitution to begin with. But there is so much combustible matter heaped up in all Germany, and the shades of opinion are so various, that it is impossible to predict where the movement, if once fairly commenced, may stop. However, it will be in the direction towards democracy, thus much is evident. Written late in April 1844. First published in the Northern Star. Number 338, May 4, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. Printed according to the newspaper. News from Germany. In the Chamber of Deputies of the Grand Duchy of Baden, Mr. Welker, a Liberal member, and the Lord John Russell of that country, implored the government to do something in order to satisfy the discontented feelings of the people, for, said he, I have been traveling much in all parts of Germany, and have been visited there by a great number of men of all ranks and from all parts of the country, and I should fail in my duty as a representative of the people, if I did not state that everywhere the principle of monarchical government is daily losing its ground more and more in the minds of all classes of the German nation. I therefore implore the ministers to oppose no longer the current of public opinion, for if something is not done soon, if the breach between the governments of our fatherland and the people is allowed to become wider, then nobody can doubt for a moment what the consequence will be. and Mr. Welker's evidence, as to the spread of republicanism in Germany, may be admitted as the most unquestionable that can be given, because this progress frightens him even more than it does the government, and because it is quite contrary to his own expectations. M. Frederick Steinmann, who has for some time been under prosecution for a book he published, in which he assailed the Austrian government, has been condemned to 8 months' imprisonment in a fortress, though he lives in Prussia, and published his book there. He was not prosecuted by the Austrian, but by the Prussian government, and in a Prussian court of law. Dr. Strauss, the author of The Life of Jesus, is occupied with a similar work, on the Acts of the Apostles, 226, which book he, of A.F.A. Steinmann, Karikaturen und Silhouetten den Unzenten Jahrhunderts ed. B.D.F. Strauss, Das Leben Jesu ed. 518 Friedrich Engels. Course, will treat in the same manner as he did the Gospels in his former work. The Russian diplomacy is very active at present at the different courts of Germany, in order to effect some measures against the violence with which the German press treats the policy of the Tsar. The anti-Russian feeling, which is now quite universal in Germany, has vented itself for some time past in all newspapers, and in a great many pamphlets, which makes the autocrat uneasy. But, fortunately, he will not be able to stop these publications. Serious riots at Munich. There were riots at Munich on the 3rd Inst, on account of a rise in the price of beer. The tumult was serious, and was not quelled without a somewhat sanguinary use of the soldiery, who by express orders of the king, fired on the unarmed people, killing several, and wounding others. The following later particulars show the people have triumphed, and the king succumbed, the cause being that the royal manslayer feared that his own tools, the troops, would turn against him. Munich, May 5. Tranquility has been re-established in our town, but it cannot be denied that the royal authority has suffered a good deal in the transaction. The king, after having shown himself greatly opposed to any sort of conciliation or compromise, after having himself ordered the soldiery to charge the people, and that in his own presence, ended by requiring of the brewers that they should yield to the popular demands. This morning notice was stuck up at the corners of all the streets, that the increase in the price of beer would not take place, and the people appeared satisfied, but they at the same time retain a secret animosity against the king for having ordered them to be fired upon, an order which cost the lives of several of the people of this town. It appears that the king yielded principally on account of the small degree of devotion shown towards him by the troops, who did not appear at all willing to fire upon the people. Written in the first half of May 1844. First published in the Northern Star. Number 340, May 18, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. Printed according to the newspaper. Ludwig I of Bavaria ed. Fate of a traitor. Count Adam Górowski, who took an active part in the revolution of 1830, afterwards deserted his party, was allowed to return to his country, and became notorious in a very unenviable manner by some publications, 227, in which he advised his countrymen to consider the annihilation of their independence as a judgment of God, to which they must humbly submit, and seek shelter at the throne of the mighty Tsar, in whose hands God had laid their fates. He told them that Poland could not have met with a better luck than it had done by being subdued under the Russian yoke, that it was their duty to abandon all hopes of independence, and that, in fine, the Tsar's government was the very best that could be found on the face of the earth. He expected, of course, to be rewarded by Nicholas, but the autocrat was too prudent to trust a traitor. He used him and abandoned him. He gave him a subordinate office, which Górowski resigned. When he saw that he had no hope of being promoted, he could not even get the rights of a nation which, by his participation in the insurrection, were forfeited, and at last he has chosen to leave Poland again to take shelter in Prussia, and to go to Breslau, where he has requested the authorities to be treated as a military deserter. Despised by his countrymen, whose cause he deserted, scorned by all parties in Europe, abandoned by the Tsar, he intends going to America, hoping, perhaps, that his reputation will not follow him across the ocean. The iron sway with which Russian despotism rules Poland, is at present as unrelenting as ever. Everything is done to remind the unfortunate Pole at every step that he is a slave. Even the finger posts on the roadsides must have inscriptions in Russian. 520 Friedrich Engels. Language and characters, not a word of Polish is allowed. The Polish language is banished from all courts of law. A German song, The Gypsy Boy in the North, containing not the slightest allusion to either Russia or Poland, but expressing only a strong desire to return to their native country, was translated into Polish, but suppressed by the Russian censor, as a patriotic, and therefore, of course, criminal song. No wonder, then, that Nicholas should wish to have the German press silenced, the only channel through which the world becomes acquainted with such facts as those. I must, however, not forget one fact: 6 Poles, soldiers of a Russian regiment at the frontier, deserted, but were caught before they reached Prussia. They were condemned to 1,500 lashes each. The punishment was inflicted, their relations were forced to assist at it, 3 only of the 6 survived the flogging. Written in the first half of May 1844. First published in the Northern Star. Number 340, May 18, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. Printed according to the newspaper. Beer riots in Bavaria. The Bavarian beer is the most celebrated of all kinds of this drink brewed in Germany, and, of course, the Bavarians are much addicted to its consumption in rather large quantities. The government laid a new duty of about 100 ad valorem on beer, and in consequence of this an outbreak occurred, which lasted more than 4 days. The working men assembled in large masses, paraded through the streets, assailed the public houses, smashing the windows, breaking the furniture, and destroying everything in their reach, in order to take revenge for the enhanced price of their favorite drink. The military was called in, but a regiment of horse guards, when commanded to mount on horseback, refused to do so. The police, being, as everywhere, obnoxious to the people, were severely beaten and ill-treated by the rioters, and every station formerly occupied by police officers had to be occupied by soldiers, who, being upon good terms with the people, were considered less hostile and showed an evident reluctance to interfere. They only did interfere when the palace of the king was attacked, and then they merely took up such a position as was sufficient to keep the rioters back. On the second evening, the 2nd of May, the king, in whose family a marriage had just been celebrated, and who for this reason had many illustrious visitors at his court, visited the theatre, but when, after the first act, a crowd assembled before the theatre and threatened to attack it, every one left the house to see what the matter was, and His Majesty, with his illustrious visitors, was obliged to follow them, or else he would have been left alone in his place. The French papers assert that the king on this occasion ordered the military stationed before the theatre to fire upon the people, and that the soldiers refused. The 18482. 522 Friedrich Engels. German papers do not mention this, as may be expected from their being published under censorship, but as the French papers are sometimes rather ill-informed about foreign matters, we cannot vouch for the truth of their assertion. From all this, however, it appears, that the poet king, Ludwig, King of Bavaria, is the author of 3 volumes of unreadable poems, of a traveler's guide to one of his public buildings, 228 NC. NC, has been in a very awkward position during these outbreaks. In Munich, a town full of soldiers and police, the seat of a royal court, a riot lasts 4 days, notwithstanding all the array of the military, and at last the rioters force their object. The king restored tranquility by an ordinance, reducing the price of the quart of beer from 10 kreuzers, S1/carat, to 9 kreuzers, 3d. If the people once know that they can frighten the government out of their taxing system, they will soon learn that it will be as easy to frighten them as far as regards more serious affairs. Written in mid-May 1844, printed according to the news first published in the Northern Star Pauper number 341, May 25, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. Parsonocracy in Prussia. The parsonocracy of this country, enjoying the peculiar protection and favor of the present government, assume every day a more haughty position. It has, for instance, lately occurred in Berlin, that one parson after the other refused to perform marriage ceremonies on a Saturday, alleging as his reason for this refusal, that the parties would in all probability not rise on Sunday morning in a fit state of mind for the celebration of the Lord's Day, if they were married on the previous day. Of course the Berliners, who care very little about a due celebration of the Sunday, and on the contrary make it the merriest day of the week, are crying out that the governing party was going to introduce among them the English Sunday, than which they know nothing more formidable. Indeed, the English Sunday is most repugnant to the feelings and habits of all continental nations. Written in mid-May 1844, printed according to the news first published in the Northern Star paper number 341, May 25, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. Is news from St. Petersburg. Considerable ministerial changes have occurred in St. Petersburg. The Minister of Finance, M. Kankrin, has fallen into disgrace, and the same is reported concerning the police minister, the well-known Count Benkendorf. Nicholas is evidently struggling to keep up a system which is rapidly ruining itself. The anti-Russian feeling in Germany and the other continental states is upon the increase, notwithstanding all the efforts of Nicholas's paid literary army. The financial state of the government is one great difficulty, the pomp of the court, the innumerable army of policemen and spies, the expenses of diplomatists, spies, reporters, of secret intrigues, and bribery all over Europe, the army and navy, and the endless wars against the Circassians, 229 have eaten up everything that taxes and loans could bring together. The restrictive commercial policy of M. Kankrin has made foreign trade in some parts of the empire almost impossible, and has failed to establish a system of national industry at home. Among the nobility, three parties are to be traced distinctly: the court, the old country nobility, and the officers of the army. They are intriguing constantly against each other, their object of course being nothing else but exclusive dominion over the person of the emperor, who, as all despots, is, after all, only the tool of his favorites. Written in mid-May 1844, printed according to the news first published in the Northern Star paper number 341, May 25, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. The Civil War in the Valais. The valley of the river Rhone, from its source at the foot of the glacier du Rhone to the Lake Léman, is one of the finest countries in the world. On its sides are the highest mountains of Europe, two uninterrupted chains of a mean height of 12,000 feet, covered with eternal snow, from which spring the numberless rivulets which feed the Rhone and fertilize the meadows and fields of the valley. Here, within a few hours' walk from eternal winter, the chestnut and the vine are found thriving under a sun as powerful almost in its warmth as that of the evergreen plains of Lombardy. This valley is called the Valais, and inhabited partly by Germans, partly by Frenchmen. The Germans, entering the country from the northeast, occupy the higher and more mountainous part of the valley, where the country is unfavorable to agriculture, but excellent for the breeding of cattle. Consequently, this part of the population remains up to this time in almost the same state of nature in which their forefathers occupied the upper Valais. Political and religious education is left entirely in the hands of a few aristocratic families and of the priesthood, who, of course, keep the people as stupid and superstitious as possible. On the contrary, the French settled in the lower Valais, where the widening of the valley admits of introducing agriculture and other pursuits of industry. The French have founded the more considerable towns of the Valais, are educated and civilized, and by their bordering on the lake and the radical canton of Vaud, 230 are brought into connection with the outer world, and enabled to keep a Lake of Geneva ed. The German name for it is Wallace ed. 526 Friedrich Engels. Up with the progress of their neighbors' ideas. Nevertheless, The rough mountaineers of the upper Valais had, I know not how, many hundred years ago, subdued the French lower Valais, and continued to consider this part of the country as a conquered province, and to exclude its inhabitants from any participation in government. In 1798, when the French overthrew the old aristocratic system of Swiss patrician despotism, 231 the lower Valais got its share of government, but not to the full extent it was entitled to. In 1830, when the Democratic Party in all Switzerland was in the ascendant, the constitution was remodeled upon fair and democratic principles 232, but the priest-ridden cowherds of Upper Valais, and the sovereign rulers of their mines, the parsons, have ever since tried to bring about a change in favor of the old system of injustice. The Radical Party, in order to guard against this, formed an association called Young Switzerland La Jeune Suisse among themselves and the radicals of Vaud. They were most violently assailed and calumniated by the priesthood, and usually attacked upon the ground of being infidels, which, however, on the continent is a charge more laughed at than shuddered at. In 1840 the first outbreak against Young Switzerland took place, but, finding the Democrats well prepared, the dupes of superstition and ignorance retreated to their unassailable mountain passes, in order to break forth again in March, 1844. They have now succeeded in taking the radicals by surprise, in profiting by the general reaction in favor of conservative principles, and of the leading canton, the seat of the federal government for the time being, Luzerne, being a conservative canton. The Democratic Party in Valais is for the moment overwhelmed. The interference of the federal government will be required. It remains to be seen what profit the priests, who accompanied the conservative army and headed it, will make of their victory, but at any rate there is no chance, even now, to re-establish anything like the old system, or to keep the lower Valais and its spirited inhabitants in a state of subjection. A few years, nay, months, may bring back the ascendancy of the Democratic Party. 233. Written in the first half of June 1844. First published in the Northern Star. Number 344, June 15, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. Printed according to the newspaper. News from France. There has been a serious turnout of colliers at Rive de Gier near Lyons for wages and other grievances. This affair offered upon the whole the same features as the English strikes, processions with banners, meetings, molesting of knobsticks, and the strike lasted about 6 weeks, several of the men were imprisoned for conspiracy, though no serious disturbance appears to have occurred. At last the men are reported to have returned to their pits, though it is not stated whether the object of the strike was accomplished. Republican demonstration. The following account of the gathering of the Republican forces upon the occasion of the funeral of the deceased M. Lafitte from the pen of the correspondent of the Weekly Dispatch will be found interesting, as showing the great strength of the Republicans in Paris, and the certainty of a speedy revolution in that country. Although no disturbance occurred at the funeral of the celebrated Jacques Lafitte, on the 30th ultimate, the Republican Party nevertheless made a powerful demonstration of its strength. 5,000 students belonging to the schools of law and medicine, assembled to do honor to a man whose whole life, with one fatal exception, had been devoted to the cause of political liberty. For that one error, viz., conferring the crown upon Louis Philippe, he partially atoned in the Chamber of Deputies, by imploring pardon of God and of man for the grievous injury he had been instrumental in inflicting upon France and the civilized world. The 5,000 students who followed him to his last home, are all staunch Republican spirits, all glowing for political liberty. These noble-minded young men, together with the military students of the Polytechnic schools, are the hope of young France. Let them eradicate from their breasts that absurd animosity towards England, which would lead them to plunge into war, for the mere purpose of settling the question of national rivalry over again. Let them. A May 30, 1844 ed. 528 Friedrich Engels. learned to respect their island ally as a power advancing with them hand in hand in the road of civilization, and those young men, the rising generation whom the conservative press of both nations affect to despise, will one day be called upon to decide the destinies of France. In the Revolution of 1830, military students of 16 and 18 years of age became the generals of the people in that dreadful struggle with the royal troops. At the death of Louis Philippe, the Republicans will no doubt proclaim their principles to be those alone adapted to France and French interests, and the young students of Paris must cooperate with, and advise the people in the political arena, as readily and faithfully as they led them on to victory 14 years ago. But the demonstration of Republican strength on the occasion of the funeral of M. Lafitte was not confined to the law and medical students. The secret societies were not idle. The members of those formidable political combinations assembled in immense numbers. They are for the most part respectable tradesmen, mechanics, and artisans, and are by no means the despicable rabble and low character which the Times and Journal de Débats have on various occasions represented them to be. They formed a column 4 deep, and marched immediately in front of the students. A third section of the Republican Party also followed Lafitte to the cemetery of Père Lachaise. This was composed of operatives, all neatly attired, respectable in appearance, and exemplary in behavior. The Friends of Liberty, therefore, mustered strong upon this occasion. Indeed, it is absurd for the conservative press to deny the fact that the numerical strength, and the moral influences of the French Republican Party are immense. Ranking amongst its numbers some of the most exalted names in France, names respectively famous in the spheres of war, literature, art, science, and policy, gaining strength daily by the acquisition of those whom the tyranny of the king alienates from the Orleans cause, and professing principles which accord with the new interests and new wants of civilization, the Republican Party is the one to which all eyes will be turned the moment any unforeseen accident or natural occurrence disturbs the reign of the Orleans dynasty. The Holy War. The Emperor of Morocco has declared a holy war against France and Frenchmen, and is rousing the various peoples and tribes within and contiguous to his dominions to arms in defense of the one faith, and for the extermination of the infidels. Abd el-Kader, the African Wallace, is the leader of this national enterprise for the overthrow and expulsion of the French conquerors. 835. The latest accounts represent the advanced section of the Moorish army as being within sight of the French forces. From accounts received from Constantine, it appears that the Duc d'Amalfi has met with some reverses, which seem to have been the result of his own imprudence and want of experience. It will be seen from the subjoined extracts, that a small body of troops, left in charge of Biskra, has been surprised, the French garrison killed, and the whole of the baggage, ammunition, and stores, carried away by the natives. A Toulon letter of the 3rd says. Abd or Rahman 2 ed. News from France 529. We have received most afflicting news from the province of Constantine, dated the 20th ult. The Duc d'Amalfi had left at Biskra a very small garrison, composed only of Lieutenant Petitgand, Commandant, Sub-Lieutenant Crochard, and Aide-Surgeon Major Arcelin, with about 40 men, from the battalion of the Constantine Fusiliers. This small corps was intended to form the nucleus of a new battalion, to be raised from among the tribes in the environs of Biskra. Of all these, only a sergeant major, named Police, escaped. The new recruits opened the gates of the Kasbah during the night to Mohammed Seghir, the California 236 of Abd el-Kader, and his followers, who surprised our men in their sleep, and killed them all. Plunder became general, and 70,000 fr left with the commandant to pay his men, and all the cannon, muskets, ammunition, and other stores, were carried off. This unfortunate affair is said to have encouraged the surrounding tribes to take up arms. The fatal news having reached the Prince while in the mountains of the Old Sultan, he instantly marched to Biskra with a column of 3,000 men. He arrived on the 18th, but the California had left on the preceding day. The 3rd Battalion of the African Light Infantry marched from Constantine on the 24th for Biskra, to form its garrison. On Friday, the Chamber of Deputies voted by a majority of 190 to 53 a sum of 7,500,000 F to defray the expense of increasing the present military force of France in Algeria, 96,000, by 15,000 more, thus raising the number of bayonets in Algeria to 111,000. Written in the first half of June 1844, printed according to the news first published in the Northern Star PAPER number 344, June 15, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. A Duc d'Amélie ed. News from Prussia. The people have achieved a great triumph. They have by their steady and protracted opposition forced the king to abandon his pet measure, the proposed new law of divorce. 237 The present law in this respect is very liberal, and, of course, never pleased the Christian king. Ever since his accession to the throne, he was big with an amended law, by which a divorce was to be granted in very few cases only. The holiness of the marriage bond was to be enforced as strictly as possible, and another door to be opened to the parsons to meddle with the family affairs of other people. The spirit of the nation, however, arose against such a law, the press opposed it, and when a democratic paper succeeded in getting and publishing an authentic abstract of the proposed law, a general outcry was raised against it from one end of the country to the other. 238 Nevertheless, the king persisted in his intention. The bill was laid before the Privy Council, in order to be prepared for the provincial parliaments, 239 the advice of which is necessary, according to the Prussian constitution. Whether there was already a strong opposition in the Privy Council, or whether the king saw that this measure would never pass the provincial parliaments, may be difficult to decide. It is enough, that an ordinance dated the 11th instant has been directed to the council, withdrawing the bill, abandoning entirely its principle, and declaring that the king will be satisfied with the alteration of a few formalities of the present law. This most important triumph of the opposition must strengthen permanently the popular party, and will be received. A Frederick William IV ed. Zeitung ed. News from Prussia 531. With cheers in every hamlet of the realm. It will show the people that they are strong, and that if united, they may defeat any measure they do not like, nay that by merely using their strength, they may frighten the government into anything they please. In the manufacturing district of Silesia very serious riots have occurred, the workpeople of the neighborhood, depending almost entirely upon the linen manufacture and suffering great distress, not being able to stand the competition against the English machine-made article, have for some time been in a condition similar to that of the English handloom weavers. Oppressed by competition, machinery, and greedy manufacturers, they at last arose in Peterswalden, Silesia, demolished the house of a manufacturer, and were only dispersed by the appearance of the military. In Langenbelau, outrages of a similar nature were committed, the military were repelled by the people, and could only restore the peace after having received reinforcements and fired on the rioters, of whom several were killed. In other districts tumultuous assemblages took place, and even in the capital of the province, Breslau, the peace was disturbed. Thus it is evident that the consequences of the factory system, of the progress of machinery, and for the working classes are quite the same on the continent as they are in England, oppression and toil for the many, riches and wealth for the few, insecurity of fortune, discontent and riot exist among the hills of Silesia, as well as in the crowded cities of Lancashire and Yorkshire. 240. Written in Rate June 1844. First published in the Northern Star. Number 346, June 29, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. Printed according to the newspaper. See this volume, p. 201 ed. Further particulars. Of the Silesian riots. The riots commenced, as stated in my last, 2 at Peterswalden, in the district of Reichenbach, the center of the manufacturing part of Silesia. The weavers assembled before the house of one of the most respectable manufacturers, of the name of Zwanziger, singing a song, in which the behavior of this individual towards his workmen was animadverted upon, and which seems to have been manufactured for the occasion. 241 Mr. Zwanziger sent for the police, and got several of the ringleaders arrested. The people assembled in growing numbers before his door, threatened to rescue them, and, the prisoners not being liberated, they immediately commenced the work of destruction. The doors were forced, the windows smashed, the crowd entered the house, and destroyed everything within their reach. Zwanziger's family had hardly time to save themselves, and the throwing of stones at them was so incessant that it was found necessary to wrap up in bedding the female part of the family, and have them carried in a coach to Schweidnitz. To this place messengers also were sent to call in the aid of the military, but the commanding officer replied he could do nothing without orders from the provincial authorities at Breslau. The people, in the meantime, entirely demolished the dwelling house of Mr. Zwanziger, and proceeded then to the warehouse, where they destroyed all books, bills of exchange and other documents, and threw the cash they found, amounting to upwards of £1,000, upon the street, where it was picked up by a lot of Bohemian smugglers, who had passed the frontier to see whether they could not profit by the riots. The bales of cotton and * see previous article ed. Further particulars of the Salchion riots 533. Bags, as well as all the manufactured yarn and goods, were, as far as possible, destroyed or made useless, and the machinery in the adjoining factory, entirely broke. Having finished up here, they left the ruins of the demolished buildings and proceeded to Langenbelau, the men of which town joined them immediately, and where Mr. Dierig's factory and warehouse was attacked. Mr. Dierig first tried to buy them off, but after having paid part of his bargain, he was informed that the military were on the road, and he immediately refused to pay the remainder. The crowd immediately forced their way to the premises, and demolished them in the same way as they had done at Peterswalden. While they were engaged in this, a detachment of about 160 foot soldiers arrived, with the civil authorities. The riot act was read, the people replied by throwing stones at the military, then the word to fire was given, and 12 of the rioters were killed and many wounded. But the enraged crowd rushed on against the soldiers, and wounded such a number of them by stones, that the commanding officer, who had been dragged from his horse and severely beaten, retreated with them, to await reinforcements, while the destruction of property continued going on. At last 2 battalions of infantry, a company of rifles, some cavalry and artillery appeared, and dispersed the rioters. Further attempts at similar proceedings were stifled by the military keeping the town and surrounding places occupied, and, as usual, when everything was over, the proper authorities came forward with proclamations and such like, declaring the district in a state of siege, and threatened the most horrible punishments for every breach of the peace. The riots were not confined to these 2 towns. In Alt-Friedland and Ludmansdorf similar scenes took place, though not characterized by such a violent manifestation of feeling towards the manufacturers. Some arms were broke and some windows were smashed before the military could restore tranquility. The people throughout the district profited on this occasion by giving to the manufacturers such a display of their feelings as could not be mistaken. The causes of these affrays were the incredible sufferings of these poor weavers, produced by low wages, machinery, and the avarice and greediness of the manufacturers. It will scarcely be believed that the wages of this oppressed class, in a family where father, mother, and children worked, all of them at the loom, amounted to a sum which would buy no more than 6 shillings would in England. Besides, they were all in debt, which is not at all a matter of surprise, when wages are so low, and the manufacturers gladly advance them small sums, which 534 Friedrich Engels. The men could never pay, but which were sufficient to give the masters an absolute sovereignty over them, and to make them the slaves of the manufacturers. Then there was, besides that, the competition of the English article, which had an advantage over them from the superior machinery of the English factories and the low wages there, and which tended to bring down their wages too. In short, it was the factory system with all its consequences that pressed upon the Salchion weavers in the same manner as it has done, and now does, upon the English factory workers and handloom weavers, and which has occasioned more dissatisfaction and riotous outbreaks within this country than anything else. It is to be noticed, that during all these disturbances, according to the statements of all German papers, not one single robbery has been committed by the starving weavers. They threw the money on the street, they did not convert it to their own use. They left the stealing and plunder to the Bohemian smugglers and poachers. Written in the latter half of June 1844, printed according to the news first published in the Northern Star paper number 346, June 29, 1844, with an editorial note, from our own correspondent. Supplement. Friedrich Engels. Cola di Rienzi Trademark. Act 1. Sceneone. The Forum in Rome, with the Capitol in the background. Enter Colonna with other patricians, and, soon after, the people, led by Battista. Patrick Ians. Away, Colonna, the people crowd us. Come, flee from the wrath of the howling mob. Colonna flee. A colonnata flee the dregs of the people whose necks he so often trod and trampled on? Flee, cowardlings, flee. I'll brave their fury. Patrick Ians. See you them surging along the street? Can you not hear them raging? Come. The people, with Battista at their head, crowd onto the stage. Battista. How are you, fine sirs, today? Must you make such haste to go? Surely you'd be glad to stay? Friedrich Engels. Colonna, to the patricians. Can you let them mock you so? Battista. See their faces, how they plead. Stay with us, we humbly pray. Colonna and Patrick Ians. Hence, you insolent ones, away. Battista. Just to serve you is our need. Colonna, to the patricians. Draw, patricians. Battista. We would treat you as our parents. We would never mutiny. We would never speak too free. Leave our families in your care. All our goods you need not spare. You may torture, thrash, or flail us. Crush, bait, shackle us and jail us. For our sins you may impale us. All we ask you is, please stay. Colonna, to the patricians. Well, my lords, what do you say? Patrick Ians. Hence, you insolent ones, away. Colonna. Hence, you insolent, filthy rabble. Know you not this voice's thunder? That has rent you oft asunder? Know you not how this foot treads? When it walks upon your heads? Know you not your lord and master? Cola di Rienzi 539. Scene 1 revised. Colonna, Orsini, Orlando Orsini. The people in the background. Enter patricians, they remain standing on one side. Orsini. Come, Colonna, let us hurry. For the mob approaches, see. Colonna. I shall stand and face their fury. Never was I known to flee. Orsini. Yield, just once, or we'll pay dear. We were mad to tarry longer. Orlando. We must go, or else I fear we shall not escape their anger. Colonna. No. I'll walk, though I die here. Through their midst, defying danger. Battista, he comes out from among the people. The people draw nearer. How are you, fine sirs, today? Must you make such haste to go? Surely you'd be glad to stay? Orsini. Can you let them mock you so? Battista. See their faces, how they plead. Stay with us, we humbly pray. Friedrich Engels. Colonna, Orsini, Orlando. Hence, you insolent ones, away. Battista. Just to serve you is our need. Colonna, to the patricians. Draw, patricians. Battista. We would treat you as our parents. We would never mutiny. Never speak too evilly. Leave our families in your care. All our goods you need not spare. You may torture, thrash, or flail us. Crush, bait, shackle us and jail us. For our sins you may impale us. All we ask you is, please stay. Colonna, to the patricians. Well, my lords, what do you say? Colonna, Orsini, Orlando. Hence, you insolent ones, away. Colonna. Hence, you insolent, filthy rabble. Know you not this voice's thunder? That has rent you oft asunder? Know you not how this foot treads? When it walks upon your heads? Know you not your Lord and Master? People. Down with you. Colonna, to the patricians. Draw your swords. Our lives are at stake. Cola di Rienzi. People. Down with you. We are free. Batista. Do stay with us, we beg you. Patrick Ians. Away. Just let us flee their rage. Until revenge's hour shall strike. Colonna. Let us give in for now. Rave, you rabble, rave on. One day we shall return. Then tremble before our wrath. People. Down with you. Exeunt Colonna and patricians. The people gradually divide into two choruses, the first of which is bigger than the second. Batista see, they quail, those noble lords, cowering back with unsheathed swords, count and baron, marquis and prince, needs must hastily hie them hence. But what use, if 10 small devils leave us, and the worst of evils, yes, the prince of hell, none other comes and takes the whole place over. Granted those ones are a curse, still the tribune plagues us worse. First chorus. Hail to the tribune, the people's liberator. Who dares to revile him? Second chorus. Down with him. Friedrich Engels. Batista. He is as evil and as good as yonder lords of noble blood. He ever speaks words passing fair, yet to the people shuts his ear. Tyrants out, a despot in. 'Twill end as it did first begin. First chorus. Silence, slanderer. Second chorus. No, say on. Batista. He is as evil and as good as yonder lords of noble blood. First chorus. Traitor. Defame not the liberator. Hail to the tribune. Hail to Rienzi. Traitor. Away with you. Beat him, beat him. Second chorus. Down with him, the tyrant. Curse Rienzi. Death to the tribune. We will protect you. Batista. To you he speaks, etc. Tyrants out, etc. Confusion. The music of a triumphal procession is heard in the distance. Cannon fire. All are startled. Both choruses he comes. Let us meet him. First chorus. Hail to the liberator. Cola di Rienzi. Second chorus. He'll fall to our revenge soon, as did those others. However firm he stands. Both choruses. To meet him. Exeunt omnes. Scenetwo. Colonna's palace, Camilla's chamber. Camilla. Why that turmoil? What's the meaning of that roaring mob out there? All that raving, running, screaming. Bloody flags waved in the air? And I hear a wild throng gathered at the palace steps, they're crying out the name of my own father, threatening and vilifying. Will you escape, father, safe and sound, from the crazed people that riot and swarm? Will Holy Mary protect res, look down like a good star and preserve you from harm? Fear is upon me, black and ineffable. Father, all for your sake. Spare me this suffering, dreadful, unbearable, Father, oh please come back. All the servants, in their terror, leaving me, have run away. And I stand here white with horror. in the palace on my own. But oh God! For here comes Walter. Heart, oh heart, be still, I pray. Now he sees me quail and falter. Through the gates he runs alone. Friedrich Engels. Enter Montreal. Camilla. By all the saints in heaven, Montreal, you dare. Montreal, going down on his knees. Zero Camilla. My Camilla. Camilla. You dare set foot inside this house. Denied to you forever by my father? Let him but meet you here, and from his sword your life's in danger. Montreal. Sweet lady, do you mind no more? The love that bound us lastingly. The vows that by the stars we swore. The tears you used to shed for me? Camilla. Leave me. O saints, my poor heart is bursting in my breast. Montreal. Beloved, see the hectic fever that drives the blood into my face. Am I now strange to you forever? Who on your breast once found my peace? Camilla, one must not look you in the eye, being beholden to forswear you. My wretched heart will break, but alas, I must not dare come near you. Montreal. Oh, see me begging at your feet. My only dearest love are you. But lock your heart against me, sweet. And heaven locks its portals too. Cola di Rienzi 545. Camilla. My breast is heaving up and down. From him I cannot stay apart. Once more in true love's toils I'm bound. Walter forever yours my heart. Both zero true love's blessed victory. No matter what else may conspire against us, what can mar our sky? When each belongs to each entire. Though we be shunned the whole world over, our bond disparaged as a bane. If we do not desert each other, indeed our star can never wane. Camilla. But tell me, Walter, what arouses the mob on the streets to such violent rage? And, above all, my father, where is he? Montreal. Fear not. Your father is in safety, debating flight with the city nobles in the Orsini's palace. The tribune approached, rejoicing, the people all went to meet him. Like lightning he moved, and, ere the nobles could guess what was happening, he stood at the gates of the city. Your father will soon be here with his trusted friends, to lead you from here to a place of safety. But look! His suite comes over there. With trumpets sounding, banners waving. Yes, I can see his silver hair. He comes, and so I must be leaving. Camilla. My Walter, go away from me. But for my love you need not fear. One shall yearn for you constantly, my heart shall ever hold you dear. 546 Friedrich Engels. Walter. My joy until we meet again. The saints be with you, I will come back to you, love, a nobler man. To carry you, my princess, home. Great things to do some day, I mean. My life on it, the time will come. I'll raise you to the throne as queen. And you shall reign with me in Rome. Camilla. My loving heart content would be, if I were simply your poor wife. It were the height of bliss for me to serve you, body and soul, for life. Both. O true love's blessed victory. Etc. Scenethree. The people swarm onto the stage and range themselves in the background, while Batista stands in front with the chorus of malcontents. Triumphal procession. Chorus of people hail to the tribune, the people's liberator. Hail to Rienzi, father of the fatherland. The procession grows. Batista with mercenaries he moves in, the people's freedom claims to win. He's scared of his own countrymen. This joke will soon come to an end. Chorus as above. Batista. They fill the air with joyful cries. Suffering soon will make them wise. Cola di Rienzi. Chorus of malcontents. Down with the foreign mercenaries. Down with the tribune. Curse you, the people's oppressor. Curse you, desecrator of holy places. Away with the foreigners, away. Chorus of people. Hail to the tribune on high. Long live the father of the fatherland. Batista. See, he looks arrogant enough. Now that his clever tricks come off. See how defiant he goes there. Now that he's caught us in his snare. He will not long remain so proud. When common sense dawns on the crowd. Chorus of people as above. Rienzi, on the rostrum. So stand I once again amongst you, zero noble Romans. Again I see all Rome's holy places, the Capitol, the eternal Forum. You are welcoming me, and so my gratitude shall not be wanting. One swear before God's countenance to consecrate my whole life to your freedom, that ancient Rome shall rise again as great and free as ever from her ruins. I shall not rest, nor tarry, till Rome in all her ancient splendor, and in her ancient majesty, shines before all the peoples of this earth. Even as the phoenix, prouder, more magnificent, soars up aloft from its own funeral pyre, so may the bygone age of world conquest return once more, new and imperishable. Chorus of people, as above. Curtain. 548 Friedrich Engels. Act 2. Sceneone. Palestrina. A chamber in Colonna's house. At the beginning, shots are heard from time to time. Colonna, Camilla. Camilla. Father, for Jesus' sake, what is afoot? With anxious faces your friends are leaving. Deserting you, the besiegers' cannon are thundering closer and fiercer than ever. Are we then lost, my father, oh tell me? Colonna. Camilla, be calm and listen. The ambitious Orsini wanted no more to obey me, the chosen leader, but stand beside me, give orders like me. I stuck to my rights. The rift between us was irremediably wide. His son stepped forward. Fathers, said he, be not divided in danger's hour, when unity is our foremost need. I want to reunite you. Give me, Colonna, your daughter in marriage. Long have I loved her, the fair Camilla. If, through your children, you are united by holy bonds, strife no longer shall split you asunder over the power in the land. Then his father spoke up as follows. So be it. But if you refuse, Colonna, tomorrow I shall withdraw my troops, and come to terms with the tribune. Then try and hold the fortress alone. Those were his words. And so, my daughter, even before the sun goes down, you'll go as I told him to young Orsini, and join him in wedlock. So make you ready. Cola di Rienzi. Camilla. Oh God, what shall I do? Colonna. You seem unwilling to give in. I'd long intended that you should win a better thing on your brow to set than Count Orsini's coronet. Whoever might your hand in marriage merit, at least a princedom should inherit. Or so I thought. Things worked out differently. What choice have we? Camilla. So it is settled, then. I'll be the sacrifice for peace between you men. My own peace I must lose. Am I so much alone that he I most despise must be my husband one I would not freely choose? Father, I beg you, spare me your fury. Just for you, I would gladly die. But Count Orsini I never shall marry. Colonna. What evil spirit has made you so wild? You even choose my wish to refuse. I command you, iniquitous child. Camilla. Command of me whatever you will. But the vow that I swore to the man I adore, I honor it still. Colonna. To Montreal I'm to give you away? I thought the hope of his winning your hand. Friedrich Engels. had long since been gone from your mind. A fine son-in-law for me, I must say. Since when have plunderers, robbers, and murderers won the Colonna's womenfolk, pray? Camilla, ere I should prove false to my vow, let the earth now swallow me up, or the blackness of night. Walter, our love nothing can blight, true ones in woe live to the day when their darkness turns bright. Colonna, can you not see the threat that surrounds us? Iron balls pound down the walls, the enemy's stranglehold tightens around us. Think of what's going to happen to you at the dread hour when turret and tower fall, and foemen come swarming through. Who will protect you and save you from force when the wild soldiers clutch you with their claws? Camilla, my Walter will shield me, he surely will come. If he comes not, a dagger will save me from shame. Colonna, did not this Montreal of yours first put us in this sorry plight, sending the tribune his own force to harass us by day and night? Yet this same Montreal you'd choose before them all? Camilla, I shall stay true to him forever. Cola di Rienzi 551. Colonna, will you not think and have some sense? Camilla, what I've said I won't gainsay. Colonna, intractable one, then get you hence. I'll tame this obduracy. Camilla, what I've sworn I should forswear. Colonna, yes. Before this day is through. Camilla, empty then my promise were. Colonna, I will see you change your view. Camilla, these my passions. Colonna, I'll suppress. Camilla, this my love. Colonna cannot survive. Camilla, such devotion to repress. Colonna, that will be child's play to me. Camilla, I shall not betray him, never. Friedrich Engels. Colonna, Camilla, I asterisk a, it may cost I carat your fifth backslash yes, backslash me my Camilla, I'll be true to him forever. His I am and EER shall be. Camilla, Colonna, all upon it I would stake, though it may cost JJJYMR life. This your vow you must forsake, this my vow I'll not forsake and obey, I trademark e constantly. A servant, entering. My lord, a stranger waits outside. He has important news to bring you. But only to you he'll give his name. Colonna, let him come in. Exit servant. Enter Montreal in cloak and hat. He doffs his and flings back his cloak. Camilla, oh heavens. Walter. Colonna. Montreal. You dare to enter my house. You, whose soldiers besiege us now. You, that have taken the enemy's side. You, that have stolen my daughter's heart. From me? What is your purpose here? Montreal. Softly, dear sir, and listen to me. Do you remember, you turned me away when I was seeking Camilla's hand? Cola di Rienzi 553. Now I revenge myself, as befits a knight. My soldiers have you completely surrounded. Their guns rock Palestrina's towers. A sign from me, and the whole wild horde streams in, and then you are lost. For who will save you? Well, I will save you, if you so wish. Palestrina need not fall, and I shall lead you in pomp and ceremony back to Rome. Colonna. So you would treacherously leave the tribune? That is hardly a knightly deed, I'll have no part in it at all. Montreal. What treacheries here? My brothers, not I, sent the troops to join the tribune. I never sanctioned the deed at all. Who's to prevent me withdrawing my soldiers? That I'll do. This only I ask. Give me what I could anyway win for myself. Colonna. What do you want of me? Montreal. In Romagna, in the March of Ancona. Are thousands obedient to my word? I have no land, and yet I am the most powerful man in Italy. I come to you, and I demand. Agree to let me assume the title of Roman Podesta and take your daughter as wife beside me on the throne. Kalana paces up and down in thought. Camilla. Did I not say he'd rescue us? Hearing that I was in distress? Did I not know he'd think of me? In times of danger or of stress. Friedrich Engels. Montreal. How could I ever desert my beloved? Or my beloved's father in need? Kalana. So be it. I'll sacrifice Crescini. He always envied me, being vain. He and his house may fall, but I shall rise. My son, here is my daughter, she's yours. Be Podesta of Rome with her beside you. Camilla, past returning. Our hate and enmity. I have appeased your yearning. Look up at me. Camilla. Flowers of love's joy so tender. From harsh adversity. Have blossomed in their splendor. O wondrous destiny. Montreal. And now what do we care? That once we burned so long. Wrestling with despair. And grief, and pain, and wrong. Camilla. O day of joy for lovers. Montreal. O gift of love so true. Camilla. O bliss when suffering's over. Kalana. Now take you each the other. May life be good to you. Cola di Rienzi. All three. We'll go unhesitating. To meet our destiny. The future contemplating. Serene, and gay, and free. Through harsh pain sanctified. After long strife together. Love's flames thus purified. Shall burn and burn forever. Scene 2. A room in Rienzi's home. Rienzi, paper in hand. Curse the traitors low for turning the people away from me, for reviling me. As if I'd fatten myself on the poor. Curse them. If only the people stay loyal. The future shall see me gloriously vindicated. My people all, for whom I've gladly been cursed, reviled, imprisoned, banned, for whom I braved the tyrants, loudly crying amongst them, hold your hand. My people, you will not go under. Shamed and abused, like cowards base. You shall arise in all your grandeur. A proud and a victorious race. You know not the many trials, cares and anguish I went through. You know not the many perils that I faced because of you. Long years, hesitating never. Through the thorns I struggled on. Yet you may not thank me ever for the good that I have done. But no. I wanted Rome to free. That fell, a victim to dissension. Restore her ancient dignity. Is that no fine and great intention? Friedrich Engels. 0 Ancient Rome, do but once show yourself to me in your past might, and I have lived enough, can go happy into the grave's dark night. Nina, entering. O Cola, tell me, is it true that foes are plotting against you? Is danger hanging over the head so dear to me? Rienzi. Calm yourself, my dearest wife. A few power-seeking, envious ones. And Walter von Montreal, that traitor, are stirring up the people against me, hoping to bring about my downfall. Helped by God and a loyal people, one shall outwit the treacherous ones. Before they even sense the danger, their heads will roll for their own crimes. How could these schemes of theirs unnerve me? Are they as strong as I am here, with my true loving wife to serve me, and with my senses calm and clear? Nina. Cola, why can't I put to flight the fears with which I am consumed? In dreams I've seen your face all white, since you the purple robe assumed. Rienzi. My dearest wife, come, fear no more. We are not in the slightest danger. Untroubled can the eagle soar, clear of the snakes that hiss with anger. Nina. I cannot think what I would do if I should lose you, love, one day. Cola di Rienzi. Whoever left me without you would steal my very life away. Cola. Oh, put aside all fear and care. For what inspires me is sublime. I can't go under, do not dare. Until I have achieved my aim. Until Rome's might triumphantly is born again, and freedom shakes the dust off, and the world can see in trembling how the lion wakes. If, in the heat of battle, I stood alone, in peril of my life, deserted and abandoned, would you not stay by me, dearest wife? Nina. Dearest, as some God may decree. So let it be, then, for us two. I cannot, and I will not, flee. In need and death I'll stand by you. Both. Firmly together, on our own. We shall face treachery and lies. Though in this world we stood alone. Our true love ever would suffice. Scenethree. A hall in the Colonna's palace, festively arrayed for a banquet. Montreal, Batista, chorus of guests. Montreal, your health, good sirs. Let gaiety and the wine goblet reign this night. Think not how late the hour may be, while the wine laughs in beaker bright. Friedrich Engels. Let song resound these halls around, till the dawn breaks with radiant light. Chorus. Drink all the brimming cup may hold. Quaff merrily the flowing wine. The goblet filled with liquid gold revives man's heart at any time. Let song resound these halls around, until the light of dawn doth shine. Batista. Ho, there. A song, who'll sing a song? Montreal. Hey, boy, hand me that lute of yours. Let me sing you a song of Provence. After the fashion of my native land. The song of a high-born troubadour. Here follows a love song, to be inserted later. Batista. Long life to all the ladies. Chorus. Long life to the ladies. In sparkling wine. We think about them all the time. Long life to all the ladies. Montreal. Ho, butler, fill the glasses. Lacrimi Christi, Monte Falerno. Bring us the best Falernian wine. Now let us drink and let us sing. Chorus. Drink all the brimming cup, etc. The capital bell sounds. Cola di Rienzi 559. Batista. What is happening? Hear you the capital bell? Montreal. What could it be? Nothing to trouble us. Let us be merry. It's nothing to alarm us. Batista. I drink this, noble sir, to you. And to your gallant following too. That the tribune by you may be relieved of his authority. Loudly I cry to one and all. Long live Walter von Montreal. Chorus. Loud ring our voices one and all. Long live our gracious host. Long live Walter von Montreal. Choir of monks, off. Requiem aeternam dona eis. Domini. Et lux perpetualosi eis. Montreal. What has come over you, friends? Let the priests whine of graves and of death, life is red-blooded while we draw breath. Choir of monks in the background, dies irae, dies ilia. I thank you all, my friends. Let us drown out those wailing monks with joyous cries. Long live Rome, the eternal city. Chorus. Long live Rome, the eternal city. Drink all the brimming cup, etc. Choir, off, animi perdash iliadai, kia pius es. 560 Friedrich Engels. Montreal. And here's a toast to the tribune's downfall, the traitor who, on the people's sweat, Karl uses there in the capital. Revenge will be on him before he knows it. Down with him. Chorus. Down with the tribune, be our word. Let him reap his treason's reward. 3 bangs on the door. Confusion. Montreal. Enter, you uninvited guests. Enter the tribune in purple and ermine, followed by men at arms. Pause. Rienzi. Are you so gay, then, Montreal? When the Capitol bell outside, and the chanting priests tell you the tidings that your brothers are being led to execution? Let you and the rest all know this. Choir. Judex ergo nunc debet etc. Rienzi, at last your hour has struck, and your traitor's reward is settled. Montreal and Batista are led off. Curtain. Cola di Rienzi. Act 3. Sceneone. A room in Rienzi's home. Nina, hastening in, breathless. Help, Holy Mary. Help, Father in heaven. Oh, what a rabble. Comes down the streets tearing. Roaring, rampaging. Many-voiced, raging. They're bursting through breaches. And soon they will reach us. Our palace they're nearing. In wild agitation. They threaten destruction. And grim devastation. In savage eruption. The rabble draws nigh. Our deliverance please send. Ye most blessed ones on high. Let the angels' wings extend. Over us protectingly. Hear, oh hear my anguished plea. Come to us, shield us from danger. Please, oh please let us not be victims of the mob's blind anger. Nearer and nearer. The rabble is teeming. Higher and higher. The flood is streaming. Swords are glittering. Spear points flickering. Flashing bright. Ever nearer and more mighty. Death enfolds us with his arm. Help, O Mary. Help, Almighty. Do not let us come to harm. Friedrich Engels. Rienzi, entering. It's happened something I never feared. The maddened people have risen against me. Howling vengeance for Montreal's death. And for Batista's too. Nina. Oh dearest Cola. Danger is pressing nearer and nearer, zero save us both. Rienzi. Keep calm, beloved wife. Danger is not so very near. Still in the flush of youth am I. And with a face unyielding, proud, one shall go out there to defy the fury of the crowd. My eye is swift as lightning blast. My brow unmarred by life's abuse. Like swords, my words are keen and fast. So let all hell break loose. Let hell break loose, still I shall brave it. I raised myself up to the throne. Now I must stand my ground and save it. I'll calm their anger down. Nina. Oh, let us yield, I humbly pray. Let us seek refuge from their fury. Cola, just once, hear what I say. Oh Cola, let us hurry. Rienzi. In cowardice? Not while I draw breath. Nina. Cola, while still there's time decide. Cola di Rienzi. Rienzi. I'll stand and face it out with death. Though he press in from every side. Nina. Oh, come. The mob does not deserve so great a sacrifice, oh, no. Rienzi. If ruin strikes, my death shall serve. Before the whole wide world to show. I did not shrink to dedicate my life that Rome once more be great. Nina. So, husband, you'll not run away? Then from your side I shall not go. As in good times, likewise in woe. And wretched fortune, I shall stay. Rienzi. Come to my breast, O marvelous wife. The reward of striving constantly blooms in your love, God's joy, for me. Though reached I not my goal in life. Nina. So big, so strong you are, my mate. Held in your warm embrace, to fall with you, most wonderful of all. Oh what a high and blissful fate. Cola, Nina. And so we go forth joyously, embracing one another tight, bathed in the glow of true love's light, to meet whate'er our fate may be. Though death outside await us twain, through fire and sword, both unaffrighted, we go, together and united, to face what fortune may ordain. Friedrich Engels. Scene 2. Before the Capitol. Camilla, hair unbound, sword in hand. So it has come, then. For what I so languish. The hour of revenge. For my sorrow and anguish. The hour of revenge. His blood shall be shed. In atonement for yours. My murdered, my dear one. Though I strike him dead. With this, my own hand. True love has been murdered. Burn hatred, burn more. And stain, blood of tyrants. My thirsting sword blade. With purple red gore. Not woman, but fury. Henceforth be my name. With steel I shall sever the veins of that same vile traitor who sent my love to his grave. Away with compassion and womanly weakness. Vengeance, vengeance. For that shameful crime is all that I crave. The crowds are all swarming and gathering together, more frenzied than ever. I'm going to make them fall, then, Rienzi. From the throne to your doom. Your victim, my lover, awaits you in the tomb. To the people, who have gathered round her. Vengeance I cry. Vengeance I cry. For the tyrant's execution. Cola di Rienzi. For the grimmest retribution. Storm into the Capitol. From his rooms in all their glory. Drag him hither bodily. To his end so grim and gory. Dying, he'll atone for all. Chorus. Vengeance. Vengeance, to the Capitol. Camilla. On his guilty head let roll. Curses, death, calamity. Liberty from us he stole. Now it is his reckoning time. At our feet in terror, he shall like any traitor die. Red his blood shall flow and free. For his most perfidious crime. Chorus. At our feet in terror, etc. Enter Rienzi, Nina following him. Rienzi. Citizens of Rome. Why do you gather here? In milling crowds, with spear and sword. Before the Capitol? Do you not trust me now, whom you elected? And on whose shoulders you it was that laid? This purple? What have I done to harm you? Let me finish my task. Let me restore our ancient glory. And you'll be lords of the earth. And free, with laws of your own making. Listen not to the voice of slander. Judge me by deeds alone. Camilla. Do not listen to him speaking. Let yourselves be not misled. 566 Friedrich Engels. Be intent alone on wreaking vengeance for lost liberty. Chorus. By your flattery, by your speaking. We'll no longer be misled. Now we only think of wreaking vengeance for lost liberty. They press towards him. Nina. God. Rienzi. Hence, insolent ones, away. Nina. See you not the tears I shed? Camilla. Ha, triumph. Now the vengeance seeking flames I've kindled, as I see. Chorus. Now we only think of wreaking vengeance for lost liberty. Nina. Would you spill the blood of him whom you owe your fortune to? If it's blood you want, take mine. I'll atone for every sin. Camilla. Only vengeance for his crime. Push compassion far from you. Nina. Hear my weeping and lamenting. He did good, give that a thought. Cola di Rienzi. Camilla. Think, you Romans, unrelenting. Of the suffering he brought. Chorus. Yes, we're mindful, unrelenting. Of the suffering he brought. Nina. Please have mercy. Camilla. Think of vengeance. Nina. Spare this noble man, I say. Camilla. On the tyrant wreak your vengeance. For your freedom snatched away. Chorus. Vengeance on the tyrant, vengeance. For our freedom snatched away. Nina. Do not let yourselves be blinded by your fury's raging fire. Camilla. Ha! Now shall his life be ended by the people's burning ire. Nina. Show us mercy. Camilla. Think of vengeance. 568 Friedrich Engels. Nina. Please have mercy. Camilla. Hear her not. Chorus. Ha, you traitor, this our vengeance. And our wrath escape you not. Written at the end of 1840 and the printed according to the Manu beginning of 1841 script first published in the book, Michael Nie published in English for the first ream, Friedrich Engels, Cola de Rienzi. Ein Time unbekannter Dramatischer Entwurf, Trier. 1974. Appendices. Marriage contract between Herr Karl Marx, Doctor of Philosophy, resident in Cologne, and Fräulein Johanna Bertha Julie Jenny von Westphalen, without occupation, resident in Kreuznach, June 12, 1843. Number 715. We, Frederick William, by the grace of God, King of Prussia, Grand Duke of Lower Rhine, etc., etc., herewith give notice and let it be known that before the undersigned Wilhelm Christian Heinrich Berger, Royal Prussian Notary in the residence of the town of Kreuznach, in the provincial court district of Koblenz, and in the presence of the two witnesses named below, there appeared Herr Karl Marx, Doctor of Philosophy, resident in Cologne, on the one hand, and Fräulein Johanna Bertha Julie Jenny von Westphalen, without occupation, resident in Kreuznach, on the other hand. The declarants stated that they intended to marry, and in view of their future marriage, the celebration of which is to take place as soon as possible, they have mutually agreed and laid down the clauses and conditions and the consequences in civil law as follows. Firstly, legal common ownership of property shall be established between the future marriage partners insofar as this is not specially amended by the following articles. Secondly, this common ownership shall also apply to all future fixed assets of the spouses by the future spouses, hereby declaring all fixed assets which they will inherit in the future, or which will later fall to the lot of one or other of them, to be movable property, and putting these future fixed assets, which they give wholly into common ownership, on a par with movable property. 572 Appendices. Whereby in accordance with Article 1505 of the Civil Code their transformation into movable assets ameablissement takes place. Thirdly, each spouse shall for his or her own part pay the debts he or she has made or contracted, inherited, or otherwise incurred before marriage, in consequence whereof these debts shall be excluded from the common ownership of property. Thus everything has been agreed and settled between the future spouses, concerning which the present marriage contract was adopted, which has been clearly read out to the interested parties. Done at Kreuznach in the dwelling of the widow Frau von Westphalen, June 12 of the year 1843, in the presence of the attendant witnesses, personally known to the notary, Johann Anton Rix, private gentleman, and Peter Belz, tailor, both resident in Kreuznach. And in witness thereof the present document has been signed first by the above-mentioned declarants, the name, position, and residence of whom is known to the notary, and after them by the above-mentioned witnesses and the notary. The original, which has remained in the possession of the notary, and on which a stamp of 2 thalers has been affixed, has been signed by Dr. Karl Marx, Jenny von Westphalen, J. A. Rix, Peter Belz, and Berger, notary. At the same time we order and instruct all executors of courts of justice on request to put into operation the present act, our procurators general and our procurators at provincial courts of justice to administer the same, all officers and commandants of the armed forces or their representatives to lend a powerful helping hand if legally requested to do so. In confirmation thereof the present main copy has been signed by the notary and furnished with his seal of office. Vouching for the correctness of this main copy Berger, Notary 3. First published in, Marx/Engels, printed according to a copy of the Gesamtausgabe, ABTL, BD1, document HB2, 1929, published in English for the first time. The notary's round seal is attached to the document, and also a receipt for $6 and 15 groschen ed. Extract from the Register of Marriages of the Registry Office of Bad Kreuznach for the year 1843. Municipality, Kreuznach. District, Kreuznach. Administrative District, Koblenz No. 51. In the year 1843, on the 19th of the month of June, at 10 a.m., there appeared before me, Franz Buss, Chief Burgomaster of Kreuznach, Registrar for Births, Deaths, and Marriages, Karl Marx, aged 25, born in Trier, Administrative District of Trier, Doctor of Philosophy, resident in Cologne, Administrative District of Cologne, major son of Heinrich Marx, deceased, in his lifetime King's Counsel, resident in Trier, Administrative District of Trier, and of Henriette Presbig, of no profession, resident in Trier, Administrative District of Trier, and Johanna Bertha Julie Jenny von Westphalen, aged 29, born at Salzwedel, Administrative District of Magdeburg, of no particular occupation, resident in Kreuznach, Administrative District of Koblenz, major daughter of Johann Ludwig von Westphalen, deceased, in his lifetime Privy Councillor, resident in Trier, Administrative District of Trier, Anna of Carolina Hubel, of no profession, resident in Kreuznach, Administrative District of Koblenz. The bridegroom's mother consents to the intended marriage by the deed of consent quoted below, and the bride's mother by her personal presence. In the deed of consent of the bridegroom's mother, the Christian name of the bride's father is given as Ferdinand, but it is Johann Ludwig, as follows from the sworn declaration made before us by the bride and the 4 witnesses present, after they had previously declared that they knew him closely and well. The same requested me to perform legally the marriage agreed upon between them. As the prescribed public announcements of this marriage were actually read twice before the main door of the Kreuznach town hall, namely, the first on Sunday, the 21st of May, and the second on the following Sunday, the 28th of May, 1843, and as the documents of the announcement were duly posted up. 574 Appendices. Publicly, and no objection to the marriage was lodged, I, in order to comply with the said request, read out the following documents: A. The birth certificate of the bridegroom, and B. The death certificate of his father, both certificates drawn up by Chief Burgomaster Gortz and Assistant Thenisch in Trier under the date of the 30th and 28th of January this year. C. The deed of consent of his mother, recorded by Notary Funk in Trier under the date of the 28th of January this year. D. The birth certificate of the bride, furnished by the Royal Consistorial Councillor and Pastor of the Church of St. Mary at Salzwedel under the date of the 11th of February this year. E. The death certificate of her father, furnished by Assistant Thenisch in Trier under the date of the 23rd of February this year. F. The attestation of the announcement in Cologne, furnished by the Registrar for Births, Deaths, and Marriages Schenk in that city under the date of the 14th of June this year. G. The attestation of the announcement in Bonn, furnished by the Registrar for Births, Deaths, and Marriages Gerhard in that city under the date of the 16th of the current month and year, and read out aloud Chapter 6 of the part dealing with marriage in the Civil Code of Law, and thereupon asked the above-named bridegroom and bride whether they wished to be joined in wedlock. As each of them separately answered this question affirmatively, I declared in the name of the law that Karl Marx and Johanna Bertha Julie Jenny von Westphalen were legally married. Of this I drew up the present document in the presence of Dr. Karl Engelmann, aged 35, a physician, resident in Kreuznach, a friend of the newly married couple, of Heinrich Balthasar Christian Elevens, aged 30, a probationer notary, resident in Kreuznach, a friend of the newly married couple, of Elias Meyer, aged 64, man of private means, resident in Kreuznach, a friend of the newly married couple, and of Valentine Keller, aged 56, innkeeper, resident in Kreuznach, a friend of the newly married couple. Then the persons present signed the document with me after it had been read out to them. Dr. Karl Marx. Jenny von Westphalen, Caroline von Westphalen. Dr. Karl Engelmann. H. Clevens. Valentin Keller. E. Meyer. Bus. Published for the first time, printed according to a copy of the document. Jenny Marx to Karl Marx. In Paris 243. Trier, about June 21, 1844. You see, dear heart, that I don't deal with you according to the law and demand an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a letter for a letter. I am generous and magnanimous, but I hope that my twofold appearance before you will soon yield me golden fruit, a few lines in return, for which my heart is yearning, a few words to tell me that you are well and are longing for me a little. I should so like to know that you miss me and to hear you say you want me. But now quickly, before the holding of the daily court begins again, a bulletin about our little one, for after all she is now the chief person in our alliance and, being at once yours and mine, is the most intimate bond of our love. The poor little doll was quite miserable and ill after the journey, and turned out to be suffering not only from constipation but downright overfeeding. We had to call in the fat pig, B, and his decision was that it was essential to have a wet nurse, since with artificial feeding she would not easily recover. You can imagine my anxiety. But that is all over now. The dear little Clever Eyes is being fed magnificently by a healthy young wet nurse, a girl from Barbeln, the daughter of the boatman with whom dear Pape had so often sailed. In better times, Mother once provided a complete outfit of clothes for this girl, when she was still a child, and what a coincidence this poor child, to whom Papa used to give a kreutzer every day, is now giving life and health to our baby. It was not easy to save her life, but she is now almost out of any danger. In spite of all her. Their daughter Jenny ed. B. Schleicher ed. C. Gretchen ed. D. Ludwig von Westphalen ed. E. Caroline von Westphalen ed. 576 appendices. Sufferings. She looks remarkably pretty and is as flower-white, delicate, and transparent as a little princess. In Paris we would never have got her through the illness, so this trip has already been well worth while. Besides, I am now again with my good, poor mother, who only with the greatest struggle can put up with our being separated. She has had a very bad time at the Wettendorfs. 244. They are rather coarse people. Ah, if I had only known how things were with poor mother on many occasions during the winter. But I often wept and was miserable when thinking of her, and you were always so considerate and patient. Another good thing about this wet nurse is that she is also very useful as a maid, is willing to accompany us and, as it happens, served 3 years in Metz and therefore also speaks French. Hence my return journey is fully assured. What a stroke of luck it is it not? Only at present poor mother has to bear too many expenses and is after all very poor. Edgar III robs her of all she has and then writes one nonsensical letter after another, rejoices over the approaching revolutions and the overthrow of all existing conditions, instead of beginning by revolutionizing his own conditions, which then always evokes unpleasant discussions and indirect attacks on the mad revolutionary youth. In general, nowhere does a longing for a transformation of the existing state of things arise more strongly than when one sees the surface looking so drearily flat and even, and yet knows what a commotion and ferment is taking place in the depths of mankind. But let us leave the revolution and come back to our wet nurse. I shall pay the monthly sum of $4 from the remainder of the journey money, from which I will pay also for the medicine and doctor. True, mother does not want me to do so, but for food alone she has to bear more than she can. In spite of poverty, she keeps everything about her in decent condition. People in Trier are really behaving excellently towards her and that placates me a little. Moreover, I do not need to visit anyone, for they all come to me and I hold court from morning to night. I cannot give you the names of all of them. Today I also disposed of the patriot layman, who is very well disposed by the way, and is only afraid that your thorough scientific studies might suffer over there. Incidentally, I behave towards everyone in a lordly fashion, and my external appearance fully justifies this. For once I am more elegant than any of them, and never in my life have I looked better and more blooming than I do now. Everyone is unanimous. Edgar von Westphalen, Jenny's brother ed. Appendices 577. About that. And people constantly repeat Herwege's compliment, asking me when my confirmation has taken place. I think to myself, too, what would be the good of behaving humbly? It does not help anyone out of a difficulty, and people are so happy if they can express their regret. Despite the fact that my whole being expresses satisfaction and affluence, everyone still hopes that you will decide after all to obtain a permanent post. Oh, you asses, as if all of you were standing on firm ground. I know that we are not exactly standing on rock, but where is there any firm foundation now? Can one not see everywhere signs of earthquake and the undermining of the foundations on which society has erected its temples and shops? I think that time, the old mole, will soon stop burrowing underground. Indeed, in Breslau there have been thunderstorms again. 245. If we can only hold out for a time, until our little one has grown big. As to that, you'll put my mind at ease, won't you, my dear sweet angel, my one and only heart's beloved? How my heart went out to you on June 19th. Ah, how strongly and intimately it beat out of love for you. But to return to the account of events. It was not until our wedding day that our dear little baby was well again and sucked healthily and lustily. Then I set out on my difficult journey, you know where to. I wore my nice Paris frock and my face glowed with anxiety and excitement. When I rang, my heart was beating almost audibly. Everything went through my mind. The door opened and Jetjinb appeared. She embraced and kissed me and led me into the drawing room where your mother one and Sophie were sitting. Both immediately embraced me, your mother called me thou, and Sophie sat me on the sofa beside her. She has been terribly ravaged by illness, looks like CXC, and is hardly likely to get well again. And yet Jetchen is in an almost worse state. Only your mother looks well and flourishing, and is cheerfulness itself, almost gay and frolicsome. Alas, this gaiety seems somehow sinister. All the girls were equally affectionate, especially little Caroline. 6. Next morning your mother came already at 9 o'clock to see the baby. In the afternoon Sophie came, and this morning little Caroline also paid a visit to our little angel. Can you imagine such a change? 246. I am very glad about it, and mother as well, but how has it come about so suddenly? What a difference! The anniversary of their marriage ed. Marx's sister Henriette ed. See Henriette Marx ed. Marx's sister ed. E. Marx's sister ed. 578 Appendices. Success makes, or in our case rather the appearance of success, which by the subtlest tactics I know how to maintain. That's strange news, isn't it? Just think, how the time runs, and even the fattest pigs as well. Schleicher, too, is no longer a politician, and a socialist, that is to say, like Schmiriax from the organism of labor, etc. It is enough to make one sick, as the Frankenthaler says. He partly considers that your clique is mad, but he thinks it is high time you attacked Bauer. Ah, Karl, what you are going to do it soon. 247. And also do give me soon some sign of your life. I am being treated with great tenderness by the most gentle loving mother, my little one is being properly looked after and cared for, the whole of Trier gapes, stares, admires, and pays court, and yet my heart and soul are turned towards you. Ah, if only I could see you now and again, and ask you, what is that for? Or sing for you, do you know also when it will be the day after tomorrow? Dear heart of mine, how I should like to kiss you, for such cold collations are no good, isn't that true, my dearest one? However, you should read the Trier's Zeitung, it is quite good now. How do things look with you? It is now already 8 days I have been away from you. Even here, with better quality milk, it would not have been possible to get our baby over her illness without a wet nurse. Her whole stomach was upset. Today Schleicher has assured me that she is now saved. Oh, if only poor mother did not have so many worries, and particularly because of Edgar, who makes use of all the great signs of the times, and all the sufferings of society, in order to cover up and whitewash his own worthlessness. Now the vacation is coming again, and then once again nothing will come of the examination. All his essays are ready. It is unpardonable. Mother must deny herself everything, while he has a good time in Cologne going to all the operas, as he himself writes. He speaks with the utmost tenderness of his little sister, his little Jenny, but I find it impossible to be tender towards the scatterbrain. Dearest heart, I am often greatly worried about our future, both that near at hand and later on, and I think I am going to be punished for my exuberance and cockiness here. If you can, do set my mind at rest about this. There is too much talk on all sides about a steady income. I reply then merely by means of my rosy cheeks, my clear skin, my velvet cloak, feather hat and smart coiffure. That has the best and deepest effect, and if as a result I become depressed, nobody sees it. Our baby has such a beautiful. A Bruno Bauer ed. Appendices 579. White color that everyone wonders at it, and she is so fine and delicate. Schleicher is very solicitous and very nice to the child. Today he did not want to go away at all, then there came God's wrath, and then Reverchen, then Lehman, and then Poppy, and so it goes on all the time. Yesterday the tree frog, Atu, was here with his parchment better half. I did not see them. The members of your family have just paid a call in passing, including Sophie in full fig. But how ill she looks. Give greetings from me to Siebenkas and the Heinz, if you see them. I shall have news of you soon, isn't that so? And are you bravely singing the postilion of Long Jamia? Only don't write with too much rancor and irritation. You know how much more effect your other articles have had. Write either in a matter-of-fact and subtle way or humorously and lightly. Please, dear heart of mine, let your pen run over the paper, even if it should on occasion stumble and fall, and the sentence with it. Your thoughts all the same stand erect like the grenadiers of the old guard, so honorably firm and courageous, and they could say like the old guard, Elmert mais lnese rend pas. What does it matter if occasionally the uniform hangs a bit loosely and is not so tightly buttoned up? What is so very nice about the French soldiers is their free and easy appearance. When you think of our stilted Prussians, doesn't it make you shudder? Just slacken the strappings and remove the cravat and helmet, let the participles take their course and set down the words just as they come of themselves. Such an army does not have to march in such strict order. And your troops are taking the field, are they not? Good luck to the general, my dusky master. Goodbye, dearest heart, my beloved, my entire life. For the present I am in my little Germany, with everything around me, including my little one and my mother, and yet my heart is sad because you are absent, it yearns for you, and it hopes for you and your black messengers. Goodbye, your Skip and Schrib. First published in Marx/Engels, Werke, printed according to the original Ergänzungsband, Thiel L., Berlin, 1968. Published in English for the first time. An illegible word follows in the original ed. It dies, but does not surrender ed. 580 Appendices. Jenny Marx to Karl Marx. In Paris 248. Trier, between August 4 and 10, 1844. My dearest, I received your letter at the very moment when all the bells were ringing, the guns firing, and the pious crowd flocking into the temples to convey their hallelujahs to the heavenly Lord for having so miraculously saved their earthly Lord. 3. You can imagine with what peculiar feeling I read Heine's poems during the celebration and also chimed in with my hosannas. Did not your Prussian heart also quiver with horror at the news of that crime, that shocking, unthinkable crime? Alas, for the lost virginity, the lost honor. Such are the Prussian catchwords. When I heard the little green grasshopper, Cavalry Captain X, declaiming about the lost virginity, I could only believe that he meant the holy immaculate virginity of Mother Mary, for that after all is the only one officially confirmed. But as for the virginity of the Prussian state, no, I lost any belief in that long ago. As regards the terrible event, one consolation remains for the pure Prussian people, viz., that the motive for the deed was not any political fanaticism, but a purely personal desire for revenge. They console themselves with that, lucky for them, but it is precisely a new proof that a political revolution is impossible in Germany, whereas all the seeds of a social revolution are present. While there has never been a political fanatic there who dared to go to the extreme, the first one to risk an attempt at assassination was driven to it by want, dire want. For 3 days the man had been begging in vain in Berlin, in constant danger of death from starvation. Hence it was a social attempt at assassination. If something does break out, it will start from this direction, that is the most sensitive spot, and in this respect a German heart also is vulnerable. First published in Vorwärts. Number 64, printed according to the News August 10, 1844, paper published in English for the first time. A Frederick William IV ed. H. H. Elchheck ed. Appendices 581. Jenny Marx to Karl Marx. In Paris. Trier, between August 11 and 18, 1844. My dearest, unique Karl, you cannot believe, darling of my heart, how very happy you make me by your letters, 249, and how your last pastoral letter, you high priest and bishop of my heart, has once again restored soothing calm and peace to your poor lamb. It is certainly wrong and silly to torture oneself with all sorts of cares and glimpses of dark distant perspectives. I am very well aware of that myself in those self-tormenting moments, but although the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak, and so it is always only with your help that I am able to exorcise those demons. Your latest news truly brought me such real and tangible solace that it would be quite wrong to start brooding again. I expect now that it is going to happen as in a game of cards, and I hope that some external circumstance will determine the time of my return home. Perhaps Edgar's arrival or some similar external one occasion. I touch on this painful point very unwillingly, and it is only in Edgar's presence that I shall return to this matter for a decision. In any case I shall be coming before the winter. How could I indeed resist such dear, heart-warming friendliness as that which shines on me from your lines? And then in the background are dark feelings of anxiety and fear, the real menace of unfaithfulness, the seductions and attractions of a capital city. All those are powers and forces whose effect on me is more powerful than anything else. How I am looking forward after such a long time to rest comfortably and happily once more close to your heart, in your arms. What a lot I shall have to chatter with you about, and what trouble you will have to bring me again à la hauteur de principes, for in partitioned Germany it is not easy to remain au courant. How glad you will be to see the little creature. 01 am convinced that you will not be able to recognize our child, unless her little eyes and black crest of hair reveal the secret to you. Everything else is really quite different now, only the resemblance to you becomes ever more obvious. During the last few days she has begun to eat a little broth made from the herbs which I have. Edgar von Westphalen ed. Part of the word is covered by an inkspot ed. See their daughter Jenny ed. 582 appendices. Brought with me, and she relishes it greatly. In the bath she splashes with her little hands so much that the whole room is flooded, and then she dips her tiny finger in the water and afterwards licks it hastily. Her little thumb, which she has always kept bent and then made to peep out between her fingers, has become so unusually supple and flexible owing to this habit that one cannot help being astonished by it. She can become a little piano player. I believe she can do magic tricks with her little thumb. When she cries, we quickly draw her attention to the flowers, the wallpaper, and then she becomes quiet as a mouse and gazes so long that tears come into her eyes. We must not talk to her for too long because it makes her overexert herself. She wants to imitate every sound and answer it, and the fact that her forehead swells and reddens is a sign of excessive strain. Incidentally, She is the acme of cheerfulness. Every kind of look you give her makes her laugh. You ought to see what a darling little creature I shall bring with me. When she hears anyone speaking, she at once looks in that direction and goes on looking, and flow something fresh happens. You can't have any idea of the liveliness of the child. For whole nights through her little eyes refuse to close in sleep, and if one looks at her she laughs out loud. She is happiest when she sees a light or the fire. By that means one can allay her heaviest storm. Karl dear, how long will our little doll play a solo part? I fear, that when her papa and mama are together once again, and live in common ownership, the performance will soon become a duet. Or should we set about it in the good Parisian style? Usually one finds the greatest number of children where the means are smallest. Recently a poor man with 10 children asked for relief from Chief Burgomaster Gortz. When he was reproached for having produced so many children, his only reply was to say, "There is a parish fete once a year even in the tiniest and most insignificant village." Then he was given assistance, and no doubt he will be celebrating the 11th parish fete. We have not seen your relatives for a long time. First the great illustrious visit, and now the important arrangements for the marriage. 3. So that one's presence is inopportune, one does not receive any calls and is oneself modest enough not to visit them again. The marriage is on August 28th. On Sunday the banns were called for the first time. In spite of all the magnificence, Jetchen's health becomes worse every day, her cough and hoarseness are increasing. She can hardly walk any longer. She goes about like a marriage of Marx's sister Henriette, Jetchen, and Theodore Simons ed. Appendices 583. Ghost, but married she must be. It is generally regarded as terrible and unscrupulous. Rocall, however, is said to be in favor of it in order to secure something for his nephew. I don't know whether that can turn out well. If at least they were going to live in a town but in a miserable village, and in winter at that. I can't imagine how your relatives can be cheerful and happy about it. If fate did not somewhat dampen their spirits, there could be no escape from their haughtiness. And the boasting about grand parties and brooches, earrings, and shawls. I cannot understand your mother. She herself has told us that she thinks Jetchen is consumptive, and yet she lets her marry. But Jetchen is said to want it very strongly. I am curious to know how it will all turn out. In Trier there is already such a stir and bustle as I have never seen. There is activity everywhere. 250 all the shops have been newly smartened up, everyone is arranging rooms for lodging. We, too, have got a room ready. The whole of Koblenz is coming here and the cream of society is joining in the procession. All the hotels are already full up. 210 new pubs have been established, as well as circuses, theaters, menageries, dioramas, international theaters, in short, everything one could think of is already announcing its presence. The entire palace square is covered with tents. Entire wooden houses have been erected outside the gates. Trier marches on Sunday. Everyone has to join a procession and then come the villages. Every day some 16,000 people. Frau Stein has already sold $400 worth of tiny copies of the sacred linen cloth, made out of old strips of ribbon. Rosaries, worth from 6 pfennigs to $100, are displayed at every house. I, too, have bought a little medallion for my little one, and yesterday she herself obtained a small rosary. You cannot imagine the bustling activity that is going on here. Next week half Luxembourg is coming. Cousin Michel has also announced his arrival. All the people seem to be mad. What is one to think about it? Is it a good sign of the times that everything has to go to extremes, or are we still a long way from our goal? Where you are, too, all hell is being let loose. Will things be patched up once more? And tell me, what did the blockhead 6 say about your article? 0 Has he given tit for tat, replied, or kept silent? Jung really is an exceptionally noble character. 251. A Theodore Simons ed. B. Arnold Ruge ed. See critical marginal notes on the article The King of Prussia and Social Reform. By a Prussian, see this volume, pages 189 to 206, ed. 584 Appendices. What a good thing it is that you are now a little bit in funds again. Only always bear in mind, when the purse is full, how quickly it becomes empty again, and how difficult it is to fill it. You dear good Karl, darling of my heart. How I love you, how my heart yearns for you. I should like so very much that Edgar could still see his charming niece. If only he became an uncle barrister, then I could earlier talk to mother about my departure. Our little doll is just eating her soup. Just think, she does not want to lie down at all anymore, she wants to sit upright all the time. She is then better able to look around her. Tell me, dear heart, for some time past I have noticed that you no longer mention Guerrier. Has anything happened in connection with the worthy cousin? And is there no news of the divine Georga? I am very eager to know what the Pomeranian is going to do now. Will he keep silent or will he make a row? It is peculiar that from Cologne there never comes anything unpleasant, but always the best. After all, how loyal our friends are, how solicitous, tactful and considerate. Even if it is painful to have to ask for money, in relation to these people it surely ceases to be at all unpleasant and onerous. I can hardly go on writing, the baby keeps distracting my attention with her delicious chuckles and attempts at speech. You cannot have any idea of the beauty of her forehead, the transparency of her skin and the wonderful delicacy of her tiny hands. Dear good heart of my heart. Do write to me again quite soon. I am so very happy when I see your handwriting. You dear, good, sweet, little wild boar. You dear father of my little doll. Adieu, heart of my heart. First published in Marx/Engels, Werke, printed according to the original Ergänzungsband, Thiel L., Berlin, 1968. Published in English for the first time.